Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order for the March 21st, 2022 zoning meeting. Tonight's meeting is being held in accordance with applicable law governing remote meetings, with some of our council members participating remotely. The requirements of notice, access, and minutes are met as required by law, and the public and the media are available to view this meeting on the government channel, the city's Facebook page, or on the city's YouTube page. Before we do introductions tonight, I just wanted to make a quick announcement. As you can tell, Mayor Lyles is not here tonight because she is with her daughter and son-in-law and granddaughter as they welcome the newest member to their family. Mercy May Young arrived Saturday night at 7 pounds 7 ounces, and Mayor Lyles is there helping Aisha, her daughter Aisha, and son-in-law Jeffrey, and so we congratulate them and wish them all best wishes for the new baby. The mayor is helping out with her 5-year-old granddaughter and with her daughter and the new baby, so I feel pretty certain that that's more tiring than a city council zoning meeting, frankly. So we wish them all the best of luck.
Got to challenge Mayor Pro Tem.
I don't know, man. I think we've proven that. So anyway, with that, we'll go ahead and have introductions. I will start. I am Julie Isolt, Mayor Pro Tem, serving at large, and we'll go ahead with council members in the room, then online, and then we'll go to staff and to our Planning Committee Commissioner.
Braxton Winston, serving at large.
Good evening. I'm Victoria Watlington, representing District 3.
That's in the room. How about council members online?
Good evening. Dimple Ashmera, serving you as an at-large member.
Greg Phipps, serving at large.
Larkin Eggleston, District 1.
Malcolm Graham, District 2.
Renee Johnson, District 4.
Matt Newton, District 5.
Sergeant McCarty, District 6.
Ed Driggs, District 7.
Thank you. We're going to go ahead with staff that's in the room. Why don't we go ahead with our city clerk and then go around.
Stephanie Kelly, City Clerk.
Brandon Brazil, Charlotte Department of Transportation.
Allison Craig, Interim Planning Director.
Terry Hagler-Gray, Senior Assistant City Attorney.
Dave Pettin, Rezoning Manager.
Donata Jackson, Office of Constituent Services.
Kiba Samuel, Chair of the Zoning Committee.
Any other staff online? Okay. With that, we got everybody. This evening we have Councilmember Graham is going to give us an invocation, which is an expression or an inspiration that commemorates our proceedings and solemnizes our proceedings. We celebrate the religious diversity of our community, including those without a religious faith tonight. So with that, Mr. Graham, would you like to go ahead?
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Dr. Benjamin Mays, former president of Morehouse College, once said that no man is really free who is afraid to speak the truth as he knows it, or who is too fearful to take a stand that which he knows is right. God, please grant this city council, this community, always put its best foot forward, always do what is right. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. And those who are able to, if you'd like to stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So tonight we begin our zoning process with applications submitted to the planning staff for review. The cases there's two types of cases, decisions and hearings. Our decisions, which come first, are cases for which a public hearing has already been held, and so there's no further public comment. And for hearings, anyone who wishes to speak is asked to see the clerk before the start of the hearing. Following that, we will have a presentation by staff, and then the petitioner will give us gets 3 minutes to give us a presentation, along with anybody else in favor of the petition. If there are any opponents that are signed up to speak against the petition, they will get, get their time to speak, but then in total, they will have 10 minutes. And then if staff is in opposition, the petitioner gets 10 minutes, an opponent gets 10 minutes, and then the petitioner will get a 2-minute rebuttal. If no one is opposed or signed up to speak, the staff provides their short presentation, and then the public hearing is closed, and we move on to the next public hearing. The petition goes then to the Zoning Committee or Planning Commission for review, Zoning Committee of the Planning Commission for review, and a further recommendation. We recess at 10 o'clock p.m. Sometimes that varies a little bit, but we like to stick to that 10 p.m. Ending point, and then any hearings that have not been heard will be reconvened at a later date, and we'll give people a heads up probably around 9 o'clock if it looks like we're not going to get to some of those hearings. So with that, we'll go ahead and start with the deferrals and the withdrawals. There were quite a number of them this week. Oh, Ms. Samuel introduced herself before. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Samuel, go ahead. Somehow, I always seem to get that out of order. I apologize.
That's okay. Thank you so very much, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, members of public. My name is Kiba Samuel. I serve as Chair of the Zoning Committee and Chair of the Planning Commission. The Zoning Committee of the Planning Commission will meet on Tuesday, April 5th, 2022, to deliberate and finalize recommendations on the zoning petitions being heard tonight. That Tuesday, April 5th at 5:30 p.m. meeting will not be a continuation of tonight's public hearing. There will not be an opportunity to hear from the public unless and until a zoning committee member has a question that can best be answered by a member of the public. The public may view that meeting live on the City of Charlotte's Planning, Design, and Development's YouTube page. Joining us tonight via live stream on the government channel or the city's YouTube page are my fellow zoning committee members, Commissioners Blumenthal, Chirinos, Ham, Rhodes, Spencer, and Welton. Again, my name is Kiba Samuel, Zoning Committee Chair, and I will be with you for the entirety of the evening, should you have any questions. Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Ms. Samuel. With that, we have a number of withdrawals and deferrals tonight, so I'm going to go ahead and go through those and ask all in one motion to either withdraw or defer those decisions. Item number 2, 2021-176. Anita Thomas is approximately .58 acres located on the east side of Randolph Road, west of Colwick Road, and north of Sharon Amity Road. Council District 6 is to be withdrawn. Item number 3, 2021-056, Urban Trends Real Estate, Inc., approximately 1.35 acres located along the north side of B Avenue, east of Beatties Ford Road, and north of the Interstate 85, Mr. Graham's District 2. Item number 4, 2021-133, the Drakeford Communities is approximately 6.57 acres located south of Allegheny Street, west of Ashley Road, and north of Bullard Street. Council District 3, Ms. Watlington's district, and I apologize, 3 and 4 are both requesting deferral until April 18th. Item number 5, 2021-139 is Boulevard at 1800 Central, LLC, approximately .33 acres located on the east side of East 34th Street, northwest of the plaza, and east of Matheson Avenue. That's District 1, Mr. Eggleston's district. Also requesting deferral till the 18th of April. Item number 6, 2021-141, the Drakeford Company, approximately .33 acres located on the east side of 34th Street, northwest of the plaza, and east of Matheson Avenue, District 1, Mr. Eggleston's district, to be deferred till April 18th. Item number 7, 2021-197, Crescent Communities, approximately 1.91 acres, located at the northeast intersection of Heath Court and Central Avenue, west of Hawthorne Lane and east of Louise Avenue, Council District 1, Mr. Eggleston. Also deferral till April 18th. Item number 8, 2021-199, Nest Homes Communities LLC, approximately .23 acres, located on the south side of North Davidson Street, northwest of Yadkin Avenue and east of Matheson Avenue. Council District 1, Mr. Eggleston's district, requesting deferral till April 18th. Item number 20, 2021-188, Dominion Realty Partners, approximately 15.83 acres, located along the north and south side of Roundtree Road, east of Interstate 77 and north of Tyvola Road. Council District 3, Ms. Watlington's district, requesting deferral till April 18th. For hearings, item number 28, 2021-195, Steel Creek 1997 LLC, approximately 60.65 acres, located in the northeast quadrant of the interchange of Interstate 485 and Arrowwood Road. That's in District 3, Ms. Watlington's district, requesting deferral till April 18th. Item 44, 2021-219, Lincoln Property Company, approximately 2.65 acres, located on the south side of Kenilworth Avenue, west side of Harding Place, and east side of East Moorhead Street. Council District 1, Mr. Eggleston's district, deferral till April 18th. Can I have a motion to defer those, and including the one withdrawal?
So moved. So moved. Second.
Okay, all in favor. Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? Yes. I'm a yes. Ms. Eshmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
And Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Okay, for decisions, the following items have had changes after the zoning committee took a vote. The first one is, will I do these now or when they come in order? Okay. All right, with that, we'll go ahead and get into our decisions. We will go right to item number 9. Petition 2021-093 by Steel Creek 1997 LLC, located, approximately 184.9 acres, located south of 485, east of Steel Creek Road, north of Brown Greer Road, and west of Sandy Porter Road, Council District 3, Ms. Watlington's district. It's currently zoned R3, single-family residential, MUD CD, which is mixed-use development district conditional, light industrial conditional. The proposed zoning is O2 CD, which is office conditional, MUD O, mixed-use development district optional, UR2 CD, which is urban residential conditional, with 5 years vested rights. The zoning committee voted 7-0 to recommend approval of this petition, and the staff recommends approval of this petition. Although there were changes made after the zoning committee vote, the petition to develop vacant land in the Steel Creek community with up to 1,230,000 square feet of office and or medical office uses, 340,000 square feet of community hospital uses, 104,200 square feet of commercial uses and or medical uses, medical office uses, 340,000 square feet of community hospital uses, 104,200 square feet of commercial uses, hotel uses with up to 250 rooms, 275 multifamily dwelling units and or senior multifamily dwelling units, and 50 single-family attached dwelling units. The following changes were made after the zoning committee's recommendation. A conditional note was added that allows for flexibility in the timing of the establishment of right-of-way for and construction of the Gable Road extension. The staff believes that the change is minor and does not warrant additional review by the zoning committee. So may I have a motion to send it back or not send it back to the zoning committee?
Motion to not send back.
Second.
Okay. So may I have a vote to not send back to the zoning committee, starting with Mr. Eggleston,
Yes.
Mr. Graham,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? I'm a yes. Ms. Edgemira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
And Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Thank you. So that will not go back to the zoning committee. Now may I have a motion to approve or deny, excuse me,
Motion to approve.
the
Second.
petition? Okay.
You have to motion to adopt
Was to adopt the statement as our own and to approve the petition.
Second.
Let me get the language for you. Hang on just a sec. Yes, and with a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agenda and on the screen as the council's own, and approve or deny the petition.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, bear with me one second. Okay, Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
I did have a comment.
Oh, go ahead, Ms. Watlington.
Okay, I did just want to point out here that this particular petition does have the support of the Still Creek Resident Association, namely because it is going to bring with it a good amount of commercial use, and that'll give an opportunity for some more retail space here. And also wanted to point out that as part of the statement of consistency, it does note that the infrastructure will be developed in conjunction so that we can expect to see improvements to our street. One of the active projects that was outlined here in staff summary as far as transportation goes is the widening of Still Creek 16, or NC 160, which is Still Creek Road. So I did just want to provide a little bit of information in regards to that. And thank you, Dave, for connecting me with staff on that piece. And so it says, the portion of the project that will widen NC 160 from South Tryon Street to I-485 and will front this particular petition is currently scheduled to go into right-of-way acquisition in fiscal year 2024, with construction estimated to begin in fiscal year 2027. So wanted to let folks know that that particular portion of Still Creek is going to be widened in conjunction with the timing on this particular development.
I know that's good news if only it could be faster, but thank you. Okay, with that, Mr. Eggleston?
Still yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Edgemira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, item number 10 is petition 2021-111 by Regal Oaks Investment LLC. Approximately 6.4 acres located on the north side of Albemarle Road and the east side of Regal Oaks Drive, west of East W.T. Harris Boulevard. That's District 5, Mr. Newton's district. The current zoning is B2 conditional neighborhood business and B2 conditional general business conditional. Proposed zoning is R22, which is multifamily residential conditional, and the zoning committee recommends 7-0 to approve this petition. Staff also recommends approval of the petition. May I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agenda and the screen as the council's own, and approve or deny the petition?
So moved.
Second.
Yeah.
Okay.
Motion to adopt and approve.
Thank you. Okay, any comments? Okay, Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Edgemira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
And Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The next item is item number 11, 2021-146 by Kinger Homes LLC, approximately 3.7 acres located on the northwest side of Mallard Creek Road, east of Prosperity Church Road in District 4, Ms. Johnson's district. Currently, it's zoned R3, single-family residential, and the proposed zoning is R12, multifamily conditional. The zoning committee recommended 6-0 to approve this petition, and staff also recommends approval of the petition. And we did have a change on this item as well after the zoning committee met. The following changes were made after the zoning committee's recommendation. It commits to provide a 12-foot multi-use path and 8-foot planting strip along the site's frontage, and the staff believes that this change is minor and does not warrant it going back to committee. May I have a motion on whether the changes are significant enough to send to committee?
Motion to not send back.
Motion not to send back.
Second.
Okay. With that, Mr. Eggleston,
Yes.
Mr. Graham,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Newton,
Yes.
Ms. Watlington, I'm a yes. Ms. Ajmira,
Yes.
Mr. Phipps? Mr. Phipps there? Okay, Mr. Winston,
Yes.
Mr. Bakari,
Yes.
and Mr. Driggs.
Yes.
Okay, so that will not go back. So may I now have a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agendas and the screen as the council's own, and either approve or deny the petition?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so move to approve. Any comments?
I have comments, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you. So as you noted, there have been some changes. The developer worked with the community and is making some concessions. So some of the concessions that the developer's making, and I want to thank them publicly. They're committed to perform necessary work during the construction of the site to fix stormwater issues. They're working with the neighboring community, and they're committed to providing berm and fencing for improved buffering. They're committed to a 2,000 square feet of improved common open space on the site. They're committed to improved foundation planting along the buildings facing Mallard Creek, to the 12-foot multi-use path, and to recommended road improvements along Mallard Creek from NCDOT and CDOT. They also added parking spaces for visitors by 150%. So I just wanted to thank them again for working with the residents as they're developing in this area. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Johnson. Would you like to make a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agenda and the screen as the council's own, and either approve or deny the petition?
So moved.
To approve?
Second.
So moved, yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Eggleston,
Yes.
Mr. Graham,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Newton,
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? I'm a yes. Ms. Ajmira,
Yes.
Mr. Phipps,
Yes.
Mr. Winston,
Yes.
Mr. Bakari,
Yes.
and Mr. Driggs.
Yes.
Thank you. Item number 12 is petition 2021-154 by Matt Gallagher, approximately 9.3 acres located east of Price Lane, west of Parkway Plaza Boulevard, and south of Yorkmount Road in Council District 3, Ms. Watlington's district. It's currently zoned I-1, which is light industrial conditional. Proposed zoning is UR2, urban residential conditional. And the zoning committee recommendation, it was 6-0 to approve the petition. Staff also recommends approval of the petition. Following the zoning meeting, there was a change to the petition. And the petition proposed to allow the development up to 90 single-family attached homes at a density of 9.68 dwelling units per acre on a wooded vacant parcel near the city park community. And the changes made after the zoning committee's recommendation were a request for 5-year vested rights removed, a conditional note regarding the creation of a homeowners association to coordinate rollout container use for trash and recycling. That was also removed. Staff believes that the changes are minor and do not warrant additional review by zoning committee. So I'd like a motion to either send back or not send back to the zoning committee.
Motion to not send back.
Second.
Okay. So motion, so a vote to not send back to the zoning committee, Mr. Eggleston,
Yes.
Mr. Graham,
Yes.
Mr. Johnson, Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Newton,
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? I'm a yes. Ms. Sejmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
And Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Okay. With that, then, may I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agenda and the screen as the council's owned and either approve or deny the petition?
Motion to adopt and approve.
Second.
Okay, any comment? All right. Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Sejmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
And Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Okay. Item number 13. Petition number 2021-156 by Elite Team Realty and Property Management, Inc. This is approximately 2 acres located at the northeast intersection of Wellingford Street and Hershey Street, east of West Sugar Creek Road in District 4, Ms. Johnson's district. Currently, it's zoned R4, single-family residential, and the proposed zoning is UR2, urban residential conditional. And the zoning committee recommendation voted 6-0 to recommend approval of this petition. Staff recommends approval of this petition. May I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee's, statement of consistency as it appears in our agenda and the screen as the council's own, and approve or deny the petition?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, any comment?
I have a comment.
Ms. Johnson?
Thank you. So you all may or may not recall, we heard this in January, and the developer voluntarily deferred the meeting in order to have more time to meet with Hidden Valley residents. They did meet with some of the residents because there was concern because this is 20 for sale townhomes, which might kind of change the neighborhood, or there's a fear that it could change the neighborhood. So the developer has worked with the residents, and they've made a lot of concessions and listened to the residents. And the one thing that they're going to do specifically that was asked for by the homeowners association, Margie Parker, this is one of the things that she was very satisfied with, that the building height will not be more than 2 stories. They're also adding a minimum of 4 visitor parking spaces, 8-foot planting strips, and 6 feet sidewalks. There's no vehicular access from Wellingford Street. They're conveying a greenway and stormwater easement to Mecklenburg County on the northern property line. There's buffering and screening with evergreen trees to the adjacent single-family parcel. There's stormwater controls and stream delineation reports to ensure proper stormwater measures and prevent flooding. Provides additional housing types for the area. It meets several objectives of the 2040 plan, including 10-minute neighborhoods. And again, they've held multiple voluntary meetings with the community. So this is the type of developers that we are pleased to work with, and I'm pleased to work with in District 4, that's listening to the residents and making those improvements to the infrastructure and to the district. Thank you. And so for that, I'll be supporting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. All right, with that, I'll go ahead and vote to approve. Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Sejmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Thank you. Item number 14 is petition number 2021-158 by Trevi Partners, LLC, approximately 45.31 acres located on the southeast side of North Tryon Street, east of Pavilion Boulevard. Council District 4, Ms. Johnson's district. It's currently zoned Commercial Center Site Plan Amendment and URCCD's Urban Residential Commercial Conditional Site Plan Amendment. Proposed zoning is Commercial Center Site Plan Amendment and URCCD Urban Residential Commercial Conditional Site Plan Amendment with 5-year vested rights. The zoning committee voted 5-2 to recommend approval of this petition, and staff does recommend approval of the petition. Following the meeting of the zoning committee, there were some changes. The site plan amendment to an approved development to allow additional uses and clarify architectural standards and adjust the layout took place, and the following change was made after the committee's recommendation. They added automotive service station as an allowable use and language stating that the automotive service station will be for only minor adjustments and repairs allowed in the CC district. Major engine work is prohibited. They removed automotive service station from the development summary and replaced with adult daycare, 14,000 square feet, per the originally approved entitlements. The adult daycare has been shown to be built in Track 2A as was originally shown. They revised the site plan layout to remove the gas station canopy from Track 3B, replaced with a more traditional commercial retail building and service parking lot. And the Unified Development Standard Note 1EC, commercial retail uses in the CC district, to note the automotive service station as an allowed use in the CC district. As the petitioner discussed with the council members, this note is to clarify the broader commercial retail use heading and tied to allowed uses described in the CC section of the UDO. Also updated the trip generation to reflect the change from automotive service station to adult daycare to align with the planned revisions. Staff believes that the changes are minor and do not warrant additional review by the zoning committee. So may I have a motion to either approve or send back to these changes to the zoning committee?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay. With that, Mr. Eggleston?
Madam Mayor, the motion is not to send back.
That is to accept those changes and not send back to the committee.
Well, the motion, I'm sorry, the
Motion to accept the changes.
does not warrant sending them back.
Second.
Okay, so Ms. Johnson clarified that her motion is to accept the changes and not send it back to the zoning committee. So Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
And now may I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agenda and the screen, and as the council's own, and approve or deny the petition?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, any comment?
Yes, I have a comment.
Go ahead, Ms. Johnson.
This is the petition that we had quite a lively discussion about last month. And I've had a chance to meet with the developer, and so has Councilmember Phipps. And he's welcome to speak for himself, but I believe that all of the issues have been resolved and all of the council's questions. So I will be supporting this today. And I want to thank the developer for clarifying those issues and making the changes that commit to the original plans or to the new plans. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? I'm a yes. Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
And Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Thank you. That passes. Item number 15 is petition number 2021-172 by Broder Group Real Estate LLC, approximately 10.79 acres on either side of Thrift Road near the intersection of J Street. That's District 3, Ms. Watlington's district. It's currently zoned I-2 General Industrial, and the proposed zoning is MUD O, which is mixed-use development optional. The zoning committee voted 6-0 to approve this petition, recommend approval of this petition, and the staff also recommends approval of this petition. May I have a motion? There are no changes, so may I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee statement of consistency as it appears in our agenda and the screen as the council's own, and either approve or deny the petition?
Motion to adopt and approve.
Second.
Okay. Any comments? Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? I'm a yes. Ms. Sejmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari? Is Mr. Bakari there? Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Okay, that passes. Item number 16 is item number 2021-174 by Blue South LLC, approximately 36.73 acres located south of East Westinghouse Boulevard, west of China Grove Church Road, and northeast of Interstate 485, District 3, Ms. Watlington's district. It's currently zoned B2, which is general business conditional, R12 multifamily residential, and R4 single-family residential. The proposed zoning is R2 CD, which is urban residential commercial conditional, and R2 CD, which is urban residential conditional. The zoning committee recommends 6-0 to approve this petition, and staff also recommends approval of this petition. May I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agenda and the screen as the council's own, and either approve or deny the petition?
Motion to adopt and approve.
Second.
Any comment? Ms. Watlington, go ahead.
Yeah, just wanted to briefly lift up something that I know that staff is already working on, but China Grove Church Road that intersects with Westinghouse Boulevard. Want to make sure that whatever road repair that is still needed there, especially as we start to get underway with some of the other utilities work here in preparation for development, that those road repairs are taken care of. But other than that, fine with this.
Thank you. With that, we'll go for the vote. Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson? Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Sejmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari? And Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Thank you, that passes. Item number 17 is 2021-175 by Green Street Land Company, LLC, approximately 26.84 acres bound by the east side of Harrisburg Road, north of Robinwood Drive, and southwest side of Interstate 485. This is in the ETJ, and it's in County Commission District 4, Commissioner Gerald's district. The closest is to Mr. Newton's district in City Council District 5. The current zoning is R3 single-family residential, and the proposed zoning is R12, which is CD multifamily residential conditional. The zoning committee recommended 6-0 to approve this petition, and staff also recommends approval of the petition. There were changes made after the zoning committee met. The rezoning request to allow up to 295 multifamily residential units, dwelling units at a density of 11 acres per acre in a public park was the request, but the following change was made after the zoning committee's recommendation. adds notes stating petitioner would work to provide a pedestrian crossing on Harrisburg Road, adds notes stating existing accessory structure that is part of 5100 Robinwood that encroaches on the site may be either relocated or removed, or may remain in its current location if it is located just outside of the required buffer. It modifies Note 3H to require the pedestrian crossing on Harrisburg Road to be signalized by way of a pedestrian hybrid beacon, and the final location would need to be reviewed and approved by CDOT and NCDOT during permitting. Staff believes that the changes are minor and do not warrant additional review by zoning committee. So may I have a motion to not send back to the committee?
Motion to not send back.
Second.
Okay. Mr. Eggleston?
On the motion to not send
On
back,
the motion to not send back.
yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Ejmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari? And Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Okay. And then I need a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agendas, and the screen is the council's own, and approve or deny the petition.
Motion to deny the petition.
Is there a second? Okay, that would fail, so what I'd need is still a motion.
I would like to make a substitute motion.
There is no motion. It didn't come to pass. I'm
It
making a
didn't.
motion to approve it.
Okay, thank you. A second to approve?
Second.
Okay, any comment?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I would like to make a substitute motion to defer it.
Second,
Can we take comment first before we vote for that?
We have to take comments on the motion to defer, Madam Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, so go ahead. If, I see, Ms. Ejmir, do you want to go ahead first? And I see others.
Yes, ma'am. Well, clearly, there are a lot of outstanding issues that need to be worked out with the Fenco neighborhood. Did send us a letter. They are opposing this. I do want to give petitioner an opportunity to work out outstanding issues directly with the neighborhood as well as with the district council member Newton. I did speak with, I did message the petitioner and I expressed my concerns and I share those concerns that Councilmember Newton had sent out in an email around the density. So I'm hoping at least over the next couple of weeks, this will give us an opportunity to come to a middle ground where we can get district council member, neighborhood, everyone on board for this rezoning petition. Thank you.
Thank you. So that was a motion to defer. Did I have a second on that?
you had me as a second, and I've got a comment as well.
Okay, hang on just a second. Let me just make. Okay, I have other comments. Mr. Driggs.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. So when I look at this, I have a concern just because I think this petition basically aligns with all of the things that we've been saying we want to do in terms of it creates residential development in a place that's already zoned for residential development. It has a medium density of about 11, I believe. I think the situation has been made complicated by the fact that the neighbors made it known today, having indicated previously that they were actually okay with this, that they weren't okay with it. My conversations with Mr. Newton, I think he has very valid concerns about this, but a lot of them are actually pretty general in nature, like infrastructure and stuff. These are issues we have citywide, and I don't think we can resolve them on the back of an individual petition. So I'm just curious to know, maybe from the district rep, whether another month is going to change his position on this, because I got the feeling that his attitude about this, and Mr. Newton, I'll let you speak, but I had the feeling that his attitude about this was something that was not going to be fixed with tweaks or minor changes to this petition. And frankly, I think this petition is properly submitted and well within the scope of the kind of things that we're trying to accomplish. So my concern as the governance chair is just that if we were to push this aside, say, eventually, or even in opposing it, deferring it now, we're sending a really bad message in terms of what it takes in order to create a petition that the council will accept. And I'm not sure, I've heard things about traffic. I know there's a traffic circle issue, there's a crosswalk issue. The petitioner has actually committed to install a crosswalk. And so I want to know, if we defer this, which places a burden on the petitioner, what we think we will change and what we can accomplish in an extra month. And frankly, I would have been grateful if the neighbors had made their objections known after the hearing clearly enough that we weren't in a situation where we heard today suddenly that they don't support it. So I'm going to oppose the deferral.
Thank you. Mr. Eggleston?
I don't disagree with anything Mr. Driggs just said, and I'm not necessarily opposed to the petition, but I do think it puts us in a difficult position, having only in the last couple of hours found out about the organization for that area having a formal opposition to it, given that most of the conversations we've had about this petition were with a thought or understanding that there were either neutral or positive feelings towards this petition from the neighborhood group out there. So my second on the deferral and support for the deferral is simply that I think coming into votes like this, having new information dropped in our lap at the last minute puts us in a position where we potentially end up voting something down just as a knee-jerk reaction to the last second information, and then obviously that puts a 2-year moratorium on the site. So for me, if we could come into this a month later with a little more confidence around what we're doing, I think we'd be better off.
Thank you, Mr. Eggleston. Mr. Newton?
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, and I do appreciate the comments of my colleagues. I want to make clear that my concern isn't whether we place a burden on the petitioner so much as the burden we could be placing upon the community for the foreseeable future. And I want to make that, I want to underscore that word foreseeable, because the impacts that will occur in the far east of our city are absolutely foreseeable. And that is something that members of the community, myself, have been saying for well over 4 years now. So it's a bit of a surprise for me that anyone else would be surprised given the objections to this petition in that area. This is something that certainly the cumulative effect is something that we can prevent. There has been conversation during that period of 4 years plus pertaining to the lack of infrastructure, and that's not all. When you talk about this specific area, there's also a lack of jobs, and it's a public safety hazard from the standpoint of the lack of connectivity. And I'm not just talking about pedestrian connectivity, it's also public transit connectivity, making this particular petition almost exclusively and wholly car-centric, which goes against all of the goals I think that we have talked about and we have codified in our 2040 comprehensive plan. Having said that, I'm not against a deferral here, but to Councilmember Driggs's point, I don't know what that will achieve. Because I don't see how this petition can be rectified given the concerns I have and the foreseeable impacts it will have in the area in the next 5 years. It's something that we can continue to kick the can down the road on, continue to approve development after development, But as I mentioned in the email that I had sent everyone, all we're doing is placing another stick of dynamite in the ticking time bomb that we will eventually as a city have to address. So those are my comments on this. Once again, not to say that I am against a deferral, but to Mr. Driggs's point, I don't know if it, and I do suspect it will not accomplish the intended goal. And I do ask to reserve some time, should the deferral fail, to speak to this petition as well.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Winston?
Thank you. I tend to agree with Mr. Driggs's assessment of the petition. I like the petition. I think it's a good land use decision. However, there's no however there. I also respect my colleagues' desire to hear from the community, even though the was coming in at the last minute. It's still time left on the clock, so you can still be part of the process. I also agree with Mr. Newton. I don't know what this deferral is, if we defer this, is going to achieve. I think in either direction, whether you like this petition or not. So I'm going to go ahead and follow the district rep to see what this deferral vote goes. But I would like to see this push forward. But like I said, given everything, I'm going to follow your lead here, Mr. Newton, on the deferral.
Thank you. Ms. Wallington?
I had a follow-up question. One of the things that I know that Councilmember Newton, you mentioned previously was that there were already a glut of active projects or projects that had been approved that were waiting to be built. I see here in the staff's transportation summary that it says NA for active projects. So I'm hoping, Brandon, that you can shed some light on what's already in the pipeline in the near vicinity.
Yeah, we discussed that briefly today. I'm not familiar with any active projects. I'm sure Councilmember Newton remembers we recently did bike lanes a couple years ago on Cambridge Commons Drive on the existing pavement, but that was the only project that I'm familiar with. We do have a future thoroughfare alignment of Pence Road to be extended that'll connect over to Harrisburg Road, and we're getting that kind of reserved via some other developer projects in the area, but that's all I'm familiar with at this time.
And so, just to be clear, you gave me the transportation projects. Does that include the development projects? As far as how many more units are already approved in the pipeline?
No, that's just CIP and state projects, not developer projects.
Okay, so I'm not sure who I should pose that question to.
If I could respond to that.
Yeah, I mean, unless there's a staff member that can give me the data.
So that data is out there. I mean, that's the data that has been compiled by staff over the past 4 years, but at the same time, it's been compiled by FinCode themselves. Last time I checked, which was about a year and a half ago, there were over 25 developments that have been approved to be built, but are yet to be built. I can tell you, I live in Cambridge Commons, which is across the street from where this development is being proposed. The lot across from that small, let me be clear about that, the small strip mall that's there that has 5 storefronts, that lot is already being cleared for the 285-plus unit development that this council proposed about 2 years ago. The one where I was on vacation and I flew back to object to. And so that's just one of many. I had, kind of mentioned that in my email, and something, I will mention in comments later should I have the opportunity to do that. But at the same time, to Brandon's point, all of this is coming in, thousands of new units that have yet to be built. So we don't have any current data on their impact, right? We can foresee they're going to be built, but there's nothing to tell us what that impact will be. All we see is what's today. And if you have a big glut that is yet to be built in the meantime, well, when that occurs, then the impacts are going to be so much more exponentially larger. And I think that's what I'm talking about. We want to avoid, particularly to Brandon's point, when there aren't any projects in the pipeline to address it today. This Pence Road, so where Pence and Harrisburg meet, that's about 2.5 miles away from where this development is proposed. The connector that Brandon was talking about too, likewise, will be at least 2 miles away. And I don't know if that's going to include sidewalks, bike lanes, streetlights, but I can tell you it will do nothing to include sidewalks, bike lanes, and streetlights on Harrisburg itself for that 3-mile stretch from Albemarle out to 485. And from the standpoint of whether or not this makes sense within our greater goals of the comprehensive plan, unless, we're okay with people literally taking their lives into their own hands to cross across Harrisburg Road to get to 5 storefronts, a Wendy's, and a gas station, and only be able to use public transit in peak AM or PM hours Monday through Friday, right? So if you don't work a regular job, well, then that's not going to help you. Certainly isn't probably going to go as far as we would want from the standpoint of other amenities like recreational outlets. You're going to have to drive. So that's just, my 2 cents right there to answer the question.
So as a follow-up, being that we don't have the information as far as what units are available, I'm curious as to what's included in those development petitions as far as what contribution they're going to have. Because I'm wondering if we're, to your point, if we're looking at the existing and the entitlement and the proposed zoning, and I know that Councilmember Johnson and I at least have said this for quite some time, that if we're only looking at what is without considering the cumulative impact, we may be doing traffic impact studies on the same street that actually has a completely different future state. So that's information I would like to see in so much as we're able to get a deferral. That would be something I would like to understand a lot better.
Yeah, we've been saying that for every year that I've been on council. It's frustrating. Okay, I have Mr. Phipps, and then we're going to have to wrap this up. Go ahead, Mr. Phipps.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I traveled that stretch of road, I guess Harrisburg Road, Pence Road, on my way to the that recycling center over there. And I do see that there's quite a bit of subdivision development there. But I would submit, but for that development, there would be no sidewalks along Harrisburg Road. That I think the development community, with each development, it comes with a considerable amount of infrastructure. So I hear my colleague basically saying that he doesn't support this petition right now because of a lack of infrastructure, which essentially means that you're asking for a moratorium then until we get the infrastructure. So I don't know that we can really count on one singular development to solve all the infrastructure problems that we have. But I would challenge my colleagues to travel that stretch of road, and you will see, I mean, I don't know, maybe a couple of 3 miles worth of sidewalk there. And as we discussed in our budget workshop, I think the city has a goal of the city funding at least 10 miles of sidewalk each year. And I know that, I guess, Ms. Babson's group is looking into the prospect or trying to determine how much actual developers contribute to our infrastructure apportionment with their development as we are a growing city. So I'm not going to support the deferral because I really don't think that it's, I think you realize that it's not going to accomplish what we want to accomplish in this. So, and I really do think that this particular project, and I'm familiar with roundabouts, having seen the installation of several roundabouts in the Highland Creek Prosperity Village area, whereas before that area was like inundated with traffic concerns. There was some apprehension about use of those roundabouts. They've since, they've since gravitated, and they're used to, they've learned how to navigate those roundabouts. So I don't know, that particular accident you were talking about, I don't know if that was a result of some sort of, operator error in trying to navigate those roundabouts, but roundabouts have been proven to be a reliable and safe mode and a more efficient mode of circular traffic flow than maybe some of these intersections where signalization is concerned. So those are my comments, and I would look forward to my colleagues supporting this petition and letting it move forward. Thank you.
Okay, has everybody spoken once that wanted to? Ms. Ajmira has a comment. I would like to keep it quick, though, because this is really the conversations that should be happening at a hearing, frankly, and we have a whole month between hearings and decisions. It's really what we're trying to get away from, is having this kind of conversation at the final hour, and especially what happened today. As of this morning, the neighborhood, the Fenco community, we had information that they supported it, and all of a sudden, I don't know why they flipped on that. I appreciate that the petitioner added the willingness to put a signalized crosswalk in, but we really need to get this stuff resolved before the night of the vote. Ms. Ajmira, do you still have a question or a comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to, I just wanted to give a clarifying fact here. So Fenco was never on board.
We got an email that they were.
Yeah, that was petitioner said that, but we never got a letter from Fenco. So I just want to put that out there. It was the petitioner who said that neighborhood was on board. When I reached out to neighborhood, they made their decision recently. So I just want to make sure that what you might hear from petitioner may not be accurate all the time. Thanks.
I'm going to just fact check that.
There's a message from Fenco.
Yeah, we got a copy of the letter. So, I mean, I'm not, I will support it, but I don't think I'm going to, the deferral, but I'm not going to change my mind on it, frankly, because I think Mr. Phipps said exactly how I feel, that there are some concerns here about infrastructure, but you could talk about every single project we have in this city and express that same concern. We would love to have the sidewalks built first and the lights, but if it takes 25 years to get through all of our sidewalks, we can't put a hold on all of development before that's done. So I don't know. I mean, I'd love, if the deferral passes, I'd like more information from staff as to whether or not this accelerates the plans for infrastructure in that area, if it's tied to the amount of development in the area or not. But with that, we'll go ahead and take a vote on the deferral. We do have a motion to defer, so I'll go with Mr. Eggleston.
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
No.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
No.
No to deferral? No. Okay. Ms. Watlington?
Yes?
I'll be a yes. Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
No.
Mr. Winston?
No.
Mr. Bakari?
No.
And Mr. Driggs?
No.
Okay, so that was only 5 yeses, so that motion fails. And so with that, we'll go back to the original motion. I think I had a motion. So the motion would be to adopt the zoning committee statement of consistency as it appears in our agenda, and the screen is the council's own, and approve or deny the petition. And I had a motion. So Mr. Eggleston. I'm sorry.
Mayor Pro Tem, could we comment on this motion, please?
Sure. Mr. Winston and then Mr. Driggs. Oh, Mr. Newton and then Mr. Driggs. Mr. Driggs and then Mr. Newton. Go ahead, Mr. Driggs.
So now that we are going to vote on it, colleagues, I just want you to understand what it would mean if the council actually turned this down at this point. And I want to remind you that last month, by a vote of 10-1, the council approved a development in my district on an overcrowded road, nowhere near public transportation, a density of 17 units per acre. It's just a fact of life that we have to make a lot of difficult decisions. We cannot do things, as much as we would like to, that are responsive to all of the concerns of the neighbors. And we are working in a constrained environment. You've heard the conversations in our budget committee about what the backlog is of infrastructure projects. I can tell you, I know for sure that Ardrey Kell, on which that development took place, is not going to see any improvement by NCDOT for 15 years. In fact, these things generally work out. I've heard this conversation about traffic going back 8 years, and there are many situations where, yes, the traffic was worse than before, but we're no Atlanta by any stretch. So I just hope that as a group, we can do the right thing tonight and approve this, and absolutely do not disagree with Mr. Newton. The gravity of the problems that he highlights are real. We're doing what we can in our 2040 plan, in our UDO, and so on to address them, but it would simply be wrong to turn this down tonight. It's got too many things that are in line with what we want, and I'm just concerned that we also not identify ourselves as being completely irrational and unpredictable to developers, because job creation and economic growth depend on this being an environment in which people want to do business. So I appreciate your attention to those things and look forward to the vote.
Thank you, Mr. Driggs. And go ahead, Mr. Newton, but we've got quite a number of decisions to still get to before the 5:30 hearings start.
I'll do my best to keep it brief, but I can't make any promises on that because there's a lot going on here that I think should be addressed and at the very least should be lifted up and mentioned. I know this area very well, and understanding its current and future challenges, I believe that the approval of this petition would be a mistake, and that's why my conscience compels me to not support it. I wanted to address two notions or two things preliminarily. First, the notion that the lack of infrastructure in the FinCo area is a broader issue that can't or possibly shouldn't be addressed by denying a single petition. The infrastructure issues here only exist because we keep approving these petitions. It's quite the contrary. We look at this, I think, from a backward perspective. At some point, I feel like we have to acknowledge that the way we combat the infrastructure issues in areas like FinCo that are far away from all of the other amenities that our city provides, the way we do that in lieu of infrastructure improvements, which are, as Brandon had mentioned, neither planned, let alone funded for this area, is to stop approving everything that comes in front of us, particularly when it's higher density than is already allowed by right. The second point here to address the notion that only commercial growth, and I've heard this, only commercial growth in an area lacking it, such as here in FinCo in this particular area, will happen if we approve more residential at higher densities. That simply is not the case here because residential is already coming in and we know that. If anything, what we need to be doing is preserving areas for those other amenities that are lacking to be able to provide for the multitude of residents who have yet to live here. A multitude, once again, that despite this petition is already coming. A few points here, so I just wanted to address that up front, but I also wanted to underscore just a few more points.
Okay, Mr. If you've had these comments, though, I think we all have them, and I really do appreciate that you.
The public watching hasn't heard this. And I think it's really, really important that people understand the decision we are making tonight, irrespective of all the, kind of the emails we've had, the discussions we've had behind the scenes. I'm asking for full transparency for the sake of the public here. And that's why I just wanted to, and I'll make it quick as I possibly can, just run through a couple of more points here. The first is that this is a dangerous roundabout. Maybe roundabouts in and of themselves are not inherently dangerous, but when you place it right beside an interstate where there's a gas station where people continually come off that interstate, not understanding or even expecting the roundabout to be there, they do routinely run through the yield sign there. I've seen it. I come down and I stop. I don't even yield. I stop because I expect people to not respect the yield. And that's what you have to do in this area. And we already have upwards of 298 units going in right now, and we're talking about a project on the opposite side of the street that is isolated that is going to be bringing in well over 295 more units and feeding it into that dangerous roundabout. From the standpoint of the crosswalk, it's great that we're now at a point where the petitioner is willing to move forward with a signal crosswalk, something that I think would only make sense if you were to put a crosswalk there, but that's pending approvals that we have no way of knowing will occur. And frankly, we have heard this time and time again in the FinCo area that there will be things like sidewalks. We talk a lot about sidewalks. We don't talk about the streetlights. There aren't even streetlights there. So we hear a lot about, oh, yeah, this is in the works, we're planning it, we're talking about it, and it never happens. This, in my estimation, is going to be another one of those check marks or another one of those items on the list of things that the folks in the FinCo area have been told will happen, but unfortunately doesn't, because it's frankly out of all of our control. And to assume it, I think, once again, is a mistake. People in that regard will likely be risking their lives to get from this isolated position across the street to that limited retail. As I was mentioning before, and I think maybe underscoring that point, this is completely car-centric. We shouldn't expect people to have to go through that burden of crossing the street or expect that the only retail and jobs that they're going to be provided are 5 storefronts, a Wendy's, and a gas station. Understanding that, people are going to have to drive. They're either going to have to drive miles away for any of those amenities, or I guess just stay, right, and not have the benefit of what the rest of the city has. This development also only has 1.6 parking spaces per unit, even though there are 3 bedrooms and there are multiple townhomes going in. As I've said before, the highest and best use of this land is commercial, because the jobs and the commercial and retail do not exist in this area. To continue to support developments like this underscore the fact that we are cumulatively creating a larger problem that at some point down the road will have to be addressed by this council, and we're kicking the can. I can't in good conscience support that. So I will be voting no, of course, to this petition. Thank you for the opportunity to say those words.
Absolutely, and I'll just emphasize that to the public who's listening, normally this would be conversation we'd have in the hearing. The petitioner would have the opportunity to have a rebuttal. And that's not happening, so that's why it's uncomfortable to do this on the night of a decision. I will also say, to Ms. Ajmira's point, that we did receive a copy of a letter from the chair of FENCO dated March 3rd that said, "Received, thank you." This was to the petitioner. "I signed up too late to speak virtually at the council meeting. FENCO is not opposed is not opposing the build for your FYI. As a matter of fact, we were going to comment that we appreciate the partnership and considerations we presented. Let us know how we can be of assistance as you prepare and build." So with that, the difficulty of this late 12th hour conversation is that the deferral failed, and so we either approve this with the information we had, or it is denied and the petitioner is not allowed to come back for 2 years. And so we just need to keep all of that information, including the information that Mr. Newton shared with us, in mind, but we'll go ahead and take a vote. Okay, I think everybody's been around once, though. Oh, Ms.
Yeah.
Johnson, you have not. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a comment to make, and I don't think we should rush.
Ms. Johnson is up next, Ms. Ajmira.
Okay.
Thank you. I was just going to say that Mr. Driggs said, how can developers know or expect, what to anticipate from council, or what's the common denominator? I think that the district representative has been consistent in his opposition to this development. So I think that that's one clue, the working with a district representative. Also, if we heard from the community, if they've changed their mind, I certainly think that's appropriate. And I think the discussion on council at any time, these petitions, although we see 40 or 50 per night, each single petition impacts the neighborhoods greatly. So I don't think we should rush through the process either. And then the last thing I want to say is, we keep saying the impact on infrastructure. One of the ways that we could really make an impact on this is to look at traffic impact studies from a cumulative perspective. We've each said it. Mayor Pro Tem, you said you've been talking about it for years. I mean, is it our decision to change that policy? And if we were getting more traffic impact studies, and developers were required to make more improvement to the traffic mitigation and to the infrastructure, then we might not be having so many problems. So I know I've asked for a cumulative count. Ms. Watlington talked about it tonight. Mr. Newton talked about it tonight. I think it's proposed in one of the plans, the 2040 or UDO, but that might be a policy that we need to pull out and implement sooner than later. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense with our explosive growth that we are not looking at development on a cumulative basis. And what that means, for anyone that doesn't know, it takes 2,500 units to trigger a traffic study. But you can have a development with 2,499 in one area and then 2,499 right next to it. And neither of those would have triggered a traffic study. Meanwhile, the neighborhoods are impacted. So I think that that's something, instead of us talking about it and saying, whoa, it's me, I wish it was a different way, that we act as a council and change the policies because our neighbors and our residents are being impacted negatively. That's all I'll say about that.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. And I do agree that that's an important conversation for another time. Ms. Ajmira?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. I have a couple of comments. We should not rush into a decision here. When we had Ballantyne rezoning with CMS, we took almost an hour going through. That was not hearing, that was the decision. Everyone commented on it. I don't think, and every part of our city deserves the same amount of time and respect. When it comes to petitioner was given an opportunity to defer. I had specifically asked petitioner's attorney, Mr. Keith McVeigh, to defer this because neighborhoods needed more time to address the concerns. So they were given an opportunity. So to say that, oh, this will be delayed for 2 years, there will be strings attached to this site for 2 years. Well, they did take that risk. They knew it, that council was not on board unanimously, and they were given an opportunity. So I just want to highlight that. And third item is clearly neighborhood sent a letter that they are against it. So I would like, this is just to provide enough time to neighborhoods and to work with community. We need to defer it, and the deferral motion was failed that I had made. So I would go ahead and deny this because petitioner knew it ahead of time that he did not have my support. Thank you.
Mr. Eggleston?
I mean, I agree with Councilwoman Ajmira's attempt to defer it. I agree that there are times where these things need to be ironed out at the last minute due to there being no other possible course of action. But the frequency with which we bring these things forward and have to spend an hour talking about things that we could have talked about in advance is maddening. And I frankly don't think our unwillingness to defer the petition a month should penalize the petitioner for 2 years. But it's also not an effective way to deny a petition to have complete change of heart coming forward to us hours before a vote when staff has said this is appropriate and our zoning committee has voted unanimously that it's appropriate. And so while I still wish we had allowed for one more month to try to come into this meeting knowing what the hell we were talking about, at this point, I'm inclined to support the petition simply because I don't think this is how you go about denying a petition. So I wish we'd have deferred, but I'll be a yes now reluctantly.
Okay, with that, I see a white screen. That means we're done with the questions.
I have my hand up.
Oh, who is that?
Tart.
Okay, I'm sorry, I couldn't see you, Mr. Graham. Go ahead. Or Mr. Bakari?
I'll be after after Bakari. I think he was first.
I'm sorry, I couldn't see you. Maybe if they could expand the screen. Go ahead, Mr. Bakari.
Yeah, thanks. I'll be brief. A deferral or a denial don't make any sense here because infrastructure is our responsibility as a municipal government. And we consistently deprioritize that amongst other things. That infrastructure is needed in every single part of this town. So long story short, unless we're prepared to put a moratorium on all new development, then we need to stop bringing up, infrastructure as a reason not to approve petitions like this. And that's like 90% of the time we talk about what we ultimately need, which is to make this the big investment on our side. So that's on us, really. And there's no reason, unless we're going to do it across the entire city and hit the pause button, that we keep bringing it up every single month in zoning meetings.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bakari. Mr. Graham?
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Again, I'm a little frustrated too, simply because, Monday night is decision night. That's when we vote. And I got a phone call late this afternoon in reference to this, after, weeks of kind of going back and forth with the developer and kind of listening from the community, based on being an outsider looking in, i.e., not my district. I think it's important that we're consistent throughout the city in the decisions that we make to, I think Ed has a point there. But Greg is right as well, though. A lot of the infrastructure that's over there is simply because of developments that's occurring. And I'm not sure it's hard, which is first the chicken or the egg, right? But certainly when staff has looked at this and the zoning committee has made a recommendation and it comes before us for a vote, and we get a last minute request, it makes it really tough for council and everyone involved. And so reluctantly, I'll vote yes as well.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. Okay, I think we're ready to go ahead and take a vote. So we have, Mr. Newton?
And I will make it quick. I just wanted to comment on the difference between our hearings and our decisions. As Councilwoman Ajmir had mentioned a moment ago, we have had long discussions when it comes to other decisions that we've made. And I think the reason why we do that is because the hearings are meant for us to gather information, for us to ask questions, not necessarily to draw conclusions. The decisions are when we draw our conclusions. And that's what we're doing right now. Sometimes that takes a little bit longer, right? But I do think it's appropriate to have this type of conversation when we make our decisions. And I also wanted to mention that there is a difference between Harrisburg Road and North Tryon. There are lots of amenities, and not to say that North Tryon doesn't need infrastructure improvements or maintenance, but there are already pre-existing amenities there. As our city continues to grow outward towards our boundaries and then go beyond those boundaries,
I'd like to call the question. Mr. Newton, please. You've made your
that
case.
infrastructure does not
I'd like
exist.
to call the question.
That infrastructure does not exist, so there is a difference depending upon location.
Okay.
Colleagues, please note,
Thank
he is
you.
holding us hostage.
Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead.
Go ahead, just
We're
you in
gonna
your
go
head.
ahead and
An
take a
head in your
vote.
head.
All right, please, let's go ahead and take a vote. Mr. Eggleston, this is to, let me just read the statement. This is to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our own and on the screen as the council's own, and approve the petition as the motion, whoever made it a couple hours ago. Not sure. Mr. Eggleston.
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
Third, Mr. Eggleston.
Yes.
Mr. Graham.
Yes.
Ms. Johnson.
No.
Mr. Newton.
No.
Ms. Watlington.
No.
I'm a yes. Ms. Ajmira.
No.
Mr. Phipps.
Yes.
Mr. Winston.
Yes.
Mr. Bakari.
Yes.
Mr. Driggs.
Yes.
Okay, so that passes with 7 votes. Okay. On to item number 2. No, I'm kidding. On to item number 18. Item number 18 is petition 2021-178 by SDP Acquisitions 1 LLC, approximately 15.97 acres, located on the west side of Statesville Avenue, north of Atondo Avenue, and east of Interstate 77. That's District 1, Mr. Eggleston's district. Current zoning is R22 multifamily, conditional, and light industrial. And the proposed zoning is R22 multifamily, conditional, and R22 multifamily residential, conditional site plan amendment. The zoning committee recommends 6-0 to approve this petition. Staff recommends approval of the petition. We did have changes after the zoning committee. Bear with me a second.
But Mayor Pro Tem, the number that's up on the screen is not the same number as the petition in our agenda.
Did I skip
Yeah,
one?
no, the slide is incorrect. It should just say 178.
It should be 178, yeah, item number 18. Right, okay. And the petition was to establish a residential community with up to 300 multifamily apartments. The following changes were made after the zoning committee's recommendation. A conditional note that states the petitioner shall reserve an area for a minimum of 12. No, the suspense is killing you. 12-foot wide multi-use path connecting to Whittington Street to Julia Avenue as generally depicted on the rezoning plan to be dedicated to Mecklenburg County upon request for a future greenway trail. The staff believes that the change is minor and does not warrant additional review by the zoning committee. Do I have a motion on whether or not the changes are significant enough to send back?
Motion to not send back.
Second.
Okay. All right, so may I have a vote to not send back to the zoning committee? Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari? Mr. Bakari there? And Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Okay, now may I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agendas and this on the screen as the council's own and approve or deny the petition?
Motion to adopt and approve with no comment.
Second, Driggs.
Any comments? Okay. Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Okay, that passes. Item number 19. Petition number 2021-181 by Evolve Acquisitions LLC, approximately 17.83 acres, located on the east side of North Lake Central Parkway, north side of North Lake Mall Drive, and south side of Interstate 485. This is District 2, Mr. Graham's district. It's currently zoned business park and R3 single-family residential, and the proposed zoning is UR2 urban residential conditional. The zoning committee voted 6-0 to recommend approval, and the staff also recommends approval. May I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agenda and the screen as the council's own, and approve or deny the petition?
So move.
To approve?
Yes.
Second.
Second, Driggs.
Okay. Mr. Winston? Oh, I'm sorry, comments? Okay. Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
And Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Item number 20 was deferred. So we'll go to item number 21. Petition 2021-189 by Bentley Pham, approximately .52 acres located at the southeast intersection of Tuckasegee Road and Timberbrook Drive, north of Interstate 85 in Ms. Watlington's district, Council District 3, currently zoned R4 single-family residential, and the proposed zoning is R22 multifamily residential. The zoning committee voted 6-0 to approve recommendation of this petition, and the staff also recommends approval of the petition. So may I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agendas and the screen is the council's own, and approve or deny the petition?
Move to adopt and approve.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Eggleston,
Yes.
Mr. Graham,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Newton,
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? Yes. I'm a yes. Ms. Edgemira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
And Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Okay. Item number 22. 2021-199 by Bentley Pham, approximately .35 acres located on the west side of Glenwood Drive, north of Tuckasegee Road and south of Interstate 85, Council District 3, Ms. Watlington's district. Currently, it's zoned R5 airport noise overlay, and the proposed, R5 residential. The proposed zoning is R8 multifamily residential airport noise overlay. The zoning committee voted 6-0 to approve, recommended to approve this petition, and the staff recommends approval of this petition. So may I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agendas and the screen as the council zone, and approve or deny the petition?
Motion to adopt and approve.
Second.
Okay. Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Edgemira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
And Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Item number 23, 2021-193 by Forklift Pro, approximately 17.38 acres located off of Graham Park Drive, north of South Tryon Street, south of Westinghouse Boulevard in District 3, Ms. Watlington's district. Currently zoned I-1 light industrial conditional, and the proposed zoning is I-2 general industrial conditional. The zoning committee voted 6-0 to recommend approval, and the staff also recommends approval of this petition. May I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agendas and on screen as the council zone, and approve or deny the petition?
Motion to adopt and approve.
I have a second?
Second, Briggs?
Okay. Mr. Eggleston. Before that, Mr. Winston has a comment?
I'm
Question?
sorry, I was literally just flipping through the papers and I saw X on there. I was wondering if staff had any input on why this was deemed not a fiscally responsible petition, and in terms of it's not alignment with capital investments that adopt growth strategy to ensure benefit of public and private sector investments and limit the public costs of.
It should be an NA rather than an X.
What's that?
It should just be not applicable rather than an X. That's just an
Okay.
oversight on our part, yeah.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Winston?
Yes. Yeah.
I know. Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Edgemira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
I know Mr. Winston, Mr. Bakari,
Yes.
and Mr. Driggs.
Yes.
Thank you. Item number 24 is petition number 2021-194 by Four Store LLC, approximately 1.24 acres located on the east side of East W.T. Harris Boulevard, north of Albemarle Road and west of Lawyers Road, Council District 5, Mr. Newton's district. Currently zoned O1 office and B2 general business. The proposed zoning was mixed-use development optional. The zoning committee voted 6-0 to recommend approval of this petition, and staff recommends approval of this petition. May I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agenda and on the screen as the council zone, and approve or deny the petition?
Motion to adopt and approve.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Eggleston.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Newton has a comment.
I had a quick comment, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. So I received a a phone call from an adjoining property owner on my way in this evening for our meeting regarding their desire to have this petition deferred. I just wanted to comment on that, and I don't know if anyone else had also spoken with that adjoining property owner. And I had told the individual I spoke to that I would be in contact with the petitioner who has worked for many months to put this petition together. And it was conveyed to me by that petitioner that deferring this would place a burden upon them. And I just wanted to mention that in case that person that I spoke to earlier is watching, to let them know the difficult position I'm in. I do respect their opinion. I want to see adjoining property owners get along. At the same time, I just feel like it would be unfair to this petitioner to move forward on a deferral, and it puts me in a tough spot with the late notice.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Newton. So we'll go back to the vote. Mr. Eggleston was a yes. Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Ejmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
And Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Okay, item number 25. Petition 2021-200 by Trade Street Townhomes LLC, approximately 3.2 acres located on the east side of Wildwood Avenue, north of South Hoskins Road and west of Roslyn's Ferry Road in District 2, Mr. Graham's district. Currently it's zoned R5 single-family residential. Proposed zoning is R8 multifamily conditional. And the zoning committee voted 5-1 to recommend approval of this petition. Staff recommends approval of this petition. So may I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agenda and the screens as the council's own, and approve or deny the petition?
So move with a comment later.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Winston gave me a call and wanted me to take another look at this petition, and I reviewed my notes. It's literally 3 acres in the middle of an existing neighborhood. Certainly, the commissioner, chairwoman of the planning commission, had a minority opinion on this as well, in reference to connectivity issues, et cetera. But it's something that I did look at again, Mr. Winston. Actually, I went to the site. I was not familiar with the number when you called earlier, and visited the site. It's not perfect in terms of a zoning request, but it does fit in with the approval of the planning commission as well as the staff. For an issue like this, I thought there would be a lot more neighborhood concerns based on the locality of the project, and there were nothing notable based on the neighborhood meetings and my records, and so I'm going to vote to approve it.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. Mr. Winston?
I just would like to ask staff, Mr. Patton, in terms of how it lines up with our Charlotte Future 2040 comprehensive plan goals, is this what's in our packets still accurate?
Yeah, we discussed a little bit earlier about goal number 5 and goal number 7 showing is not applicable. I think if we went back and reviewed this, I would actually mark that as not meeting the goal rather than not being applicable. So 5 and 7, I would say we could mark with an X rather than a not with an NA that's shown now in the packets. So I would say goals 5 and 7 would actually be not met as a part of this, particularly goal 7 with the loss of tree canopy that would result with this project. That certainly should be an X rather than an NA. And NA is really if there wasn't tree canopy there and we weren't losing much and we might be getting minimal back, you could mark that as maybe not applicable. But in this case, I think both of those would likely be an X in another review of that.
Thank you. So colleagues and the public, well, for the public, what I'm referring to is when we adopted the comprehensive 2040 plan, that was policy. And we don't have the regulatory vehicles yet that guide our land use decisions, but what staff has started to do has started to measure our potential land use decisions to those 10 goals. Even before Mr. Pettin made that comment, it did not meet, this petition did not meet 3 of our 10 goals. So our goal of a 10-minute neighborhood, our goal for housing access for all, our goal of retaining our identity and charm. What he has just said now is that this petition, he would add 2 more X's. To goal number 5, safe and equitable mobility, actually a third X. Would not meet the goals for goal 6 for healthy, safe, and active communities. Goal 7, integrated natural and built environments. So what you see is that this does not meet 60% of our policy goals that is stated in our adopted comprehensive 2040 plan. It does meet 1 goal for neighborhood diversity and inclusion, which is, i.e., there's some affordable housing in here, but we know that we don't want to be trapped by the guise of building affordable housing just to build it and build it bad and make conditions worse. Basically what this is a petition that we have created policy to guide us from making poor decisions, from putting affordable housing and development, period, in bad situations. This creates a cul-de-sac in the middle of a neighborhood. It cuts communities off. It makes people that live in affordable housing more cut off from services and amenities in that neighborhood. I don't think this is an appropriate land use decision. The status quo is better than what is being proposed. However, again, since this information was given at the last minute, perhaps, I would make a substitute motion to defer this petition, to give the petitioner a chance to recalibrate, see if he can come back and come back with a petition and a land use decision that is more in line with the council's adopted policy. I think if we make this land use decision, it will be counteractive to our stated policy goals. So again, I make that motion to defer this petition.
Second. Okay, we have a motion on the floor to defer this petition by Mr. Winston, seconded by Ms. Watlington. So we'll go ahead and ask for a vote on deferral unless there's other comments.
I would simply ask the district rep to share his opinion on the deferral before we vote.
I'm voting yes.
Oh, okay. Well, then we'll go ahead and take a roll call. Mr. Eggleston for deferral.
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
I'll be a yes. Ms. Sajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
No.
And Mr. Driggs?
No.
Okay, that does pass with 9 yeses, so that will be deferred till April 18th? Is that right? Okay, automatically. Okay, then the next, Mr. Phipps?
Yeah. I mean, I look at these schedules in the back too, in terms of how this petitions meet our purported goals for the 2040 plan. And some of them give me heartburn, because even now with the decisions that we're about to, the hearings that we're about to undertake, we have several hundred units of housing that's going to be debated and such. And, one of the goals was on this schedule is whether or not you have housing access for all. In a lot of instances, I don't know that any of these hearings that we're about to undertake has, all of them are market rate or whatever. So I don't know I mean, I know this is a guide. I mean, is this meant right now to be a policy, or is this what we are moving towards? Because my understanding is that we still have elements of this 2040 plan that's still in process. So to try to make it something that's enforceable to the extent that we are, I'm wondering how appropriate is that? So that's my comment on it.
Dave, do you want to take that?
Yeah, I didn't know if it was a comment or question. If a question, I think it's applicable to use them in evaluating, the land use decisions that are made and applying them. I think where the gap lies is how they're applied more on the regulatory scale from development standards and requirements for projects and how they'd be designed. But as far as policy and how a project aligns with implementation of those, I think it does have some merit to look at those and weigh them, against what the petition is bringing to the table, because those are adopted policies, and we can use them in evaluating our land use decisions. But, I think we still have more tools that'll be implemented for us, over the next few months, with hopefully the adoption of the policy map next week and the effective date for that, and then, of course, the UDO. But I think in this interim step, those checklists were intended to be that kind of additional guide to say, how are we stacking up against the goals of the comp plan, and where we see gaps, how can we address a project to try and close those? So I think it's more than reasonable to take a look at those goals and the check marks and X's that we provide and use them for guidance in this decision-making process.
Mayor Pro Tem, can I just make a comment?
Sure. Go ahead, Mr. Bakari.
Yeah, I just say, and the reason I voted no on that is not to say that maybe there isn't better things that could have been done in that petition, but we spent the better part of a year fighting and arguing and debating over the document that now we're looking at. And those were the exact things we said, which were, we don't necessarily know that these are actually going to work when the rubber meets the road. If we start saying, well, this can't work today because it doesn't meet the need of community benefit agreements, we don't know how those work, right? So the reason why we started putting those checks in here wasn't to see the quality of the current petitions in relation to the comp plan. It was for us to start seeing real examples of which maybe the comp plan didn't make a ton of sense. So I think it is very bad precedent for us to start using that as a reason that we send things back or decline things, when literally the whole premise around it is we don't know exactly how a lot of that stuff is ultimately going to work until we get through the UDO.
Thank you, Mr. Bakari. And I think they're all valid points. We haven't really had this come up before, where we're really basing it on this, but I do think there's going to be times when we look at something like, and I appreciate you bringing this up, Mr. Winston, because there really is only one check mark that says, yes, it does tie into this, but I think we all feel like when we're talking about affordable housing, we've stated a value that we want to make sure we're not approving affordable housing at the expense of people's health and well-being. Especially for people that have been, we've built affordable housing in industrial areas or where air quality is bad or near a highway. So sometimes I think there's going to be more weight given to these than others when it really pertains to the reason we're building in the first place. It's not perfect. It's an art form right now, a little bit, but I do appreciate you bringing this up, and we do have the votes to defer it, so hopefully the developer can go back and take a look at it. I see Mr. Graham has a comment.
Yeah, just one final comment, and I think Mr. Bakari and Greg are right, both of them, and that's the conversation I wanted to have with my colleagues as well as staff in terms of, okay, when does the rules apply, right? And I think that's a conversation that we need to have off camera to make sure that as we move forward, that we're consistent in the scoring, right? And we all know which standards that we're using. And so that's why I voted for the deferral. I think it's a fair debate, something that I would love to get more information from Dave and talk to Bakari and Greg and certainly Councilmember Winston in interim until next month. But I think that's a discussion we all need to have to make sure that we're all looking at these things the same way.
Okay, Ms. Watlington, thank you.
Yep. I'm also very interested in that discussion because as I understand it, to staff's point, when we voted this into policy, it became policy, right? So I would hope that, particularly for those who voted for the elements of the plan, that we're able to draw a line in the sand and say, if this is what we voted into policy, this is what we're expecting going forward. And certainly, to your point, from a regulatory standpoint, we're not in the weeds yet, but I think we established the values, and we're doing an awful lot of work to get the regulations to match the values. So if we're saying anything other than we're going to align to our adopted policy, I think that we need to really consider what's in the policy if we don't feel like we can own up to it. So I look forward to those discussions as well.
Thank you. Okay, we've already voted, so we'll go ahead and move on to number 26. 26 is 2021-203 by Land Growth LLC, approximately 2.8 acres located on the north and south side of Crown Point Executive Drive, west of Independence Boulevard, and south of Sardis Road. District 6, that's Mr. Bakari's district. It's currently zoned B2 General Business Conditional and Distributive Business. And the proposal is for B2 General Business and Light Industrial. The zoning committee voted 6-0 to recommend approval of the petition, and the staff also recommends approval. May I
Move to
have-
adopt and approve.
Second.
I think I have to read the whole thing. You can't see Terry, but she said yes. To adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agendas and the screen, is the council's own and approve or deny the petition. I have Mr. Bakari and Mr. Driggs. Okay, so Mr. Eggleston,
Yes.
Mr. Graham,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Newton,
Yes.
Ms. Watlington,
Yes?
I'm a yes, Ms. Ajmira,
Yes.
Mr. Phipps,
Yes.
Mr. Winston.
Yes.
Mr. Bakari,
Yes.
and Mr. Driggs.
Yes.
That motion carries. All right, our last decision for the evening is item number 27, petition 2021-205 by City of Charlotte Aviation, approximately 5.7 acres located on the north side of Denver Avenue, west of Allegheny Street, and south of Scott Futrell Drive. Council District 3, Ms. Watlington's district, currently zoned distributive business airport noise overlay and R22 multifamily residential airport noise overlay. And the proposed zoning is light industrial airport noise overlay. The zoning committee voted 6-0 to recommend approval of the petition, and the staff also recommends approval. May I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agendas and the screen as the council's own, and approve or deny the petition?
Move to adopt and approve.
Second.
Okay. Mr. Eggleston,
Yes.
Mr. Graham,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Newton,
Yes.
Ms. Watlington. I'm a yes. Ms. Ajmira,
Yes.
Mr. Phipps,
Yes.
Mr. Winston.
Yes.
Mr. Bakari,
Yes.
and Mr. Driggs.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. That does it for our decisions. Not our hearings, that might have been a Freudian slip, but. With that, we will go ahead and move on to our petitions for hearings. The very first one, item 28, has been deferred. So we will move on to, hang on, let me get my. Item number 29. Petition number 2021-103 by Providence Group Capital LLC, approximately 2.25 acres located on the north side of Blair Hill Road, north of Clanton Road, and west of South Tryon in District 3, Ms. Watlington's district. And it is currently zoned light industrial. Proposed zoning is transit-oriented development, urban city center conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition. We have two people speaking in favor who will speak after Mr. Pettin's presentation, Mr. McVeigh and James Cole.
All right, thank you. 2021-103 is 2.25 acres on Clanton Road and South Tryon. The zoning is I-1. The proposed zoning is TODUC with some site conditions being proposed. The adopted future land uses from the Scaly Bark Transit Station Area Plan, and that recommends office and industrial warehouse distribution, mainly based off a lot of the existing zoning and land uses that are out there. You may remember this one. We had a hearing on this item not too long ago. Staff had some concerns about just general TODUC, given the building height requirements up to 300 feet. So staff and the petitioner worked together to come to a proposal for just one site condition that would be approved should this rezoning get approved by council, and that would be to cap the building height at 225 feet. That would be less than the 300 feet TODUC by right would allow. Staff is comfortable with that and does support the petition at this point. And sorry, I had some background noise there.
We need everyone to mute, please.
Yeah, but again, staff does recommend approval of this petition, and so while it is conditional, it's just that one site condition that would cap the building height at 225 feet. We'll be happy to take any questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. McVeigh.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Islet. Thank you, council members. Keith McVeigh with Moore Van Allen, assisting Providence Group Capital. As you mentioned, James Cole with the Providence Group Capital is online and available to answer questions. Next slide. I think Dave has covered the site very well. Zoned I-1, we have modified the petition from what we originally presented in October to a TOD urban center conditional, which will limit the allowed building height to 225 feet. All the other provisions of the TOD district will be adhered to and complied with. As Dave mentioned, currently used for commercial uses next to the Station 43, and it is an area that's transitioning from these older auto-oriented uses to transit-oriented development. Next slide, please. Just gives you an idea of the little station location recommendations. It is within a half mile of Scaly Bark in a corridor. Next slide, please. The marketplace has shown that transit-supported development south of New Bern is now very viable. There's been a number of rezonings in this area. Since we originally filed this petition, I think the council has actually approved at least 2 or 3 other TOD rezonings in the immediate area. So transit surrounding area is an excellent location for transit-supported development. Next slide, please. We did convert it to a conditional plan. We are limiting height to 225 feet. Will allow the continued growth of transit-supportive uses in the area while also creating a more appropriate transition by limiting the height to 225 feet. We're happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. McVeigh. And Mr. Cole is not speaking at this.
If you have questions, he's happy to answer your
Got
questions.
it. Okay, we have questions. Mr. Winston?
Just grateful to the petitioner and staff and the district rep for putting in work on this. You know, at one point in time, staff was opposed to this rezoning for the right reasons, for good reasons. So I'm grateful for the work that was put in here. Look forward to voting on this. So motion to close the public hearing.
Okay, to close the public hearing, sorry. Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton will be online shortly. Ms. Watlington? Yes. I'm a yes. Ms. Sajmira? Ms. Sajmira? Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
And Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The next item is
Mayor
item
Pro
number...
Tem, could I ask one
sure.
item of housekeeping? The next petition, I did receive a message from the petitioner's agent. They're unable to get in and present for this item, and they were wondering if we could table it till either later into the meeting. I would suggest we maybe just move it to the last item, so that way they have time to get in and get set up to discuss and answer any questions. So if we could accommodate that, that would, I think, be appreciated on their part. But that was the only item that I just wanted to bring up on this next one.
For item number 30?
Yes,
Okay.
2021-142.
Just remind us maybe a couple petitions before so we don't
Yeah,
dash
I
out
think the cleanest thing to do, since we have a full agenda, is just move it to the last item.
Got it.
That way we don't have to jump around again.
Okay. That would take us then to item number 31. Petition 2021-150 by Tribute Companies, Inc., approximately 37.14 acres located on the southeast side of North Tryon Street, east of Interstate 485, and north of University City Boulevard. That's in the ETJ. In the County Commission's district, that's Mr. Dunlap's district, and the closest city council district is 4, Ms. Johnson's district. It's currently zoned a single-family residential R3, and the proposed zoning is for R12, multifamily residential conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation. And we have got speakers in favor who will have a total of 3 minutes after Mr. Pettin's presentation.
Thank you. 2021-150, it's just over 37 acres on North Tryon Street, just there at the Cabarrus County line. It's currently zoned R3. The proposed zoning is R12 multifamily conditional, and the adopted future land use from the Northeast Area Plan does recommend residential, single family and multifamily and office use for the site, and the density between 4 to 12 units per acre. This petition is proposing up to 380 multifamily units in 18 buildings, does provide access from North Tryon Street, and there'll be a new internal network constructed as a part of this project. Primary access from Caldwell Road Extension extending from North Tryon into Cabarrus County as well. Does provide a number of street stubs to adjacent large parcels for future interconnectivity. Buffers have been established, 50-foot buffer and reduced with a fence by 25%, as well as a stream buffer on the western property line. Does provide 12-foot multi-use path and 8-foot planting strip along North Tryon, as well as Caldwell Road Extension, and 6-foot sidewalks and 8-foot planting strips on all internal public streets. Do have some infrastructure or transportation improvements like a leftover at North Tryon Street and U-turn bulbs at Hudspeth Road. Architectural standards have been provided within the project, as well as a minimum of 0.5 acre amenity area, which would include things like a pool, clubhouse, picnic tables, benches, enhanced landscapings, et cetera, and also dedicates and conveys 1.1 acre area near the intersection of North Tryon and the proposed Caldwell Road extension to Mecklenburg County Parks and Rec for a future neighborhood park. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. Do have some outstanding issues related to transportation to work through. It is consistent with that area plan recommendation for multifamily between 4 to 12 units per acre. This comes in at about 10.25. So again, staff does recommend approval. We'll be happy to take questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pettin. We have 4 speakers in favor: Colin Brown, Brittany Linz, Mark Maynard, and Andrew Grant. Colin, take it away. Thanks.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Council Members. Colin Brown on behalf of the petitioner. Thanks, Dave, for the overview. This does remind me, Councilmember Newton was earlier in the meeting on a different item, making a distinction between that particular development and some developments along 29 in this area, plus to the Cabarrus County. I did a bad job of clipping this aerial, but if you could, this parking lot here is Charlotte Motor Speedway. So you can see this is literally on the county line, and this is a good example of some of these developments we're seeing in Mecklenburg County, where actually their traffic is probably going to Concord and Cabarrus. Concord Mills is around the corner, so this is an example where we're building some that'll be relying on other people's infrastructure. So just wanted to make that point about the location. Good overview from Dave on all the key points. I would show you just a rendering of the site that we've put together. Again, 350 units. One of the big commitments coming through this rezoning is dedication of a new street, a major street connection that will be providing another route into Cabarrus County, and a lot of things that are going on over there. We talked about the improvements, the park dedication. Something that we talk about consistently up here. Councilmember Johnson is frequently, in addition to traffic, talking about school impacts. And so did want to recognize a little bit of a link discussion here. The site we're talking about tonight has a star on it. The site outlined in blue is another development that this developer is working on, and we are working in conjunction with CMS to provide potentially a new school on that site. That'll be coming to you soon. We'll be filing this week. We did think that was relevant. New school in that area could provide some relief for the schools that serve this site. And so this development team from Tribute is working in, and we hope to bring that partnership with CMS and potentially county parks to fruition. Happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you. Do we have any Questions from council?
Motion closed.
I have a question.
Ms. Johnson?
Johnson. Thank you for the presentation, Colin. I wanted to know, has there been any comments from the community? Are you hearing anything from the community about the development?
We had a few attendees at the community meeting. I think just interested in what was going on. I'm not aware of any opposition. That doesn't mean it's not out there, but it has not been communicated to us at this time.
Thank you.
Motion to close public hearing.
Motion to close, yeah. Second.
Okay. To close the public hearing, Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Sejmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
And Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Okay, move on to item number 32. Petition 2021-151 by Lincoln Harris, approximately 3.65 acres located on the south side of Fairview Road and east side of Cameron Valley Parkway, west of Colony Road in District 6, Mr. Bakari's district. It's currently zoned mixed-use development optional, and the proposed zoning is mixed-use development optional site plan amendment. And the staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues and technical revisions related to site and building design. We have, after Mr. Pettin's presentation, we have several speakers in favor, and we have a couple of against, so you'll each get 10 minutes collectively with a 2-minute rebuttal. So go ahead, Mr. Pettin.
Thank you. 2021-151 is 3.65 acres. It's off Fairview Road, east of Cameron Valley, west of Colony Road and Phillips Place. The current zoning is MUD O, and the proposed zoning is to do a site plan amendment for that MUD optional approval that was granted for the Phillips Place project there. The South Park Small Area Plan does recommend residential office and retail mixed use. The proposal for this project would be to allow up to 250,000 square feet of office uses and up to 20,000 square feet of retail, EDE, personal service uses, or other commercial uses. We do have prohibitions on things like car washes, automobile service stations, and EDEs with accessory drive-throughs. Does propose a 1-to-1 conversion rate of the unused office space to go to a retail use, and in a 500 square foot to 1 room conversion rate for unused office space to lodging. Does request an optional provision to allow maximum building height of 250 feet. Does provide architectural standards for exterior building materials, screening for multi-level parking structures, step backs, and standards for articulation and transparency. Provides access via private streets connecting back to Fairview, and does provide transportation improvements, including extending and constructing turn lanes at Fairview Road and Colony. Provides a bus shelter on Fairview Road. Does commit to construction of the South Park Loop along the portion of Phillips Place frontage. Also constructs loop intersection improvements at Cameron Valley Drive and Fairview Road by adding accessible ramps, and commits to a minimum of 7,000 square feet forecourt or urban open space, and a minimum of 9,000 square feet of amenitized urban open space. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. Do have some outstanding issues and tech revisions related to site and building design. It is consistent with the South Park Small Area Plan recommendation for residential office and retail use, and we'll be happy to take any questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. We have got Mr. Colin Brown again, and Brittany Linz, John Harris, Melanie June, Jim Williams, Paul Fretz, all speaking in favor, and then we'll have our Mr. Rob Auerbach and Alicia Powers speaking against Ms. Powers. So go ahead, Colin.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Colin Brown on behalf of Lincoln Harris. Joining me on the line tonight, Johnny Harris is with us, as well as Jim Williams from LS3P. Good overview by Dave, just to kind of orient everyone to the site. So of course the South Park area, which the Harris family has really been a pioneer of developing this, which has been their family's land for years. And so really very, I don't know, a group more invested in the success of South Park. And as we talk about areas of the city, they're either growing or dying. And so it is important that we continue to have new investment in the South Park area, and Phillips Place is kind of a microcosm for that. You may or may not know, Phillips Place is one of the first real mixed-use developments that occurred in Charlotte, where we have cool ground floor retail with residential on top of that. We have a hotel at the end. It was a real pioneer. Mr. Harris tells the story that when they came to build this in Charlotte, the ordinance at that time did not accommodate it. So they had to work with Fred Bryant, the planning director at that time, and the staff team to develop an ordinance that would accommodate it. Phillips Place has been tremendously successful, was really a model for mixed-use development for years, but it's got some age on it. And so it is important to the Lincoln Harris team that they continue to invest in the site so this can evolve and continue to be a strong amenity for the area. As you may know, there's several things we've worked on over the years to update Phillips Place, keep it modern, a place that people want to be. One of the challenges we're facing now, many of you knew movie theaters were challenged prior to COVID. COVID was the dagger for theaters, and so what we have now is a very large user at the end of Phillips Place that needs to become something else. So the Lincoln Harris team has been working, for years to figure out what is the good fit here. We were before you a year or two ago with a rezoning to accommodate the Restoration Hardware, which I think has really revitalized and reinvigorated the area. And so this project, which is at the end of Phillips Place, Mr. Harris is calling the terminus. And so the question is now, what will happen in the Bookhead here when the theater goes away? What will that be replaced with? And so as Dave mentioned, we're still looking at the old South Park area plan, which calls for a mixture of uses here. We're also looking a little bit ahead to the 2040 plan. But as Dave mentioned, this proposal would replace the old theater. The theater would go away. A portion of that existing parking deck would remain. And a new development would consist of an office building with retail beneath. There are some speakers in opposition tonight. I think the crux of that opposition is the height of the building. The proposal that you'll see is for 250 feet, as Dave mentioned. And I'll show you again, we've overlaid an aerial on the site. So this would be what this development would look like with the theater replaced. We do have some height on it. We do think this is an appropriate location. I'll show you in a moment a map of South Park and what is around us. This is we talk about South Park, the geographic area is actually not that large. We have the mall in the middle, and then kind of everything around is on the edge, surrounded by neighborhoods. This is one of the rare parcels that abuts no single-family residential. Behind us here, there's multifamily. Here is a Duke Power substation, and then we have some townhomes beyond that, the Phillips Place apartments in this location. So we do, as we talk about growth in the area, if you look at our 2040 plan, we only have so many areas that are identified for growth, that are our development centers. South Park is one of those. So we think it's important, and we've kind of made a commitment over the years not to expand the geographic commercial area of South Park. So we said we need to limit that so it's not negatively impacting the neighborhoods. But if we limit where it can grow, if it can't grow out, the only way to grow is up. So we do need some flexibility going forward for height so that we can continue to attract quality tenants and this center can evolve. As we talked with staff, when we started this conversation, the original 2040 plan map had this site designated as a regional activity center, as well as the rest of the commercial area of South Park. That was consistent until about a month ago. I think the current draft calls it a community center, but we certainly think this area should be a regional activity center, was designated that on the first draft, and we think it is certainly appropriate. The regional activity center allows heights of up to 250 feet if bonus provisions are met. So that's kind of what we use as our benchmark. We said, okay, if this is going to be a regional activity center, which is what it was designated when we started this process, that would allow 250 feet of height. Staff says, yeah, but you'd have to have bonuses to get there. So they asked us to look at the ordinance and see what similar things, that ordinance is not in place yet, but to see what we could do to provide community benefits that would justify additional height. And so the Lincoln Harris team has done that. I think Mr. Harris has been very supportive of the loop and is committed to this site. If you remember our zoning plan, only a tiny bit of it touches Fairview Road. So of our zoning boundary here in red, this is the only Fairview Road frontage. However, and we continue working with the folks at SPAN, I think they've indicated and would indicate their top priority is bringing the loop trail to fruition. So as part of this rezoning, the Lincoln Harris team has committed to installation of the loop trail for the entirety of the Phillips Place frontage. In addition to that, the idea is that we have some things on the property that attract people to use the loop and to come to Phillips Place. So we have commitments to additional open space, amenitized areas in the forecourt, along the loop. If you drive out there, you know there's a Duke Power easement. So we can't build things in that, but it is an area where we can provide some amenities so that people using the loop have other things to do besides that. We would love them to come to Phillips Place and spend money. There would be things for them to do without having to come and use the retail establishments. As Dave mentioned, also improvements to intersections, crosswalks. So folks, as we're building density in South Park, that is the idea, that this is an area where you can live, work, and play. So giving people better and more convenient opportunities to connect with our site without having to get in the car. Also enhanced architecture, and that's important. We're talking about 250 feet of height, and somebody said, oh, that's 20 stories. In this case, I'll show you the drawing in a moment. The building is only planned to be 10 stories. However, Mr. Harris has a flourish for architecture, and that's one of the reasons we need height. This is not, when you see some of the other buildings in South Park, they max out their height and then they put a flat roof on it. I think Mr. Harris's vision for this site is to have more of a signature building. So I'll show you the renderings in a moment. You'll see a lot of that height is for kind of enhanced, and Jim Williams would be upset if I was butchering this with calling it a topper, but some architectural amenities to really provide some attractiveness. This is overlaying it on the site. Show you again the height of the structure in this location, and this being one of the areas that borders no single family zoning. There are some townhomes located in this area. We've walked it with those townhome owners. I think many of them are supportive of bringing some new things to Phillips Place and are really concerned about how we're going to get there. This is an example rendering looking over the restoration hardware. Again, new building here. Shown at about 10 stories with some architectural details on the top. Some of these floors are larger than usual to have some really exciting ground floor retail. Also some taller floor to ceiling heights on the upper levels because this would be a very premium building. This is a look, if you were interior to Phillips Place, where you're looking now, you would see the old movie theater, but this is the look of the Terminus building. And this is what I'm showing here, some of these commitments to enhanced open space. So that is something that is built into our rezoning plan. Part of the justification for a higher building height is to provide some public amenities that people can come and enjoy, even if they're not a paying customer of some of the restaurants or other amenities on site. Night look at the building. In addition to building height, when you have tall buildings, we also talk about lighting. And so I know we'll hear some maybe different opinions from the neighbors saying, oh gosh, we don't want an eyesore. I personally think that well-designed buildings are not eyesores. I know that some people pay a premium to have a view of our uptown buildings. And so the goal here would be to bring some of the same design to South Park. So we have a skyline that we're proud of there too, and hopefully some people enjoy looking at. I mentioned the loop. I think you all are familiar with that. This is certainly a high priority of SPAN. They have been in our ear about this. And so one of the commitments to justify the height that we're talking about is to go ahead and build out all of the frontage of Phillips Place frontage, which is no small expense, but we think that will be a real amenity to this site and to the area. I will have just 30 seconds left, so I'll pause there. Mr. Harris, if I've misstated, feel free to jump in.
Thank you, Colin. We have two speakers speaking against this tonight, Mr. Rob Auerbach and Ms. Alicia Powers. And I don't know if the two of you are together or know each other, but together you'll have a total of 10 minutes to speak, and then Mr. Brown will have 2 minutes for a rebuttal.
Great. Madam Pro Tem, council members, my name's Rob Auerbach. I'm the Vice President of SPAN and also a neighbor in Mountain Brook. First, we'd like to say we appreciate the transparency that Lincoln Harris has had throughout this process, and especially in the reimagining for the eastern portion of the Phillips Place and their support of the loop. The one issue that the neighbors have expressed to us in the concerning, and Colin mentioned, is the height at 250 feet. The property was rezoned in 2017, and at that time it was agreed upon to increase the maximum height from 60 feet to 120 feet. And at that time, it was also in line with the small area plan for South Park. Furthermore, when you do look at the new DO that Colin speaks to, as it is today, the place type designates that Phillips Place as a community center, which recommends a maximum height of 120 feet consistent with a small area plan, which is maybe a 5 to 6 story building. The sheer height of the new rezoning is actually twice the size of any the existing, but it also will make the building 30% higher than any building in South Park, and making it also the tallest building, larger than both Capitol 1 and Capitol 2 towers, which also have tops on them as well, and they're in the 180 to 190 foot range. Overall, South Park high-rise development is grouped mostly into the center, or what I would call maybe the core of the building heights. This practice has provided a balance for continuing commercial development, which we are in favor of, while maintaining the residential character and the architectural integrity of South Park overall. Think of it as sort of grading down as it gets to the single family into the residential areas. Lastly, I'd also say there is nothing on the east side of Sharon Road along Fairview that is more than really 6 stories today. So the proposed building at 10 or 11 or whatever many stories is quite a bit larger than anything there. And so we understand an element of density will get larger and more dense in South Park as time goes on. But we would ask the petitioner to greatly consider capping the height at 190 feet. I'll note that you just earlier in the evening here capped at a TOD rezoning at 225 feet, and it was allowed at 300. So something of this nature is well within your realm and is a best practice as we see for it. We look forward to further dialogue and appreciate the time this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Alabak. Is Ms. Powers, are you on?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, please go ahead.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and the rest of you city council members. I agree and will second the points made by Mr. Alabak in terms of the height of the building. I am a resident of one of those townhouses to which Mr. Brown referred. While there is a Duke Energy plot between us and the proposed redevelopment site, the townhomes are directly beyond the Duke Energy property. And I would just add a couple things. First, it just changes the entire nature to think of a building of 250 feet. Just changes the entire nature of the area, at least this area of South Park. And secondly, I am extremely concerned about the blasting that's going to be necessary in terms of developing the building. How long is it going to last? What steps are going to be taken to protect the homes within close range from damage due to the blasting? What recourse do homeowners have for the damage to their homes caused by the blasting? I imagine for a building of the size that they are requesting that quite a bit of blasting will occur. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Powers. Mr. Brown, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, and we have good relationships with all the folks at SPAN. This has been an ongoing conversation, and we expect it would continue. I point out this is the 2040 plan. When we started the process, or a couple months ago at least, our site was designated as a regional activity center, which allows heights up to 250 feet. And the stuff around us was the lowest density. The final draft, for some reason, now this quadrant, which includes the Sharon development here and Phillips Place, has, for some reason, the recommendation is for it to be downgraded from a regional activity center to a community activity center, which we certainly do not agree with. And We'll take that up with the 2040 plan team, but we definitely think the regional activity designation should be restored here. There's no reason for just this one part of commercial South Park to not have that designation. When it does, that will set the height at 250 feet. So we don't think we're setting a new precedent. And as we talk about South Park and the edge, here is the mall. And if you look at everything else that is not the mall is virtually on the edge. This would be the one of the few developments that has no direct adjacency to single family. So we think that is why the height here is justified. We will continue having conversations with the neighbors. I don't know the answer on blasting, but I will find that out and we will circle back. Thank you for having us.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Council members, do you have any questions? I do, I know. Go ahead, Mr. Phipps.
Mr. Brown, I guess you seem to infer that the switch from the designation of a regional activity center to I guess a community activity center, I guess it puts this petition at odds with our draft map currently being vetted, right? So here we are on the cusp, I think, almost of a vote is imminent almost by the end of this month on our map. So are you saying then that you would be seeking an exception to something that we could be potentially about to be approving with this map, that you would need an exception to the current designation so listed? Is that correct?
Well, I want to be careful. That map has not been adopted. The Unified Development Ordinance has not been adopted. We're operating under the current ordinance. And I'll give SPAN credit. I did not know that the classification had been changed from Regional Activity Center until SPAN pointed it out to me. We certainly think the map should be modified so this is a Regional Activity Center. But either way, this zoning will be to you before the UDO is adopted. So we're dealing with a MUD zoning district, Mr. Phipps. But as so many, so we're using our current districts, but we're really trying to really customize them so they're similar to the new district. And so that's what we've tried to do. We're using the MUD district to give us the height that the new district would allow and to provide community benefits similar to the bonus options of the new ordinance.
Councilmember Phipps, if I could clarify really quick, if you go back to the map, and the same thing for you, Mr. Brown, go back to the policy map, the green squares indicate that there's a correction, modification for that to go back to Regional Activity Center.
Oh, so if that was the case, then it would fit with, it would allow for this expanded height option?
So, but this petition is going before the policy map adoption, and before the effective date, so it will be held under the zoning request that's before you, so not as part of the policy map, but I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you. I have another question.
Go ahead.
With respect to the loop, was this identified in the South Park ULI study as a potential placemaker to enhance South Park identity?
I would defer that answer to staff or frankly the SPAN folks. They have been really the drivers of the loop, so I'll defer to staff. It is here on the map I'm showing designated as Phillips Place, so I think the thinking is this would be a destination, and one of the reasons that the Lincoln Harris team is supportive and has added commitments in our zoning to really provide some enhancements.
I don't know if the district rep might even know.
Ms. Bakari, did you want to answer that?
Yes, Mr. Phipps, it's very, 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 very important. And the ULI study was the starting point that had us down that path. I'll make some final comments that kind of give a little context to that. But yes, you are absolutely right.
Thank you.
Mr. Winston?
As somebody who has to drive that strip on Fairview multiple times a day during the week, that commitment to that frontage improvement is a pretty significant investment. And I think it, obviously depending on, what we see in the design, I think that's going to make quite a difference in the character for the better, potentially. I'm making a strong assumption there. That frontage improvement. I mean, it's going to be a significant stretch of path that is going to be invested.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Ajmira?
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. This is a great project where it provides amenities to nearby residents. However, I am concerned about the height that one of the speakers had raised that as an issue. So when we are looking at the height, I guess I'm trying to figure out how does it look of towering over other residential. Can we zoom in and see how would it look from other development nearby?
I don't have this. I've got a slide from Fairview. I'll say, first, towering over, there is no single family or townhomes adjacent to the site. There are townhomes in this area, which I do not think they would tower over. They may be able to see them, but they would not be towering over them. I will go back to the...
Can I just say something? This is Alicia Powers. I think they would tower over our townhomes. I'm just going to say that.
Actually, Ms. Powers, we can only have you speak if a council member asks you a question.
Okay, so Ms. Powers, could you tell me specifically your concern around height? Are you concerned about it towering over your home?
Yes, and the other homes in the area.
So could you show me in the map where is Ms. Powers' home here in this?
Sorry, let me try to find the best map. I don't know exactly. I believe maybe this is Kyle Moore. So this would be here. This is that townhome development. Here's the Duke Power substation. Here are the Hills Place apartments. Here's the parking deck. Here's where the new building would be.
Mr. Brown,
They can't see, so, yeah. It
Oh,
doesn't-
sorry.
So,
Can I put the question a different way? What's the distance to the closest single-family house?
That's a great question. If you give me 40 seconds. That's how fast
What neighborhood are you in, Ms. Powers?
It's called Waterford. And it's, the reason I got one of these notices is because I'm within 300 feet of the proposed area to be rezoned. And I think it would be helpful to the council if perhaps we could get a rendering of how it would look from our decks, which face the building.
Okay, Mr. Brown left. There he is. Maybe if you can, are you able to do that, Mr. Brown, get a rendering of?
We are. We have LS3P is on the line. They've looked at some renderings. It is about, from property line to property line, it may be 350 feet from the building. Brittany just did a quick measure. It looks like about 500 feet. But we will get a follow-up exhibit to you all showing the distance in a rendering.
Yes,
Okay.
and I think, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, that would be very helpful. That could be part of our follow-up report. But that's the only concern that I have. I understand that from the site, on the other side, there is RH Charlotte, that's a furniture place and rooftop restaurant. So that may not be an issue over there. But I think on the other side, residents are bringing up valid concerns that we need to address. So I look forward to getting a follow-up report from you, Mr. Brown. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have a question. Mr. Brown, when was the plan put together for the signature building?
We filed our rezoning application, Mayor Pro Tem, probably late last summer. So it was before we'd seen the new maps, if that's why you're asking that question.
But you've been working on it for a while?
Yes.
Okay, so is it fair to say that you actually started working on it before COVID?
Oh, I don't know about that. I mean, not on the design. I think certainly people have been, I mean, the Lincoln Harrison team has been puzzling over what to do with the theater even prior to COVID. I don't know about the specific design of this building.
Okay, and the reason I ask is, and it isn't, I know that we can't dictate how the land is used, but I just have to put it out there and say I'm really sorry to see the theater go away. We're seeing all of our movie theaters go away, and when I think about, we used to live in the area, my kids would go to movies there. There's just so little for children and teenagers to do anymore. You know, the mall doesn't want them there. They can't eat and drink. I suppose they can eat, but there's just, you know, I think it's been kind of an iconic location in the area for young families and another form of entertainment. And our activity centers do say in there that we want entertainment, and entertainment isn't just drinking and eating. So I personally am just really sorry to see that go away. I can understand what COVID did. You know, I wish that there was a downsized movie theater option here, but I'm curious what SPAN thought about that, Mr. Albach. Was there any regret that that's going away?
I would say some residents are or not, but it's also the understanding that those place needs to reimagine itself as time's going on. RH was part of that, and this is just another piece. So we understand that, you know, things would change. So unfortunately, I too like to go to the movies, but I've learned to adapt to Netflix, so it works for me.
And to that point too, Councilman Reisel, so that you know, when we did the restoration hardware zoning, at that time we amended the zoning to allow the more full-service bistro food and drink movies. Lincoln Harris was really committed to keeping the theater there. We took it through a rezoning to have fewer, bigger theaters with food and drink. So prior to COVID, that was the hope. But we even rezoned it to accommodate it, but that just did not work out.
Sure. No, I understand. I just had to put that out there. I too will be taking a look a little bit more closely at the visual of the height of the building vis-a-vis the area, single-family homes, because it does feel pretty big compared to what's in the area. But with that, if there's no other, are there any other?
Yeah, I would like to close this out, Mayor Pro Tem.
Go ahead, Mr. Bakari.
Thanks. I'll just have a couple quick comments. One, on a macro level, anytime we have an opportunity to see an example that is part of a broader context of 2 years of effort we've been going through, it's important to highlight it. In the comp plan, I think this is a perfect example. We have been incredibly aggressive and progressive on single-family zoning and quadplexes. And we know that the amount that actually puts a dent in the density we truly need is minimal, right? And I think that it just goes to show we've been pretty conservative on the much larger commercial, much larger multifamily, tall, dense buildings in where we've allowed, and we didn't push the envelope whatsoever in there. And I just wanted to make that side note is another case where that's where we're going to make the biggest dent in the density, in the units, in the office spaces that we actually need. For this particular rezoning and case, I'll start by saying no one's more sad than me to see theaters go away. That's like my hobby. I love it. I talked to Colin about it. But the point is this, no one was more sad than me to see Blockbuster Video and Hollywood go away, Hollywood Video. Those are just things that ultimately, when the market no longer supports them, we can try to subsidize them into existence still, or we have to embrace the reality. But that reality, I think, gives the broader context of what's at stake for this rezoning. The future of South Park is not guaranteed by any means right now. The capital investments that we put into infrastructure has not been acceptable over the last decade. Congestion is terrible. Anyone who's driven through there understands all of that. And what we do right now is going to dictate the future success or failure of South Park, in my opinion. That's why we're putting so much effort in it on so many different fronts. So on one side of this coin, the Harris family has a proven track record. We exist in South Park and what it looks like because of the investments they made and the risks they took. We're grateful for that. And once again, they're willing to put their money where their mouth is. And I mean, it is what it is. That's how South Park ultimately is going to move to the next level here. I think as we look at a regional activity center and look at the importance of the loop We've mentioned it several times, whether it's Symphony Park, that's the heartbeat, the backlot trail that runs and connects us to the Cross Charlotte Trail, or the Loop, which is that 3.2 miles or so of circle that is going to bring South Park really to what I believe to our next connectivity level. We're not going to solve traffic by widening all these roads. We're going to figure out ways to get people around in more dense environments. And I think this is really critical as we think about the future of South Park, that we think about the density we're going to need and the connectivity, the loop, and really, if you think about that loop in the same size context of Charleston and the historic downtown area that everyone loves to visit and walk around, they're relatively the same size. So what we are approaching right now is the ability to create a regional activity center. So I don't know where we are in that mapping and tracking process, but that is something that if it touches any part of that loop, I would think there's no other scenario to consider other than that, because that is the future that we're tracking towards. I'll also side mention that many of us have looked for creative and innovative, bold design, fountainhead kind of stuff. I love what I see there. And I really appreciate the extra effort that's been putting it in with getting there. But on the other side of the coin, we can't just, muscle our way through this whole thing and do it at the expense of those who have invested in property, who live there, and who are neighbors. So I will say, while I am very interested in this coming to fruition, because this is how we will ultimately save the future and create the new identity of South Park, Mr. Albach, your points on the height are well taken. And Ms. Powers, especially the point she made on the construction period, we know very well how that is. So the rezoning process works. We now have a month to huddle up, to have conversations, and to make sure that we can hopefully find the best of both worlds here. So I look forward to that work.
Tariq Bakari, the urbanist.
Thank you.
Braxton Winston, we need no side comments from you, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bakari, and thank you all for attending. And with that, I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Move to close.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Eggleston.
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes, I just want to say one thing. Mayor Pro Tem, if you're looking for a movie theater, there is a dine-in movie theater opening up in the university this weekend. It's called Synergy with a C.
Great.
Cinergy. So
Thank you.
Yes, I'll to close this one.
Great
And make
plug.
sure
I
you check
appreciate
out
that.
in District 4. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Newton, are you on yet? Okay, Mr. Watlington?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes, and I wish that new movie theater the best of luck.
And Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Okay, with that, we're going to move on to item number 33. And I'm just going to mention we've had a change in the agenda. After 33, we're going to do item number 40, because that would be the last of our items that have opposition. So we'll jump to 33, 40, and then 34. So item number 33, petition number 2021-186 by Kinger Homes, approximately 2.84 acres located at the intersection of Mallard Creek Road and Governor Hunt Road west of David Taylor Drive. That's District 4, Ms. Johnson's district. Current zoning is R3, single-family residential. Proposed zoning is R8, multifamily conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation and site and building design. We have a number of speakers speaking in favor tonight. Mr. Travis Gingras, Mr. Paul Sagadin, Ms. Kathy Clarkson, Mr. Michael Burdett, Ms. Sarah Agbecki, Mr. Gregory Cole. I'm sorry. In favor is Mr. Travis Gingras and Paul Sagadin, and the rest are in opposition. I'll read those later. You have 10 minutes after Mr. Pettin speaks, and then we'll have our speakers against.
All right, thank you. 2021-186, 2.84 acres on Mallard Creek Road, just across from Governor Hunt Road. The current zoning is R3. Proposed zoning is R8 multifamily conditional. Adopted future land use is the Northwest District Plan. It does recommend single family at no more than 4 DUA, given the age of the plan, and it's a district plan. We do apply the general development policies. Those support densities up to 12 to 17 dwelling units per acre. And the proposal for this petition is for up to 22 townhome units. Does commit to the construction of a concrete median along Mallard Creek Road that would restrict the site driveway to right in, right out. Does dedicate 50 feet of right-of-way from the road center line. Also provides a minimum of 150 feet of full-width storage for the Mallard Creek left turn lane at Governor Hunt Road. Does provide each unit having a 2-car garage. Also a CATS and ADA compliant bus waiting pad along the road frontage. It's not a complaint bus waiting pad. It is compliant. That would be constructed along Mallard Creek. Does commit to a 24-foot Class C buffer along residential homes that are adjacent. Also walkways connecting all residential entrances to sidewalks along public and private streets, as well as architectural standards, including things like preferred building materials, raised residential entrances, garage door setback, porch and stoops and corner units, as well as pitched roofs. As mentioned, staff does recommend approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation, as well as site and building design. It's inconsistent with the district plan recommendation, but consistent with the general development policies that recommend that up to 8 DUA. This comes in at 7.7. So again, it is consistent with GDP, and we'll be happy to take questions following presentations by the petitioners and the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pettin. We do have a couple of speakers just in favor of this petition, Mr. Travis Gingras and Paul Sagadin. I trust that you all have coordinated who's going to speak and how much time you're going to use, but you got 10 minutes. So,
yeah, correct.
Okay, Mr.
Thank you. Yeah, this is Travis. Paul actually will not be on the call today. He's currently held up in another meeting.
Okay.
So I'll be handling it from here. Once again, yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Temp and Dave for that intro. My name is Travis. I'm the civil engineer representing this petition here. Next slide. As Dave stated, the site is located along Mallard Creek Road across from the Governor Hunt intersection. Next slide there. As mentioned as well, we are proposing 22 single-family attached homes. We're providing existing tree save to our southern and eastern boundaries. As well, we're providing a 24-foot planted buffer to our northern property line. As well, our entrance will be located furthest from Governor Hunt intersection as preferred by NCDOT. Next slide. We've had several discussions with both the community members, city staff, and NCDOT. In essence of timing, I would like to discuss the main discussion points from both the city and community members, which are traffic, U-turn maneuvers, building heights, and community enhancements. Next slide. Road improvements at Governor Hunt include improved signals, addition of crosswalks, addition of turn lanes, and pavement resurfacing in order to further control the traffic in this area. These improvements will be made by others during the University Research Park project, but are online to be scheduled and coordinated probably prior to us completing development. Next slide. So our site right now is currently located across from the Governor Hunt intersection, and we've worked with NCDOT to show that we have necessary spacing to provide U-turn maneuvers safely. NCDOT has directed us to locate the access drive furthest from the intersection and to install a concrete median through our road frontage and to the Silver Birch entrance. As you'll note, we have shown those U-turn maneuvers, and we're using an F-150 truck to model that maneuver. That maneuver can be safely taken and stay within the right of way. You will note that there is 1.4 feet of crossover from that edge of pavement. Now, the edge of pavement is not the end of the road. There's still another 2.5 feet of curb and gutter, so we can safely make that maneuver without hitting any curb and staying within the road. Next slide. And this is just a blown up of that U-turn maneuver. Next slide. As well, we've looked at sight distance, and we have adequate sight distance throughout this location to make that turn. We're providing a sight distance, there's in excess of over 550 feet, and that would be the requirement for intersection sight distance, making a left out. Next slide. There were questions on building heights. We have shown that this relationship with the existing topography and then the proposed topography as well. You'll notice that the heights are similar in nature, and we are also committed to providing a 24-foot planted buffer with privacy fencing. This buffer will not be reduced due to the privacy fencing. The buffer will be planted with large maturing evergreen trees for enhanced screening. The community enhancements, again, will include fencing, 12-foot multi-use path, the Cat's bus stop in front of the site, and as well enhanced landscaping. In conclusion, we have heard the concerns of the community, the city, and DOT. We have shared plan improvements for the area, have verified safe U-turn maneuvers can be made, and provide an alternative solution to the community. We have shared that building heights to be similar and have shown additional site improvements. Thank you all for your time, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. We have several speakers speaking in opposition. Kathy Clarkson, Michael Burdett, Sarah Agbecki, Gregory Cole, Marcia Garcia, and Bradley Alexander. They're all virtual. I don't know if you all have coordinated, but you collectively have 10 minutes to speak. So why don't we start with Ms. Clarkson?
Yes. Actually, I am going to speak for all of us, just to save time. We have just unified what we have to say, but I do represent all the speakers today. We also have about 15 others watching tonight at least. So thank you very much for listening to our concerns. I also just want to take 1 second and just tell you that at least for us, we've had some challenges around communication, some frustrations, which I will detail at the end. But just give some grace to understanding why community members maybe don't come until decision day. It's likely not intentional. It may be that they just didn't have communication to know that they needed to be at the public hearing or when the public hearing was. We, by the grace of God, got here in time. So just wanted to let you know, so some of these pictures are not going to be as wonderful as our petitioner, but I was able to put this together very quickly. I wanted to show you a couple things before I'll get started, and then I'll point out what my PowerPoint is about. Let me just start by saying that I appreciate you all. Thank you, Mayor and Council members, for the opportunity for us to express our opposition to this land use decision before you. My name is Kathy Clarkson, and I am one of the residents present tonight. And again, I'm representing those who are willing to speak within the Mallard Trace neighborhood. It abuts this rezoning, and ideally, it would be our preference for this not to be developed and to remain undeveloped or a single-family site. But we realize the city is growing, and that the development of this parcel is inevitable. Our opposition is primarily only to the infrastructure and land design for this project. The neighborhood is accepting of the multifamily development of the project, just not in its current form. The project needs to improve the road design. The project as it is lacks design and infrastructure standards. While I hear some council members' argument for learning to live with the challenges of congestion, in infrastructure as issues of the price of progress, I was on earlier when we were talking about the Harris Road project, Agenda 18. We're coming to you trying to bring a solution that is forward-thinking, to take advantage of existing infrastructure and to build that out further, to maintain a road that was built decades ago, anticipating the growth that would be built upon it. We have been residents, I have been a resident of this corner, of this road for over 20 years and watched how the wisdom that went into widening Mallard Creek Road over 20 years ago, long before we moved here, has sustained the development that has gone into it largely. So I just wanted to go forward and say that the wisdom of building infrastructure out in future anticipation of growth, this is an example of that. The university area has been an example of that. And so we're coming to you with an idea and a solution to continue that, not to do things in a knee-jerk reaction in terms of development by development without a cumulative view or a view with growth in mind. And so that's what we're here to do today. And we want to make sure that we're bringing our wisdom and insight as residents here. Who knows better the traffic flow and how something will impact this road than those of us who travel it every day? And so that's why we're here. And again, I'll address some of the issues around scheduling and how that has been a challenge going forward. So now I just want to bring to you the key issues for our community. And again, it's the placement of that driveway. And yes, the petitioner has been in dialogue with us about this. And as you saw, they drew up a U-turn image for us. And I just want to bring a little more insight to that for you. The key issue for the community is the placement of the driveway. The development being a right in and right out will disrupt the flow of Mallard Creek by the increase of U-turns in the middle of Mallard Creek. Allowing a development that will increase U-turns on a major artery is a poor design standard. In addition to allowing the U-turns into the neighborhood, which he showed you, and I'll argue a couple other points in a minute, it also will force those neighbors who need to go the other direction on Mallard Creek to come down. They're going to have to dart across 2 lanes of traffic, and B is where that entrance, that driveway is currently. So they'll have to dart across 2 lanes of traffic to get into that turn lane at the Centene entrance, where they will hold up traffic trying to turn into Centene to do a U-turn, so 2 U-turns to turn left. They'll do another U-turn, maybe yes with a green arrow, maybe not, maybe just holding up traffic to be able to do a U-turn to go back towards Concord Mills or 85, which is our closest 85 North intersection is at Mallard Creek Church, or to 485, which is where we access 485 off of Prosperity Church. And so that B is where the current driveway is located. A, if you'll look where I've got A there across from the URP entrance there, is where we would propose extending the light access. And not only for this development, but it could be a shared drive to Bright Horizons, which is a daycare on the abutting property next door. So just wanted you to see where we're requesting that driveway be relocated. And we realize that the developer does not want to place the driveway at that stoplight. And our understanding is that the NCDOT told them that if they were not going to place the driveway at the stoplight, they should move it as far away from the light as possible and make it a right in or right out. There may also be some questions around sewer issues and drainage, all of which could be overcome if we consider the long-term view here. However, the intersection of Mallard Creek and Governor Hunt will be the main entrance for Centene. Creating U-turns at this intersection will create problems. We are requesting that the driveway be relocated to the light. We also asked your help in finding out what the actual traffic impact will be for us with the addition of Centene's team coming to University Research Park. I've had difficulty finding that information out. We did request, with the help of Councilwoman Johnson, a notification of what the cumulative trips added in this area within a 2-mile radius have been recently. We know that approved, there have been about 10,000. Pending, there are another 9,000 trips. And on that list, which I have gone through one by one, I have not seen ARIA, some of the developments that are actually in URP, and that does not include Centene's trips, interestingly enough. Wells Fargo has just gone back to work at CIC's location. That has always impacted our traffic and that signal. And we are not yet to pre-COVID levels, even with CIC, as they were bringing the 3,000 or 4,000 back fully by next week. Land use decision. The decision before you is a conditional land use request. The questions you are being asked is, by adding these conditions, is the proper land use decision. Because of the driveway placement and how this will impact traffic flow on Mallard Creek, this isn't the proper land use decision. The developer cannot relocate the driveway to the light, and the property should be developed by right. We realize that a by right development may still produce a driveway in the same location, but developing the property by right, it will have less density, causing fewer residents, delivery drivers, visitors pulling U-turns in the middle of Mallard Creek, et cetera. The infrastructure with development. Besides the primary concern of the driveway location, there are also concerns on the infrastructure within the development. The development is being built with private roads. I'm seeing a trend with that, and the concern there is the maintenance and the HOA's ability to actually have enough money to repave and to do those things. We know of a development in Ballantyne with very high HOAs, a high-end all-brick townhome development, and they're having difficulty finding the millions of dollars necessary to repave those roads. So that's a concern. Inadequate parking is a huge concern. But right now, the overall infrastructure within the development does meet city standards. So they're totally within the city standards with that, but we do have a few concerns about that. We believe that granting conditional permission for this property isn't the correct land use decision. And then again, I just kind of want to remind you again about the communication issue. I don't know what information has been given to you, but in December, we got a notification by mail a few days, about 4 days before a meeting in December, in January, over the holidays. I disregarded that zoning letter as applying to us because I had only seen a zoning sign in front of Culvert Park. I assumed that meeting was about the Culvert Park development. Therefore, because we were going to be out of town for a family funeral, actually, I did not make it my aim to be at that zoning meeting. It was after I returned from 2 funerals that I saw a sign down below us. I did a U-turn, I wrote down the number, I came back and I checked, I realized it was for here. I thought, oh my goodness. When I went to the site, it said there'd been no meeting because there were no notes. I called the number, found out that a meeting had been held. It was the meeting I got a notice about. Then I had the zoning person, David, checked for me when the sign went up. It turned out the sign went up nearly 2 weeks after the meeting had been held. So I had no reason to understand that there had been a meeting. So the petitioner was awesome. I called them and requested that we, actually the zoning team reached out to them, had them reach out to us. They did help us organize a second meeting because there was nobody in attendance at the first meeting. And they had wrong information for the HOA, so no information had gotten to them by mail either.
Thank you, Ms.
And they
Clarkson.
did hold another meeting.
That's your 10
second
minutes, Ms. Clarkson. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to address a couple things you've said before we go to council questions. But I'm really sorry about that miscommunication. And by all means, I'm glad that the developer was willing to sit down and talk to you. Secondly, you do have this time now. I know you didn't get all your comments in right now. Please reach out to council members with your concerns, email, call. The sooner you can do that, the more we can have those conversations. And I know planning has made some changes to make the zoning process easier from a communication standpoint. And I appreciate you giving that feedback, because I know that they want to know that when that happens. So, but do share with all of us any other comments that you have. Appreciate it. Rebuttal. Oh, sorry. And we have a rebuttal. And then we'll go to council questions.
Thank you. Yeah, as far as the intersection goes, because I feel like a lot of the angst has been just due to traffic here, and I totally understand. We talked to DOT, and actually when we were first putting together this concept plan, we showed DOT two locations. One at that A where Kathy had pointed out, and then as well at the current location today. Adding another leg to that intersection, what that would do is that would have some negative impacts just for Mallard Creek in itself. We would be putting all that traffic from Centene and just that whole research park going to there, and then with an added fourth leg on there, all of your queuing times are going to be much longer on Mallard Creek Road, which is going to cause further backup throughout Mallard Creek. As well, generally DOT, what they require is they would require us a matching cross-section for the side that we would be needing to put in our driveway in. So we would have to match that width of Governor Hunt, and that's just not that's not something that we can do. And then, let alone lastly, is cost. Cost is a big thing for putting that intersection. Creating our drive at that intersection. We've tried to come up with some solutions to combat the U-turn maneuvers that would be in front of Silver Birch by extending that median and everything like that. And we understand that's not a favorable solution either. So our hands are tied a little bit with this being an NCDOT road and taking the direction that they are, telling us. And then just two, this is a small site. It's 22 units. So passing any kind of cost like that to the end user is just, in my thought, just not great either. We're trying to provide close.
Thank you very
walkable
much.
housing.
That's your 2 minutes. I appreciate it. Okay, with that, I will go to Ms. Hajmira.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Our speakers, Ms. Clarkson, summarized all her concerns really well and did a pretty good job, like a pro. So I certainly appreciate the time that you have used very effectively organizing your neighbors, bringing the concerns in front of the council. I think this is a great model. And I hope other neighbors follow your lead on that. But I think Ms. Clarkson does bring up valid points around infrastructure. And I hope that they continue to work with petitioner to come to consensus on what can be done to before the adoption, before the final vote on next month. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Winston?
Yes, I agree with Ms. Hajmira. I think council and staff, what I'm really caught on is the point about the driveway being near the light and making one single intersection. Again, as we're thinking about moving from a more car-centric city to something that is either more pedestrian-centric or reduces the fatality of our car-centric infrastructure, we need to okay designs and investments that don't make traffic patterns more complex and more dangerous. I'm not necessarily sure if I can say that, I'm making an assumption a bit of having these multiple kind of places cars are moving in and out across traffic. That makes traffic patterns more complex, harder on drivers, harder on pedestrians, and makes accidents more likely than not. When you do have that single entry point, that single intersection, there's more reliability, more, you can have a more, I'm forgetting the word, you can more predictive pattern of traffic. And you can see how if you don't do that development after development, you're just adding and adding and adding hazards. So, and honestly, to the petitioner's point, we have to think about that. If we're going to say, this land isn't developable, if we have to make a more common sense entranceway, then we have to think about it. Is this is changing the land use and approving a project the right thing? Should we make things potentially more dangerous because it costs less? And I think what we're saying is no, as we're having these conversations around transportation and as we're looking at how we analyze our land use decisions, around the comprehensive 2040 plan, I think that's a pretty direct ask to take a look at for a condition here, and I'm certainly for it here, on first blush. But I think this is a policy question as well, or at least a philosophy question about how we look at road infrastructure and what we'll approve. So hopefully, I don't know how we would deal with this, Ms. Craig, in terms of looking at these types of issues. But I think it's something I mentioned on that Blue Homes rezoning that we just approved tonight. It was is much smaller over there by China Grove Church Road. And it was going into a cul-de-sac that had like two businesses on it. But it's the same kind of principle. And I think we need some guidance so we're not making these decisions ad hoc. But it's very relevant. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Phipps?
Oh, yeah. I too share some, I'm struggling with how the driveway situation is. And I think I'm going to need a one-on-one to better get a better grasp picture, because it's kind of confusing looking up there. But I know the petitioner said they used a Ford 150 to test that U-turn. I know I've made several U-turns with my Dodge Dakota, and you're looking now. Now, what is the speed limit for this stretch of Mallard Creek? Is it 35 or 45? Yeah. So that's it's a state-maintained major thoroughfare with a lot of different facilities there. You got further up, you got Mallard Creek Elementary there. When school school gets ready to let out, it's a steady stream, a line of cars up that way trying to pick up students. Then you got the daycare, you got the entrance to the research park. Not only for Centene, but the rest of the corporate headquarters is in that park. But also, the petitioner mentioned the construction of a concrete median. I'm trying to remember. Is there anywhere else on Mallard Creek and along that stretch where there is a concrete median? Because I know that further up towards W.T. Harris, it was a lot of road construction and enhancements done in the road network up there, but I don't recall a concrete median being up there, but I could be wrong. Does anyone know the answer to that?
Yes, I do. And there is actually, I think it's right at the Prosperity intersection. There's some concrete median work for left turn lanes.
Very little. The big median that they put in was between Medical, if I can, this is Kathy again, is between Medical Plaza and Harris. They added one so you can't easily or safely turn left into a turning lane if you're leaving Medical Plaza. And then there is a little median, yes, between Bojangles and Prosperity. And then they poured a little one at the pork chop, like at the gas station, so people, because of that school there, there's a little itty bitty median that, again, isn't really a safer solution, in my opinion, because you can't safely harbor in the turning lane. So I feel like the solution everybody wants to do is just pour cement in the middle of the road.
Yeah, well, I do harbor some, I'm not as comfortable with this design as already been mentioned by several of you, and I'd be interested in getting together with CDOT and just to get their opinion on why this is a good location for it, other than at the traffic signal that's existing. I understand that the cost element there might be prohibitive, or probably is prohibitive for such a small, lightly densified site right there. But 45 miles an hour with all those facilities on there, trying to do a U-turn. That's on a heavily traveled road. It gives me some heartburn and some concern. So I do think, I mean, something, I'm not comfortable with this particular project with the driveway being there right now. So I have to get some assurance and some comfort by the time we vote on this to be able to support it. Thank you.
Just to be clear, though, if this does get developed by right.
Excuse me, I can only let you talk if one of the council members asks you a question at this point. So our next council member is Mr. Eggleston.
The safest bet in Vegas tonight would have been Greg Phibbs making some response to that 150 F-150 reference. I would have won that bet. I would like to hear CDOT's. I'd like to hear CDOT talk a little bit more about their feelings about that. Immediately before we even heard from the opponents of the petition, the thing that came to mind for me was, why in the world would you not have the entrance and exit at Governor Hunt and a signalized intersection there? So I'd like to hear CDOT speak a little bit more about how preferable that would be to the arrangement that's demonstrated here on this graphic.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, so in terms of putting the driveway location there, it's definitely our preference to always line up driveways and intersections immediately across from each other. Since this is a state facility, this is one where NCDOT made that direction to move the driveway away from that intersection and add in that fourth leg. CDOT's not opposed to the driveway being at the fourth leg. Kind of the state's concerns are that the site doesn't generate enough trips and it would add additional phases to the signal. That would cause more queuing. It would cause to delay at that signal as well as worsen congestion in the area. So that's kind of the immediate basis for that. We can evaluate it to see, this site's not, from our standards, not generating many trips. There's 21,000 trips a day on Mallard Creek Road, and this has given 120 new trips. So we can look at this internally and see, just how big of a capacity impact this has to it. And then we can confer with our partners at the state and see if there's any wiggle room on that requirement that they made.
Well, help me then, because I thought I heard a couple of different things over the different speakers. At one point, I thought I heard something to the effect of NCDOT had indicated that if not at the intersection of Hunt, then they'd prefer to see it where it's now shown. But that led me to believe that they would like to see it at Hunt, but that they'd be amenable to location B on the one with the slide we're looking at. Did they actually, is that correct, or did they indicate that they did not prefer to see it at location A?
Yeah, there was a lot of DOTs being thrown around and not a lot of distinguishing of NCDOT versus CDOT. So it's my understanding from the staff at CDOT that NCDOT made that ask in the beginning that it needs to be as far away from that fourth leg of the intersection. But we've got the petitioner on if they want to respond as well.
Yeah, correct. I had drawn up two different plans. One showing the location furthest from the intersection, and then another showing at the intersection. And NCDOT directed me to provide that access furthest from the Governor Hunt intersection.
Okay. I mean, I'm not going to attempt to imply that I know more than people who do traffic engineering for their livelihood, but I mean, it kind of immediately struck me looking at this that it seems like a logical place, and I can appreciate that there's not a ton of new trips being generated here, but I would imagine that in general the volume on Mallard Creek in this area is increasing, and that it might be headed towards the type of volume that would benefit from having a light here. So to me, that's the one red flag on this that I see. Certainly not opposed to the density of the project, but just, yeah, would really like to explore a little bit more the opportunity to create that intersection at Hunt. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. This is an interesting petition because the first decision of the night was actually Kinger Homes, and I thanked them for listening to the residents and making the concessions. So I know that they have been willing to work with residents in the past, so I hope we can continue that momentum. I spoke with Ms. Clarkson, and thank you. You did a great job. She was very organized, and I'm glad that she and her neighbors were able to participate tonight. I also have a meeting scheduled with Brandon. Is that Brandon in the room tonight? Yes. Okay, so we got an email, a really telling email about the trips in this area within 2 miles of this petition. Are we able to share that on the screen? I sent it to Dave and Donata. Can we show the rest of council that information, Dave or Donata? Thank you so much. So this is kind of what we were talking about earlier as far as cumulative trips. And if you look in the last 2 years, there have been over 20,000 total approved or pending or approved trips within 2 miles of that petition. But only maybe 2 or 3 would have triggered a traffic study when potentially there could have been 10 or at least 9 traffic studies. So this is what's happening in our neighborhoods, that there's so much development, but very little infrastructure being required. So I would be opposed to any petitions that are requiring U-turns on Mallard Creek when we know we have this much growth in the area that's not being considered or mitigated. I would also want to ask Dave, when we're looking at this graph, does this include by right development?
No, this is Brandon. That's all rezonings only.
So I just think all of us as council members can take a look at this graph. This is what's going on in our city. We can't bury our head anymore, and we have to consider this. Again, this is in 2 miles. There's 20,000 trips, and we know that it takes 2,500 trips to trigger a traffic study. So if you look at that, or if the public looks at that, there's been very few traffic studies that have been done, and this doesn't even include by right development. And I know we have down Mallard Creek towards Concord Mills, there's an industrial petition, and I don't think that's on there, if I recall. And that was multiple trips, 1 million square footage, I think, of development. So I thank you, Ms. Clarkson, for presenting, and this is just this is why we should push. If it's NCDOT or developers or cumulative. I know we don't do impact fees here in Charlotte, but there are impacts on our neighborhoods. So I don't think that we can safely consider this petition without a light at an intersection. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Mr. Phipps has another question. I'm just going to get mine in there. My comment real quickly. I agree with my colleagues. I think this just feels like a really dangerous proposition to have people coming out on a 45 mile an hour road and have to do U-turns. So I hope that we can go back to the drawing board on this one a little bit. Mr. Phipps?
It's just a question for CDOT, in as much as we don't have NCDOT here, but given the amount of residential, commercial, and institutional uses along this corridor, what would be the trigger for lowering the 45 mile an hour speed limit to something less?
Yeah, so that's something that probably is best suited to be responded to by the state traffic engineer with NCDOT, because they make those judgment calls. But a lot of it centers around moving cars rapidly through their corridors, because that's kind of their goal.
It's the old move them as fast as possible. Okay, I think that's it for questions on this particular hearing, so I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Moved.
Motion to close.
Okay, Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? Yes. Ms., yes, I'm a yes. Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari? Mr. Bakari? He's gone. And Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to jump over to item number 40 right now. Which is petition number 2021-210 by Carter Acquisitions Inc., LLC, approximately 25.17 acres located on the south side of Moorhead Road, north of North Tryon Street and east of Siloam Church Road. It's in the ETJ, Commissioner Dunlap's district on the county commission, and the closest city council district is 4, Ms. Johnson's district. It's currently zoned O1 office conditional, and the proposed rezoning is R12 multifamily residential conditional. And the staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation. Let's see, we do have a number of speakers in favor. Mr. Ty Schaefer, Jack Murphy, Brady Panis, Wayne Robinson, Dave Linder, who will speak after Mr. Patton's presentation, and then we have one.
Mayor Pro Tem, hold on just a second. We just had a little snafu here. Hold on.
Oh. And I'll just say, Mr. Mohammed speaking in opposition. So when it comes back up, you'll each have 10 minutes collectively.
Wendy, can you hear us in 267?
Yes, I can.
Okay, we're back.
Okay, we are back on item number 40. I mentioned the speakers on both sides, so it'll be 10 minutes on each side, but go ahead, Mr. Patton, if you want to get started.
All right, thank you. 2021-210, it's just over 25 acres on the south side of Moorhead Road, north of North Tryon Street, east of Siloam Church. The current zoning is O1 conditional, and the proposed zoning is for R12 multifamily conditional. Adopted future land use from the Northeast Area Plan recommends single-family, multifamily, and office with a density of no more than 8 DUA. And the proposal is for up to 276 apartments and up to 24 townhomes. That would total 300 units. Maximum height for the townhomes would be 40, and maximum height for the apartment buildings would be 48 feet. We do have construction of left and right turn lanes being proposed on Moorhead at Floyd Smith Office Park Drive. Also constructs a reduced conflict intersection at North Tryon Street and Floyd Smith Office Park Drive. Commits to a 12-foot multi-use path along Moorhead, and also 8-foot planting strip and 8-foot sidewalk along both sides of the new proposed Floyd Smith Office Park Drive. That would be the connector road between Moorhead and Tryon. Does provide 8-foot planting strip and 5-foot sidewalk along both sides of the connection to Weaver Glen Place, and also provides open space amenities with things like swimming pool, clubhouse, dog parks, et cetera, and also commits to architectural standards for things like raised residential entrances, pitched roofs, garage door setbacks, and prohibited building materials. Staff does recommend approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation. It is inconsistent with the Northeast District, or the Northeast Area Plan, excuse me. It does come in around 12 DUA. Again, the plan recommends up to 8. However, staff does feel that the transitions provided with some of the single family attached to then the more dense apartments on just to, I guess, the east or north of the single family does provide a reasonable transition along with that connectivity between Moorhead and Tryon, given some interconnectedness between those two roadways there. So again, staff does recommend approval, and we'll be happy to take questions following petitions from the petitioner as well as the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pettin. Mr. Schaefer, welcome.
Hi. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, council members, zoning committee members, Ty Schaefer, we represent Carter Acquisitions. Jack Murphy and Brady Panis are here on behalf of Carter. They're happy to answer any questions. We also have Wayne Robinson and David Linder with VHB. They're the engineers on the project, and they're here to answer any questions you have as well. We're pleased that staff recommends approval. Fully anticipate being able to address the outstanding issues or minor transportation note changes, and we will do that in connection with the resubmit. The petitioner has met with the Homeowners Association for the adjacent single-family neighborhood and also held a community meeting. I expect those conversations to continue in the coming weeks, but there was some pretty consistent feedback on one component of the plan that we'll talk about in a little more detail. Am I able to control this, Dave? Or there we go, perfect, delayed. The site is approximately 25 acres. It's in the ETJ, right at the Mecklenburg-Cabarrus County line. If we could go skip 2 slides ahead, please. This is an aerial of the site. It's currently undeveloped. You can see that there is an office development immediately adjacent to the parcel. Floyd Smith Office Park Drive is the road that stubs into this site coming from North Tryon Street. You'll see also there's a stub street, and we'll talk about this in a little more detail shortly, coming out of the adjacent neighborhood into the site. That's Weaver Glen Place. If we could have the next slide. Next slide, please, sorry. The request is that this site be rezoned from O1 conditional to R12. Conditional would permit development of a residential community with up to 24 townhomes and up to 276 apartments. If we could go to the next slide, this is the site plan, and I just want to point out 2 kind of buckets of features here and what's proposed. The first deals with the build out of the street network. So the plan does call for taking that stub of Floyd Smith Office Park Drive on the right of your screen and building it out straight across to Moorhead Road. And in connection with that, the plan also calls for taking the Weaver Glen Place stub out of the adjacent single-family neighborhood and connecting it to Floyd Smith Office Park Drive. The consistent feedback we heard in meeting with the Homeowners Association and also during the community meeting was concern among the neighborhood about that street connection and concern about whether that would cause an increase in traffic coming out of this development through their neighborhood. Candidly, all things being equal, the petitioner would prefer not to have to make that connection, would be more than happy to try to accommodate the concerns from the neighbors, but that is a subdivision ordinance requirement, and so the plan does call for that. One change that has been made, if the alignment of the drives out of the site looks a little odd, the first version of the plan did call for a 4-way intersection at So the drive out of the site would line up directly across from Weaver Glen Place. In response to some of the comments we heard from the neighbors, we went back to talk to subdivision and CDOT about moving that drive away so that we weren't creating any incentive for folks to exit the site immediately and to go through the neighborhood. So that explains why that alignment as it's currently shown. Another point, and Dave hit on this, is the petitioner has taken steps to try to create separation between the multifamily component here and the single-family development that's adjacent, and that's done through a couple of things. One is preservation of the 75-foot buffer along the southern line, which exceeds the ordinance requirements, and then the location of both the right-of-way for the Floyd Smith Office Park Drive and then the townhome units immediately following that to try to kind of modify that transition. And the next slide, if we could jump ahead, shows a section of what that separation looks like. So moving from left to right, from the lots in the single-family development, we have buffer with right-of-way, and then further transition with the two-story townhome units, followed by internal street and parking before you get to the multifamily component of this. So we do think that the site plan efficiently tries to manage that transition in a way that respects the adjacent single-family development. Dave hit on the off-site transportation improvements, so I won't touch on that, but I'll stop for now. I'm happy to hear what others have to say and then to take any questions from council.
Thank you. And were the other members with you?
Just to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay. So we have Mr. Nazim Mohammed speaking in opposition. Oh, okay. Come on up. Welcome. Is this your family?
My two kids, yes.
You guys have been really patient.
Yeah, the notice at 5 o'clock, so I don't know what happened there. First, I appreciate the opportunity, and thank you again, Council and Mr. Schaefer. That was a really informative presentation. I was not actually at the HOA meeting that you referred to, so a lot of this information was is still a little bit. It's good to know that you're considering the neighbors and the separation and all of that stuff there. I did initially oppose, or I do oppose the petition, mainly for some of the things that you alluded to, which is I'm actually the resident and the property owner of the property on Weaver's Glen Place that is literally right next to that kind of entrance exit, like into the single-family neighborhood. So if there was a particular resident that would be the most impacted, I think it would be myself, and I really am concerned because that was the space, the privacy, the fact that is a little bit of a kind of drive off or like a dead end type of road that's there right now. It's frequently a place that that my children play, the kids and the children of my neighbors play. It's a safe place, in addition to our backyard, because there's usually no cars that go into that area. So kids are always riding their bikes there, and the concern with the petition here, with the development of such a large community and with only those three kind of, proposed entryways and exits, is that it will just increase the amount of vehicle traffic and quite a bit. So there's obviously a safety concern there. The other main opposition that I have is really the privacy aspect of the single-family neighborhood with the Rodowns. So I wasn't aware of the landscape buffer that you're showing on screen here, but if I'm bring that point up because there's actually there is a apartment development that's currently being built, to the west side of our neighborhood, and I'm not sure how that zoning, what happened in that process, but really the kind of the borderline between the the multifamily development, as well as between that and our neighborhood is really like maybe like 50 feet or something. Like there's really no privacy there, right? So that was obviously a big concern of mine. And I really just I'm not sure if there's any other, it doesn't sound like anybody else from my neighborhood has volunteered to kind of speak up, but I just know from having conversations with my neighbors, several of them also have expressed concerns. I'm sure at the HOA meeting as well as you know in the Nextdoor app, that the concern would be the amount of vehicle traffic. So I appreciate again like the consideration of not having that Weaver's Glen, you know, be a point of entry, right, into the development. That I think that would be a huge, perhaps like a good compromise for the housing community. Let's see. Sorry, going through my notes here. The other concern that I just want to mention from and this was a comment that was expressed to me to my neighbor on directly opposite of me, is that with the recent completion of two, I wish I had a map of the area, but I didn't come. I apologize for not being as well prepared as I should have been, but there was, within the past 3 to 4 years, there was also two multifamily apartment use developments that is immediately to the west of it, and of course there's this petition to build another one on the east side of our neighborhood, and in addition, even in today's rezoning hearing, there was also a proposal for a mixed-use apartment complex directly opposite on North Tryon as well. So really, it feels as though this once kind of quiet, secluded neighborhood that we all kind of love and have grown to and grown up in has really started being literally surrounded, right, by apartments and development. So there's a question of property value and how that would affect that as well. And let's see. Yes, but I think I was able to express my concerns, and I think that's it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you coming down, Mr. Mohammed. Let's see, we go back to Mr. Schaefer. You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, I completely hear the concern on Weaver Glen Place, and I think it's worth reiterating that, were the petitioner to have the option to remove that connection, given the concerns we've heard from the neighbors, they would do that tomorrow. But, as it is a subdivision ordinance requirement, our hands are tied, and our understanding is that no matter what development were to take place on this site, the expectation would be that that connection would be built out to build out the network and hopefully deal with traffic concerns by dispersing car trips. So happy to take any questions that you all have.
Thank you. Mr. Winston?
Thank you. It is a priority of this council and the city of Charlotte, as we kind of are looking at future development strategies, that we are creating neighborhoods that are connected and interconnected. So I don't think I would propose or be of the mindset that we would not make that connection. But to CDOT and Ms. Craig, this and the previous petition are great examples of something that I brought up in TAP, and I think our previous strategy session when we had council questions and priorities around the UDO. These are great examples for our need for policy guidance for the development of neighborhood streets versus roads that are meant to move people and goods at higher speeds. I think in all of the neighborhood streets that are represented here, we do want slower moving traffic, right? So that they are safer, so that children can play, and these are roads that can be walked, whether it's in the multifamily portion of this or the single family or townhome portions of this. So overall, I think, again, this one and the one with the U-turn, it's a good examples of how do we think of it from a policy standpoint? How do we keep traffic moving safely in fast speeds or faster speeds versus slower ones? But so the one concern I would have here, if you can go back to the slide that has the site plan, is that adjacent, kind of splitting up that intersection. So on Weaver Glen, that it de-emphasizes going through. I can see that this one, for instance, is different than offsetting it from that signalized intersection, because we would want traffic to move slower on these roads. But is de-emphasizing a synonym for making that a more dangerous turn, therefore less likely for the driver to take it? Because I don't think we want to create that in our neighborhoods, right? I don't think we want to make things more dangerous to de-emphasize. And how do we kind of measure that, you know?
I think I may punt that over to Brandon. That's really CDOT.
Yeah, this goes back, and I know we're currently looking at updating it with the UDO, but our driveway access manual, and to your point, it's not really the same condition as the other one. Again, we would prefer to line up driveways and intersections where possible, but in the instance that it's not happening, we do have some rules that kind of govern what we would require. With this one being a local street that's a little more low volume, low speeds along it in comparison to Mallard Creek Road that was in the last petition, we have a little more comfort with, you know, left turns coming out of these driveway and intersections, and it not posing as great of a safety concern, especially with the 170-foot spacing that we have here between these. So that we would also, during the permitting phase, we would have the engineer look at site distance and make sure that there's adequate site distance, both from a horizontal and vertical standpoint as well, to make sure that there's not any other blind spots that might be present that would lead to some safety concerns.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Oh, Mr. Phipps?
Yeah, is the site currently being used as campground for raceway events right now?
I believe that's what it was entitled for. I'm not sure if that's what it's being used for. I don't know if the petitioner or petitioner's agent can communicate that, but I believe that was part of the existing entitlements, was overflow parking and campground for the raceway.
So could you share briefly what are the open space amenities that you have on the site?
So the amenities section is located, I don't know if do I have a laser pointer? Maybe you can point to it. Yeah, actually, do you want to explain some of the amenities and kind of common features you guys include in your, this is Jack Murphy with Carter.
So the folks online can't see you. Okay. So you probably are going to be best. Okay.
So I don't know if you can highlight it for the folks online, but it's the kind of white, there's kind of two rectangular white open spaces. It's the one on the right of the screen. So that's the primary amenity section for the project. So that larger rectangular building that you'll see right when you come in the right entrance, that's the clubhouse, leasing center, fitness center. We've got an outdoor courtyard that's covered that will kind of expand onto a nice pool that the residents can use. And that's kind of our primary amenities center. We also have a dog park and dog wash that's towards the rear of the site, the top right-hand corner. You'll see there's a pond there, but right in front of that is a dog run. And then we'll have some secondary amenity locations, one of which is the other kind of white open space rectangle that's between the two buildings on the left side of the screen, as well as in between each of the townhome kind of clusters, where we have either grassy courtyard areas or grilling stations that I guess I failed to mention at the main clubhouse, we have grilling stations as well. So for some, residents that are trying to make dinner, they may not want to walk all the way to the main clubhouse. So there's kind of some secondary and tertiary amenity spaces surrounding the site. And then we've also got the multi-use trail along Moorhead, and the kind of sidewalks all along Floyd Smith Office Park Drive for people to walk dogs, go for a jog, exercise, et cetera.
So what I think we can do, if you go back to the map and you point, for the folks in the studio, if you can do a close-up of where he's pointing to, and that's the best way I think that we're going to be able to illustrate this right now. And that'll help the folks online and folks here.
This is the clubhouse. The main entrance is right here. So this is where the leasing office would be located, where the property management offices would be. That's where the fitness center would be. There's a club room that has kind of a co-working element. The pool, obviously, outdoor patio, and that's kind of this general area above here where I'm pointing. So that is the pool area and outdoor amenity. Then I can't even reach that one, but kind of up top, that's the dog park area with also our maintenance shed, as well as our dog spa. And then kind of these open areas here, in here, would be grassy courtyard areas that ultimately will probably program a couple additional grilling stations in those areas as well. And that's really kind of the best way to describe the site amenity-wise.
Thank you. I got one final question. Are there any plans to voluntarily annex the site into the city limits?
Not as of right now.
Thank you.
And Councilmember Phipps, just to answer your earlier question, it was originally entitled for that, but in 2004, there was an administrative amendment to remove the temporary event parking as a use for the site and just stick with the offices.
Any other questions? If not, can I have a
Motion to close the public hearing.
second? Thank you. Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? I'm yes. Ms. Sesmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston? Mr. Bakari? Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Okay, with that, we're going to go back then now to item number 34. And we still have quite a number of hearings, although none of these have opposition, so we'll see how fast we kind of get through these, and then in about an hour, predict how many we can get through tonight. This item is 2021-190 by Blue Heel Development. Approximately 4.76 acres located on the north side of Wade Ardrey Road, south of Ardrey Kell Road, and east of Marvin Road in Mr. Driggs District, District 7. Currently zoned R3, single-family residential, and the proposed zoning is R8, single-family residential conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues and technical revisions related to site and building design and transportation. We have Matt Gallagher and Jay Banks who are going to speak in favor after Mr. Pettin speaks.
Thank you. 2021-190, 4.76 acres, as mentioned on Wade Ardrey Road. The property is currently zoned R3, and the proposed zoning is for R8 conditional. The South District Plan does recommend single-family residential less than or equal to 3 dwelling units per acre. However, this is a GDP-eligible property, so we did run those, and the petition does meet the general development policies for consideration of up to 8 dwelling units per acre. The proposal is for a single-family subdivision with a total of 29 dwelling units. Those would be spread between both triplex and quadruplex buildings. The max number of units per building would be 4. There are architectural standards incorporated into the project, as well as access via new public street from Wade Ardrey Road. That would be through a subdivision ordinance required connection to Garden View Drive, so that would give some of that interconnectivity. does commit that each unit will have a 2-car garage and driveway, allowing for 2 side-by-side vehicles, which would provide a total of 4 spaces per unit, and also commits to providing additional landscaping with the exception of tree-save areas along the perimeter of the site at a rate of 6 trees and 20 shrubs per 100 linear feet. As mentioned, staff does recommend approval of this petition. We do have some outstanding issues and technical revisions related to site and building design and transportation to work through. It's consistent with the district plan for the single-family residential use, also consistent with the general development policies that support the 6.09 units being requested, and we'll be happy to take any questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pettin. Do we have, let's see, in person, Mr. Gallagher? Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Matt Gallagher with Blue Hill Development. Jay Banks, my engineer, is available online if there's any technical questions. Really, not to be pandering. Thank you for coming back. I appreciate that. Not to be pandering, but this was a case where we have such a weird-shaped parcel with some things that we have to abide by. Garden Ridge to the right or to the east, Audrey Crest to the south, a storm pond inlet that already exists in the far southern eastern corner, and a weird shape. And so we reached out to staff early and often. So to give credit to Josh Weaver and Jason Prescott, they answered a lot of questions early on to be able to navigate through this potential development. So in that, we've actually come to this stage, which is probably iteration 11, because when we had reached out to staff and found out that we could be embraced at R8, we tried to make R8 work as only every good developer will try and do. We were unsuccessful. It was just such a tough shape that we whittled it down to 33, to 31, to 30. What you see is 29, and after Brandon and I talked, it's going to 28. Because NCDOT does not like the length of our driveway, our first driveway on here in the southwest corner. So we'll be moving to 28. We've modified that, which takes us to 5.88. But really, this was a great exercise in a collective genius where there wasn't one individual right answer, but we feel like the collective staff, the community actually sent a letter a month or so ago opposing it. We've worked with the community next door. They've since sent an email that I forwarded on to Mr. Driggs and John Kinley with our rezoning effort that say they no longer oppose us and actually in favor of it because we had conversations with them to assuage some of their concerns. So that's a little bit of the history, and I will take questions.
Thank you very much. Does anyone have questions?
Mayor Pro Tem?
Mr. Driggs.
Yes, it's not really a question. I appreciate the fact that given the list of items that the neighbors, the HOA had expressed concerns about, we've reached the point of being in agreement with them. So I will just touch base with them again and make sure that we're all set. But otherwise, Matt, appreciate what you did and that we got the issue of the site sorted out as well. So thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I have no comment otherwise.
Thank you. Would you like to, Mr. Winston?
I just said it's exciting to see different housing types come into District 7. So Mr. Driggs, you're doing a good job down there. Motion to close.
Second.
Okay. Mr. Eggleston.
It sounded like an endorsement of Mr. Driggs.
Well, I know. There's, I was waiting for someone to comment on that.
You should go ahead and put a picture of Braxton up on your website, Mr. Driggs.
Mr. Eggleston, is that a yes to close the public hearing?
Yes to everything I just mentioned.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? Yes. I'm a yes. Ms. Hejmira? Is Ms. Hejmira there? Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari, is he gone for the evening? Okay, and Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Thank you. The next item is item number 35, 2021-196 by Third and Urban, approximately 21.51 acres of contiguous and non-contiguous parcels generally adjacent to, that's interesting, generally adjacent to Berry Hill Road, Tuckasegee Road, Gesco Street, and J Street. Council District 3, Ms. Watlington's district. And it's currently zoned general industrial. Proposed zoning is mixed-use development optional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation and site and building design. We have 5 speakers speaking in favor, starting with Mr. Brown, Colin Brown, Brittany Linz, Hank Farmer, Andrew Kern, and Nate Doolittle. So after Mr. Pettin's presentation, Colin can take it away.
All right, thank you. 2021-196 is 21.5 acres on Tuckasegee, also on Jesco Street, Berry Hill Road, and straddling J Street. So multiple properties within this rezoning petition. All are, I believe, currently zoned I2, yep, and all are going to MUD optional. The adopted future land use from the Bryant Park Land Use and Streetscape Plan does recommend office, retail, light industrial, bless you, for the portion of the site along J Street of the rezoning petition, and then all of the properties that are north of Tuckasegee Road are recommended for industrial uses in that plan. That's from the Central District Plan that was adopted in 1993. So we do have 2 different plans going on in this area as well. The proposal overall is to allow adaptive reuse of the existing buildings in this area along Thrift Road and Tuckasegee, allows a maximum of 430,000 square feet of non-residential uses. That would consist of approximately 350,000 square feet of existing buildings and 80,000 square feet of new buildings and/or building expansion. There would be a maximum of 68,000 square foot for retail, personal service, and/or EDE uses. The remainder of that square footage would be office and similar uses. Prohibits things like car washes, automobile service stations, and EDEs with drive-throughs. Does limit building height to 55 feet for those properties that front Berry Hill Road, and then 80 feet for the remainder of the properties within this rezoning petition. Does request some optional provisions which would allow parking maneuvering between the buildings and the streets for those existing parking and adaptive reuse buildings where that's is already in place. Also, newly constructed buildings and parking areas shall not have any parking maneuvering between the building and street, and also commits to the removal of 2 railroad spurs and repaving within the road right-of-way on State Street. That would be the area that says new, I believe, new parking area. And I think those are the site conditions that we've got spelled out for you. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. We do have some outstanding issues, the transportation and site and building design to work through. As mentioned, it's consistent with the Bryant Park Land Use and Streetscape Plan recommendations. That's mainly the area south of Tuckasegee. It is inconsistent with those parcels that are recommended for industrial per the Central District Plan. Those were the properties on the north side of Tuckasegee, but overall, adaptive reuse is something we've seen quite a bit of in this area. This petition continues to further that and allow some flexibility for that to continue to happen. So staff, again, does recommend approval. We'll be happy to take any questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pettin. Mr. Brown?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, Colin Brown on behalf of Third and Urban. Hank Farmer is on with me if you have questions. Great overview from Dave. This property is surrounded by, a lot of neighborhoods that are experiencing pretty rapid change: Wesley Heights, Seversville, Enderley. One of the positive things about this plan, as Dave mentioned, was this is just really to allow adaptive reuse of existing buildings. So those areas are seeing a lot of change, a lot of new building. Every time that we do a deal over there, the neighbors want to know, well, when are we going to get some amenities, for us so that we can walk to things? This is just a map showing all the things that are happening over there. Lulu's, Enderley Coffee, those have been established for a while, but some new things coming online. Third and Urban specializes in adaptive reuses. So of everything we've talked about, all the buildings, the idea is that these existing buildings remain and are refreshed. J Street 929 here, already completed. Here's looking at another. These are the buildings. These are currently zoned industrial. Industrial zoning district is not friendly to conversions to things like restaurants. And also, our modern districts don't allow things like parking between the building and the street. So sometimes we need creative zonings like this to preserve some of these old buildings and refresh them. So again, this is conceptual looks. Some of these are completed, some are underway, currently zoned heavy industrial. This is just to allow us to transition a little more. There's only one new building you can see here, a small one. This would be the only new building footprint we're proposing. The rest of the changes are to accommodate these adaptive reuse, so we can continue using some of these old buildings, maintain some of the character, look, and feel, but get some new uses in there that are neighborhood friendly. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, any questions? I do have one question, and maybe this is for staff. I'll speak really slowly until they get back. Dave, I have a question. Sorry. I'm just wondering if this is kind of like, I mean, having 3 parcels that aren't contiguous done at one time. Is this kind of like what we did in the Gold District?
We've had a few in my tenure here, just been a few years. So there may have been some that predate me, but we've had a few. It's not something we see often, but it isn't uncommon. I'll also say it's not always preferred, but when you see them all coming in for the same general purpose to adaptively reuse and take some flexibility back to get these outcomes that they're looking to do. A lot of it really has to do with parking in this area. We just saw, I think earlier this evening, Browder Group had a petition approved that was going to mud optional as well for a lot of the same, and those were kind of spread out along Thrift Road also. So I think we're just seeing the different ownership groups that have some of these buildings realize that they need some flexibility to keep these adaptive reuse projects going, and so they're just bringing them in at the same time, even though they're not contiguous.
Okay, because when we did the Gold District a few years ago, the idea was kind of to have those industrial buildings be able to be used for restaurants and, small shops that, for whom it would be really expensive to go through as rezoning one at a time. So I wondered, is this, and Colin, maybe you can answer that, is this sort of that idea that we're trying to create this sort of feel amongst all of those buildings there, and it'll make it easier for small businesses to go in there?
That's exactly right. And not just these buildings, but some of the others in this area have been adaptively reused also. It's just with the old zoning districts, we can't accommodate a coffee shop. We can't accommodate restaurants. So this is, most of this will be creative office space, but really creating some amenities for those employees and the neighbors.
Okay, yeah, I like that idea. Thank you. Mr. Eggleston.
Just quick kudos to Third and Urban. Those renderings look awesome, and I hope that the final adaptive reuse work there ends up looking as good as the renderings do. But I love seeing all the adaptive reuse projects that are going on along that corridor and in other parts of our city. So I hope more people will bring us more projects like this. Thank you.
Do you have a motion to close, Mr. Eggleston?
Sure.
Oh,
Motion
I'm
to
sorry,
close.
Mr. Phipps.
No, never mind.
Yeah, on the outstanding issues on the transportation, there's a note there that says that the petitioner will commit to full removal of 2 existing railroad crossings. Are those crossings closed already?
Yes. They are. They're not used, but they're uncomfortable for cars to cross them. I think, oh, you can't see my screen. Holly told me how to make this a pointer. But up here by State Street, where you see these 2 railroad crossings, where there's just a sliver of ours, and Brandon, feel free to weigh in if I've missed something on that. But yes, I think just removing them to make that a more comfortable vehicular.
Nope, you got it. Yes, the 2 on State Street that are currently not being used by the rail company. We've got an opportunity to eliminate those that pose a barrier, and not just to cars. It's very uncomfortable and unsafe for bikes to cross that as well. So.
If no further questions, can I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? Yes. Yes. Ms. Ejmera? Is Ms. Ajmira there? Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Thank you. The next item is item number 36. I'm sorry, item number 36, 2021-201 by Blue Azalea, approximately 1.15 acres located in the northwest quadrant of the intersection of Weddington Avenue and Bascom Street, east of 7th Street. That's District 1, Mr. Eggleston's district. Currently, it's zoned R5 single-family residential, and the proposed zoning is urban residential conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation and requested technical revisions related to site design. And we have tonight, let's see, Walter Fields and Joe DeZazzo would be speaking in favor after Mr. Pettin's presentation.
Thank you. 2021-201, just over an acre, Weddington Ave and Bascom Street, just off of East 7th. The current zoning is R5. Proposed zoning is UR2. You can see we're surrounded by some R22, as well as some mud conditional across the street there for some higher density zoning just in the area. As mentioned, this is for a UR2 zoning district. The Elizabeth area plan does recommend residential uses up to no more than 5 DUA for this site. The proposal is for up to 18 townhome units spread out through 4 buildings, looking at providing an 8-foot planting strip, an 8-foot sidewalk along both Weddington and Bascom. Guest parking spaces would be provided within the site as well. Architectural details would include exterior building materials. Residential entrances would be raised within 15 feet of the sidewalk, or excuse me, if they were within 15 feet of the sidewalk, will be raised from average grade at a minimum of 24 inches. Walkways would be provided to connect all residential entrances to those sidewalks along public and private streets. Pitched roofs, if provided, would be symmetrically sloped and no less than a 5/12 pitch, except the roofs for porches and attached sheds may be no less than a 2/12 pitch, unless there is a flat roof architectural style that would be employed for the buildings, which is also an option. All corner end units that face a public street would provide public blank wall provisions that would limit the maximum blank wall expanse to 10 feet on all building levels. Staff does recommend approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation and some technical revisions related to site design. While it is inconsistent with that recommendation in the Elizabeth area plan, it does seem to meet just a general infill project. We do have some higher density zoning around it, and all around this property is also recommended for, I think, up to 12 DUA in the Elizabeth area plan as well. So it seems to be a reasonable project for some infill in this area, and staff does recommend approval. We'll be happy to take questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pettin. Welcome, Mr. Fields and Mr. DeZazzo.
Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, members of the zoning committee, folks online and in the room. I'm Walter Fields. This is Joe DeZazzo. He is Blue Azalea. We are working on another infill project. Do I have control of this, Dave, or you change the slides?
I think it's just next slide.
Okay, next slide, please. We started this project many, many moons ago and have had a number of meetings with the community. It's a little bit of a chronology of where we are up to this point. Next slide. This is a site that's at the intersection of Bascom and the old portion of Weddington that's now been dead-ended and no longer connects to Monroe Road. It just functions as a local street. Right across the street is the sawmill, and so that gives you a good landmark to go by. Next slide. This is our site plan looking straight down from above. We were able to draw the landscaping in here where it's hard to see on just a regular black line drawing. The private street serves these 18 units. There's an area in the back on the left as you look at the screen that shows 2 dumpsters. We are required by your ordinances to show those on this plan. However, the trash collection will be done via private contractor, and that will actually be used for some additional guest parking. Next slide. We had a number of comments from the community. We've met with him numerous times, gotten comments from the Elizabeth Community Association's Architectural Committee. We've made additional commitments and changes to the plan based on some of those comments, including putting the stormwater management and water quality facilities underground, putting all the HVAC units on the roof of the building, making some additional improvements along the streetscape at the city's request for 8-foot sidewalks, not 6, but an 8-foot sidewalk, an 8-foot planting strip on both streets, and again, the single access point onto Bascom. Next slide. This is a close-up of the notes that we've added to the plan, both based on staff comments and based on comments from the community. Many of these sound the same, that some of the ones you've heard tonight, but we added some additional ones specifically at the request of the Elizabeth Community Association, and we met with them and went over this presentation just this past Wednesday night. We're still fine-tuning some issues with them. We do have a couple of notes regarding transportation. I have actually had a conversation with CDOT about some inconsistencies in those notes, but we'll resolve all of that before it gets back to you next month. And let me let Joe see if he wants to make any summary comments.
Good summary, Walter. Thank you.
We'll take any questions that you might have. Thank you so much.
Any questions from council? I have one. Where the dumpsters are, how does a truck get in and out? Because I think you indicated maybe the other side of that is going to be guest parking. That looks
Can we
kinda
go back one, please, or two? Yeah. That turnaround accommodates a full-size trash truck. It would also accommodate a fire truck, even though we're not required to have it based on the length of the street. These units are all sprinkled anyway. Your trash ordinance requires, and we get a comment for every zoning case, that we have to show these on the plan because they figure if we don't show them, then we don't have to do it. Under some circumstances, it would be appropriate and it would be done. Here, we're required to show them, but we will not actually put them there because a private trash contractor will come up our internal private street. People will roll their trash out from their garages to the street. It'll be picked up. So that T area in the back actually can just be additional guest parking because we know that always comes up in conversations with the community. I wanted to explain that because it's very confusing sometimes when you see that. But we have a note on our plan that commits that we're going to have that done with a private contractor and that we will not actually have dumpsters in that location or anywhere on the site.
So where would the dumpsters go?
There won't be any dumpsters. It'll be just like your house where you have your...
Where would those go?
All of these units have two-car garages.
So you'd have to keep it in the garage?
People would keep it in their garage.
Okay. Mr. Eggleston?
And now a separate question for staff, which is it a best practice for us to be asking people to put things on drawings that won't actually be there when they're committing to doing something different? That's a bit rhetorical, but maybe something for a follow-up, because I wonder if there are other things like that. And all I can imagine that does is creates confusion for people who are looking at these plans. That notwithstanding, thank you, Mr. Fields. You and I had spoken via email today. I wish, some of I think the word you used was further refinement with the neighborhood. I know there are still some things, particularly around design elements on this project. The use here and the density here, in my opinion, is appropriate, and I will support on that basis. But I do wish that there had been the opportunity for some of those design questions to be answered so that, though there are no speakers in opposition tonight, the Elizabeth Community Association is not currently in support of this project. I think they ultimately can be and likely will be, but I know they have questions that have yet to be answered. So wish we could have gotten that done and had them here voicing their support tonight, but certainly we'll expect follow-up on the work that's been done to try to seek their support between now and the decision. But that's it. And if there's no other questions, I'll make a motion to close.
If I might, thank you very much, Councilmember Eggleston, and we have been in communication. We continue to be in communication with the ECA and their architectural committee. Of the 18 or 20 comments they gave us, I think we incorporated about half of them or maybe more, and some of them that were redundant. So many of the architectural details they asked us to do, we have already added to the plan. We were just down to a few nuances, and I think that's something we can easily resolve before this gets back to you, possibly even before it gets to the zoning committee.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Motion to close.
I'll second that. Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? Yes. I'm a yes. Ms. Ejmira? Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next item is item 37. 2021-202 by Trade Street Townhomes LLC, approximately .47 acres located at the northeast intersection of Wallowa Lake Road and Hollyfield Drive east of Central Avenue. It's in District 5, Mr. Newton's district. It's currently zoned office conditional, and the proposed zoning is urban residential conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation and site and building design. And we have Mr. Russell Ferguson and Corey Hedrick, Mr. Corey Hedrick, who will be speaking virtually in favor after Mr. Pettin's presentation.
Thank you. 2021-202, 0.47 acres on Wallowa Lake and Hollyfield Drive. Current zoning is office conditional. Proposed zoning is UR2 conditional. The adopted future land use from the Eastland Area Plan does recommend office uses for this site. You can see surrounded primarily by multifamily uses as well as single-family, multifamily office retail just catty corner to the southeast, or west, excuse me. This proposal is for up to 10 single-family attached dwelling units in 2 buildings. That comes out to about 21.28 dwelling units per acre. Caps building height at 40 feet, proposes vehicular and pedestrian access to the site from Wallowa Lake Road. Does note that usable porches and stoops would be the predominant feature of the building design and be located on the front end or side of the building. Those would be the areas that front Hollyfield Drive. All corner and end units that face a public or private street would have a porch or stoop that would wrap a portion of the front and side unit, or would limit maximum blank wall expanse to 15 feet on all building levels. And also we have provisions for an 8-foot planting strip and 8-foot sidewalk along Wallowa Lake Road and Hollyfield Drive. Staff does recommend approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation and site and building design. While it is inconsistent with the Eastland Area Plan, it is consistent with predominantly the proposed uses around it. We also had some infill townhomes just proposed on that area, like I had mentioned, catty corner to the southwest. So it would be consistent with the recommended overall development pattern. That office use is likely a holdover recommendation from the existing entitlements, but staff does feel that the proposed townhome infill is an appropriate project in this area, and we do, like I said, recommend approval, and we'll be happy to take questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pettin. Mr. Ferguson, are you online?
Yes, I am.
Thanks. Go ahead.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor Pro Tem, Council and Committee, all the land use fans out there. I'm Russell Ferguson. I'm the agent for the petitioner on this petition, and Dave covered a lot of the details on this project, why it fits. Is changing over from a residential building that's entitled to be a house to an urban residential zoning to allow for middle density townhome development. Next slide, please. Just to get a little context, the house is not being used right now. I think you can kind of see from this site and some later pictures that the changes in the area have sort of gone past what this house is, and it would be appropriate for townhomes to be replacing it and a much more efficient use of this land. Next slide. We're doing a lot of improvements. There are some newer sidewalks that are curbside. To the left there is where Charlotte East, one of the newer CMS schools, is. To the right is the Hollyfield sidewalk. Those would be improved to 8-foot standards. Next slide, please. Just a little black and white overview to get a better context. Dave's slide showed it pretty well. Institutional uses, multifamily, pending townhome developments, catty corner. And just to the left of this image is the Eastland area and the projects that are coming online from that. Next slide, please. Back to the site plan. The site plan includes a lot of conditions. I won't list them all again. Dave went through them, but there are design conditions here in addition to the UR2 code to make it applicable and a good fit for the neighborhood. Next slide, please. It's a missing middle or middle density scale development. I think this is a really good opportunity in this spot in its context to be able to go from what was a former residential unit to 10 units in an area that can house more density and has a lot of walkable retail and a lot more coming online. Same thing goes with the pedestrian improvements. It'll kind of blend in and fit into the neighborhood. And One other thing I'd be remiss not to mention, we are also including a condition where we are going to work with the neighbors on a four-way stop for this intersection. It's a note that was already included and approved by you all in a prior rezoning catty corner. And right now, if anybody's listening that can help change it, we agree with the neighborhood in terms of it being a four-way stop sign intersection there at Willora Lake and Hollyfield, and we understand that they have been working on it for some time, and we'll be joining them in that effort. I'm happy to answer any of your questions, and thank you, and hopefully I give a minute back to the cause.
Thank you, and I'm assuming that you're speaking on behalf of Corey Hendrick as well?
Yes, yeah, that's it.
Thank you. Does council have any questions? Mr. Newton.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for that presentation, Mr. Ferguson. My only question, and I'm very much in support of a four-way stop as well, so whatever I can do to help to make that happen, I'm looking forward to working together on that. I just wanted to ask a quick question. This might have been addressed, I can't remember, but it might have been addressed in the community meeting. Why we are, with this petition, why the connection is to Willora Lake rather than Hollyfield. There have been some issues with traffic backup during morning and early afternoon hours for the pickup and drop off, or I suppose maybe the other way around, the drop off and pickup of students at the elementary school there. And just wanted to quickly ask that question about the connection to Willora Lake there rather than Hollyfield.
Yeah, I think it's a lot, and the shape and size of the lot doesn't really allow for many options coming in from Hollyfield. Also, as you'll recall, there's a bit of a decline as Hollyfield goes down, and some changes to what the lay of the land through there that would make that more challenging. And it's also necessary to the right side of the site plan to have stormwater management components in place on that side of the lot.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, and if there are no other hands raised, a motion to close this hearing.
All right, Mr. Phipps has a question.
Oh, yeah.
It's a question for the petitioner. Briefly, what are your plans to bring sewer service to this site?
Russell, I can take that one for you.
Yes.
We have been in coordination with Charlotte Water, and we would either we would do it personally, or we have the option to do a shared project with Charlotte Water, which would allow us to extend the sewer to Willora Lake and Holyfield, which is where we would need it to extend to. So we have been in contact with Charlotte Water, and that was one of the first due diligence items we did on the site. So I hope that answers your question.
So if we did it, if you did it in conjunction with Charlotte Water, then I guess you would have to get on a schedule, because I imagine they have projects in the queue, projects scheduled, trying to figure out how would that work in terms of getting on the schedule for something like that.
You are correct, and I think that's why they allow you the option to do it yourself, which we'd be more than willing to do as a part of the development of this parcel.
Thank you. Motion to close public hearing?
Second.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? Yes. I'm yes. Ms. Sejmira? I think she's gone for the night. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Definitely.
You sure? Okay, next item is item number 38, 2021-206 by Cambridge Properties, Inc., 4.5 acres located on the west side of North Tryon Street, east of Interstate 85 and south of West Mallard Creek Church Road. Council District 4, Ms. Johnson's district. Currently zoned commercial center. Proposed zoning is mixed-use development conditional with 5-year vested rights. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation and land use. And we do have one speaker, Jay Priester, speaking in favor after Mr. Patton.
Thank you. 2021-206, 4.5 acres. It's on the west side of North Tryon, east of Interstate 85, south of West Mallard Creek Church Road. Current zoning is CC, Commercial Center. Proposed zoning is for MUD conditional. They are requesting 5-year vested rights with the project as well. Adopted future land use from the University City Area Plan does recommend a mix of residential, office, and retail for the site. This proposal is to take part of the existing shopping center that's out there and do some redevelopment and allow up to 305 multifamily uses within structured parking, or excuse me, with structured parking and accessory uses for residential amenities. Does allow up to 5,100 square feet of retail and office uses. Height would be limited to 85 feet. Does provide an 8-foot sidewalk and planting strip on both sides of the new private access drive and the primary entrance road. Provides covered bike parking that would exceed the zoning ordinance requirements. Does provide open space and amenities, including fitness center, clubhouse, swimming pool, and a dog park. Also proposes a greenway connection to Barton Creek Greenway there, just on plan left, top left of your screen. Also commits to architectural details with things like preferred building materials, building facade modulations in excess of 120 feet in length, and also articulated architectural facade features and blank wall expanse limitations. Staff does recommend approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation and land use. It is consistent with the University City Area Plan, and again, we do recommend approval. We'll be happy to take questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Priester, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of City Council. Jay Priester with Cambridge Properties. Staff did a great job of giving an overview of this project. I do have a presentation I'll be quickly to go through because I think it's important to note how we're kind of multi-phase redevelopment opportunity. So this is part of a 15.9 acre development that our company developed over 25 years ago. It's lived its lifespan of the time of being a suburban shopping center to what it is today with the changes with University of Charlotte, as well as the Lakes Rail coming through. So we have a plan for 4 rezoning districts. So we call District 1, which is what's before us this evening. And that is what Dave just went through. Future phases will be District 2, 3, and 4 to follow. So we have an opportunity here to begin the transition of redevelopment of the shopping center. Next slide, please. So this is the existing site plan today. So this was a former Kohl's, which is a 86,000 square foot big box that we will be demolishing. The existing shop shown to the left of the screen, as well as the existing food line, will remain. They have existing lease term left, so that is part of the reason of the multi-district phase development. Next slide, please. So this shows some of the infrastructure that we're putting in today. So this is all planned out, so this will get redeveloped over time. So what we'll be doing as a part of the phase 1 development is reconstructing the entry road off of US Highway 29, as well as the internal access road that fronts these apartments and retail. Next slide. This is a zoomed in of the proposed development. Of course, we have the structured parking garage as a part of this, so it'll be self-contained well in this 4.5 acre zoning. We do have the open space all served by this individual site, but we also are teeing up all the infrastructure for the future development opportunities with districts 2, 3, and 4. Be happy to answer any questions. I do want to also mention we have University City Partners support for this project, as well as UNC Charlotte's, and had no attendees to our neighborhood meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Winston.
My question is around 5-year vested rights.
Unmute.
My question is around, or concerns around the 5-year vested rights. The project looks great, land use looks great, but I know we usually leave the 5-year vested rights for larger scale proposals. I mean, I could even see it if it was if we were doing the full rezoning of all 4 of those districts. And even then, this one seems potentially smaller than we would be comfortable with. So, Mr. Patton.
Yeah, we did list that as an outstanding item for that to be removed. That's typically, like you said, we request those for larger projects, the one that we had in Steel Creek earlier, certainly, I think, warranted 5-year vested rights, and we did ask for this one to be removed, and so we look forward to having a response on that through the process. And they maybe want to answer as well
If you have any comment on that?
Sure. The reason for the request here is we developed this center 25 years ago. We're long-term owners. Part of this has been a very difficult process to work with existing tenants. So we do have Food Lion there. They're there for 15 additional years, and they do have some control over the development timeline of this first phase. We're hopeful of getting through this within 2 years or less, but it is just a little bit of an insurance policy so that we're not back here in front of the council having this discussion again. I do think that it is something that we can further discuss with staff. I mean, Dave, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the zoning rights expire after 2 years without that 5-year vesting. And so 2 years right now with the backlog of development and the review process just is not, frankly, that long for this business. And again, coming from a long-term real estate owner of 25 years, but I do think it's something that we can continue with staff and have a resolution before the decision.
Let's try to work through that. Thank you.
Mr. Phipps?
Yeah, I had a lot of questions about this petition until you described what it is, and I was surprised in our notebook, there's no mention of the 4 districts here. I mean, from looking at this book, I thought we were just doing this Coles demolition, and so I'm glad to see that that this is represents a total remake of the center. But I don't see where this was described as such in our notebook, and I was wondering why.
Yeah, I mean, we knew there was some ongoing redevelopment that would occur, but we also were aware that it's going to be phased, and all we can present is what's being proposed in front of us, which is just this project and this part of it being redeveloped. But overall, yeah, we were aware that there was going to be ongoing redevelopment of the site long-term, but right now this is the only true project and item we've got sitting in front of us.
Well, this was very helpful, because I'm glad to see that is multiple phases that's going to be done over time. Otherwise, I thought we were going to have the former Coles with that apartment complex, ocean of parking in front of it. You know, I mean, it was just looking kind of weird. So I'm glad to see that this is going to occur. Thanks.
Thank you. Would you like to make a motion to close?
Hey, I make a motion to close public hearing.
Second. All right, Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham? Is Mr. Graham
Yes.
there? Oh. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? Yes. I'm yes. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Next item is item number 39, 2021-208 by Hugh Elder, approximately 2.94 acres located at the northwest intersection of Nations Ford Road and Forest Point Boulevard, north of West Arrowwood Road, Council District 3, Ms. Watlington's district, and it's currently zoned Business Shopping Center District. Proposed zoning is O1 office, and staff recommends approval of this petition. We do have one speaker, Brian Rossi, who will speak after Mr. Pettin.
Thank you. 2021-208. It's just under 3 acres at the corner of Nations Ford and Forest Point Boulevard. It's currently zoned B1 SCD, which is Business Shopping Center. Proposed zoning is O1 Office Conventional. Proposed future land use, or excuse me, adopted future land use is from the Southwest District Plan, and that recommends office uses at the site. So this petition would be consistent with those adopted land use goals. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. There are no outstanding issues. It's a conventional petition, so no conditions of approval that are being proposed. It is consistent, like I said, with the Southwest District Plan, and we'll be happy to take any questions following the petitioner's presentation.
Do we have Mr. Rossi on the line? Rossi?
Good evening. I'll keep it short and sweet. No presentation. I'm just the agent acting on behalf of the owner, Hugh Elder and Samaritan's Purse. So I'm here to answer any questions as needed.
Thank you. Mr. Winston?
I'd just say, obviously, this is a conventional one, but I think this might be one of the ones that Mr. Phipps was referring to in terms of heartburn around the comprehensive 2040 matrix. It has 4 axes around policy goals, and I don't know if that has relation to the conventional, and we can't really tell what's going on, but yeah, something that maybe we need to think about, like how do we use this? Thank you. I don't know, did you want to say anything, Ms. Craig?
No, I think it's something that we'll talk offline and come back next month to discuss.
Yeah, because it kind of looks like this is just more of the same of what's already there, which then we might think about how we consider these different goals when we're doing something like that, expanding warehouse. Okay. Do we have a motion to close?
So moved.
I'll second. Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? I'm a yes. Is Ms. Edgemira gone? Okay. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. James?
Yes.
Okay, we did 40 already, so we move to 41. Petition 2021-214 by Adams Property Group, approximately 1.95 acres located at the northeast intersection of Rocky River Road and Woodland Beaver Road, north of Albemarle Road in the ETJ, which is County Commission District 4, Commissioner Jarrell's district. Nearest council district is Mr. Newton's district in District 5. Currently zoned neighborhood business conditional, and the proposed zoning is mixed-use development optional. Staff recommends approval of this petition. And we have 3 speakers in favor, Mr. McVeigh, Jack Copeland, and Dan Blackman, speaking after Mr. Patton.
All right, thank you. 2021-214. It's 1.95 acres on Rocky River Church Road in Woodland Beaver, just off Albemarle Road. The current zoning is B1 conditional. Proposed zoning is MUD optional. The adopted future land use from the Albemarle Road for I-485 interchange study recommends multifamily and retail uses for this site. The proposal is for up to 110,000 square feet within a climate-controlled building for self-storage facility, which includes a minimum of 3,000 square feet of other non-residential uses as allowed in MUD. Does prohibit things like convenience stores, check cashing establishments, residential uses, and uses with accessory drive-through windows. Limits building height to 55 feet, and also limits the total number of principal buildings to be developed on the site to just 1. Optional provisions have been proposed, which would allow screened vehicular circulation between the proposed building and Rocky River Church Road. That would be through a 4-foot masonry wall. Also allows the non-storage related uses required to be provided along the ground floor of the building that would be located along Woodland Beaver Road. Does improve Woodland Beaver with on-street parking, and also installs an 8-foot planting strip and 8-foot sidewalk along that road, and then a 12-foot multi-use path and 8-foot planting strip along Rocky River Church Road. Provides a 90-foot landscape setback and tree save area along Rocky River Church Road as well, and provides details for preferred building materials for the structure on site. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. No outstanding issues. It's inconsistent with the multifamily use recommendation for this site, but consistent with the plan's recommendation for retail uses overall. And again, staff does recommend approval. We'll be happy to take any questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
Before Mr. McVeigh? Oh, okay. Go ahead, Mr. McVeigh.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Good evening, members of council, members of the zoning committee. Keith McVeigh with Moore Van Allen, assisting Adams Property Group. With me in the room tonight is Jack Copeland with the Adams Property Group, as well as Dan Blackman with Stimmel and Associates. They're the civil landscape architect for the site. Next slide. Adams Property Group is a developer of commercial, retail, and self-storage facilities in the southeast. They're based in Charleston, South Carolina. Next slide, please. These are some examples of other climate control storage facilities that the Adams Property Group has done. Next slide, please. Dave covered this, the location. Next slide, please. The current zoning, which is B1CD, does allow a variety of commercial uses, retail, personal service uses, bank, restaurants, and as well as multifamily. Next slide, please. Land use-wise, Dave mentioned retail and multifamily, the recommended land uses for the site. Next slide. This is our proposed site plan, rendered site plan. As Dave mentioned, one single building, climate control storage. There are two retail, commercial in the uses along Woodland Beaver Road. The building will front on Woodland Beaver Road. Woodland Beaver Road will be improved with 8-foot sidewalks, 8-foot playing strips, some additional urban open space along that area. There is a landscape setback along Rocky River Road. We will be modifying the site plan slightly to indicate that that area can also be used for stormwater detention, water quality, as that's what Stormwater Department has required us to do. Next slide, please. And then just, again, parking and maneuvering for the climate control storage to the rear. There will be some on-street parking along Woodland Beaver to support the additional office and retail tenants that are being proposed. And there is a 56-foot Class C buffer or Class B buffer located between this site and the adjoining multifamily. Be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Winston?
Staff, this is a question for staff. Do we consider self-storage retail?
I would say there's probably some conversation on whether it's classified as retail or warehousing. I think overall, traditionally, it's classified more as warehousing, but this does have some retail uses that are proposed along with it within that 3,000 square feet outside of the 110 for self-storage. So it's one of those kind of ongoing debates that I think you probably hear good arguments from all sides, but I think traditionally we've classified it as warehousing, but that retail component they've got is, I think, one of the things we've considered as part of the overall project.
Yeah, I have an issue with that, and of course, I mean, this seems like the petitioner is going with existing policy. If this is how we've been looking at it, perhaps, I don't know, but I have an issue with this, and we need to, this seems like a loophole, right? Because, yeah, sure, you can put a pack and ship and sell some boxes there or whatever it may be, create a space that could get, I don't know, this doesn't seem like retail at all. Good use of the language, but I think we need to look at that as a loophole we need to close up. Thank you.
I'm happy to respond, Mayor.
Yeah, sure, if you would like to respond.
No, thank you, Councilmember Winston. I mean, one of the things I think that we've found, and the city has also found with climate control storage facilities that used to be I-1 uses and located in I-1 districts, but their true customer is single-family residential and folks that live in nearby neighborhoods. And locating them in places like this where other commercial uses just make sense. It's a shorter trip. People are able to visit their facilities more often if they need to versus driving long distances. It's an amenity to residential communities. I think Mr. Copeland would probably add to that a location like this that has other commercial uses, this sort of fits in, and the building is architecturally treated to blend in with the other commercial uses, quality materials, glass and windows to make it look not like a big warehouse, but more like a commercial use. So it's a use that supports residential, so it likes to be near residential uses.
I think you're actually giving me more ammo and digging the hole a little deeper.
Well, I'm
I
sorry.
definitely wouldn't want to consider self-storage as an amenity for living. It's an issue, I think, that we have to look at from a land use perspective here. Thank you.
Yeah, I was going to ask about the proximity to those neighborhoods. It just doesn't.
I mean, we're not close, but we're closer than industrial zoning would be. So there is multifamily to the rear. To the front is actually a couple of fast food restaurants and a car wash. Across Rocky River Road is the new Publix shopping center that was approved last month. And then we have further away is the Crestwind neighborhood and additional residential neighborhoods. So in proximity, not necessarily close, but in proximity to residential versus, what typically would be located in an industrial area, which would be miles from this location.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Have a motion to close?
Motion to close.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? I'm yes. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
And Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Thank you. The next item is item number 42. Hang on, did I get that wrong? Yeah, 42. 2021-215 by DHIC LLC and Reventure Park Investments North LLC, approximately 102 acres located north of Mount Holly Road and east of the Catawba River. It's in the ETJ, closest to Commissioner Powell's District 1. And the nearest council district is District 2, Mr. Graham's district. Current zoning is Commercial Center, Lake Wiley Critical Area, and Light Industrial, Lake Wiley Critical Area. The proposed zoning is Mixed Use Innovative, Lake Wiley Critical Area. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation, the environment, and site and design, building design. We've got, Mr. McVeigh and
Yes, ma'am.
Ben Graves, Brett Basnight, Nick Bouchon, and Randy Goddard.
Yes,
Are you
ma'am.
speaking for everyone?
I am. They're available to answer questions, and they're online as well.
Great, we'll start with Mr. Pettin.
Thank you. 2021-215. It's approximately 102 acres off Mount Holly Road. Existing zoning is CC, and both have the Lake Wiley Critical Area, or CC and some I-1, and like I said, both have that Lake Wiley Critical Area overlay. The proposed zoning is for MX2 Innovative, and it would also maintain that Lake Wiley Critical Area overlay as well. The adopted future land use from the Catawba Area Plan, which was in 2010, does recommend residential, office, and retail land uses for this site. The proposal is for up to 810 units of various types that would include apartments, townhomes, duplexes, single-family detached. They would be either for sale or for rent. Overall, the DUA is 7.94. Development Area A would allow for all unit types with a max height of 62 feet. And then Development Area B would be single-family attached, which are your townhome product, which would max out at 48 feet in height. Does request innovative provisions to accommodate some unique single-family detached product in this project. That would be things like no minimum lot size or minimum frontage along streets, side or rear yards. Also maintains a minimum of 10-foot building separation. Transportation improvements would include things like street network of both public and private streets built to CDOT standards, connections to existing street stubs, and constructions of stubs for future connections. Does commit to improvements at existing intersections, a 12-foot multi-use path along Mount Holly Road, 8-foot planting strip, and 6-foot sidewalk along the internal street networks. Does propose architectural and urban design standards for massing and height requirements, and usable porches, stoops, facade treatments, etc. Provides a Class C buffer between Area B and the existing single-family homes. Also sets aside 10% of the site as open space, commits to dedicate and convey 2 acres to Mecklenburg County Parks and Rec, and also proposes 2 community boat docks with trails providing access from the development areas down to the Catawba River. Staff does recommend approval of this petition upon resolution of some outstanding issues related to transportation, environment, and site and building design. It is consistent with that residential component of the mixed-use recommendation found in the Catawba Area Plan. However, it is inconsistent with that office and retail part of the recommendation, so the plan would be revised to just reflect residential recommendation for 8 dwelling units per acre for the overall site, should this petition be approved. So with that, we'll be happy to take any questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Mr. McVeigh.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Good evening again. Keith McVeigh with Moore Van Allen. Actually, the petitioner is Long Branch Development. DHI originally filed, but Long Branch Development is actually the current petitioner for the site. As you mentioned, Ben Graves and Brett Basnight with Long Branch Development are online and willing to answer and are available to answer questions. Nick Bouchon is the civil site engineer with Design Resource Group, and Randy Goddard is the traffic engineer. There was a traffic study conducted for this site. Next slide, please. Long Branch Development is LLC is a multifamily residential community developer based in Spartanburg, South Carolina. Next slide, please. As Dave mentioned, it's a 102-acre site currently zoned commercial center. The property is actually also part of a brownfield, which is part of the reason the majority has remained undeveloped at this time, part of what was associated with the industrial use across Mount Holly Road. Next slide, please. As Dave mentioned, I've zoned ICC and I-1, currently vacant, MX2 innovative. Next slide, please. The existing zoning was approved in 2005 and did allow the site to be developed with up to 335,000 square feet of commercial and up to about 800 units. About 600 of those units could be developed on this portion of the site, as well as a portion of that 335,000 square feet. Next slide, please. This is the previous approval for it. Going to a residential community of different varieties of residential unit types will actually be reducing total trips from the site. Next slide, please. Land use-wise, Dave has covered the proposed land uses. Next slide, please. This is our proposed plan. As you can see, the plan proposes to do townhouses at the rear of the site abutting the Catawba River plantation. So there's a firm commitment that the form of residential community abutting the single family to our northeast would be townhomes, and then the cottages and multifamily allowed uses would be oriented toward Mount Holly Road. As Dave mentioned, there is a 2-acre portion of the site that will be dedicated along the river to Mecklenburg counties as used as a public park. There will be additional open space amenities within each development area, as well as 10% of the overall site will also be set aside as common open space and improved for the residents of the community. Overall, there's 37% of the site, or 37 acres, is actually set aside as open space. Next slide, please, or tree safe / open space. This just, again, a little more detail on buffers. There is a buffer between the townhomes and the residential to the north. Dave mentioned the streetscape improvements. There is a network of roads being built, public streets that will connect to existing Catawba River plantation. Next slide, please. We did do a traffic impact study, as I mentioned, and there will be 2 new traffic signals on Mount Holly at the main entrance, as well as existing Belmead, and there'll be also additional turn lanes at Mount Holly and Mount Holly Huntersville Road, as well as Mount Holly Huntersville Road and one of the adjacent neighborhood streets that accesses Mount Holly Huntersville. Next slide, please. Next slide. Some examples of the type of residential communities Long Branch does. That would be sort of what the type of residential communities, residential structures that also would be built here. Next slide, please. These are some of the cottages and townhome style units on the next slide when you get to it. That are also the type of units that Long Branch would propose to build. Be happy to answer any questions. We will be addressing the staff's comments in the revised plan that goes in this week.
Thank you. Mr. Winston?
This was great. Just, can you comment at all on the commitments from Mecklenburg County about that park and the timetables for development and is funded or anything like that?
Well, good question, and a conversation the petitioner also had with the county park staff about the petitioner would like to be able to partner with the county parks to build, the residential community as well as the park at the same time, and we'll continue to do that. County Park and Recreation was not able to give us a time frame as to when they would develop that 2 acres. They are trying to develop, I'm not going to get the name right, but a series of parks along the river that would be accessible to folks in kayaks or boats that would be actually using the river. So this was important to them, and the developer was happy to contribute the land, and we'll look for opportunities to partner. But in terms of a time frame, the county does not have a time frame that we're aware of at this time.
Thank you. Motion to close.
Mr. Phipps.
Thank you, Mr. McLean. I could appreciate, I guess, the county, I was sort of struck by the fact that, you're talking 2 acres for a public park? I mean, 2 acres? I mean, I thought they needed more acres than that. Seems like that would be, instead of a public park, that would be like a pocket park or a neighborhood park.
It would be, it is that. It's meant to be, just like the petition on Robinwood, which is an acre of land, we've seen the county start to request smaller pieces of property for smaller neighborhood parks. The idea here would be this park, it's a waterway park. There would not necessarily be parking associated with it. It'd be a small number of amenities really focused on folks that are using the river for recreation. So it's not about size, it's about number and frequency of the smaller parks. They originally did ask for slightly more, but again, 2 acres was easy to accommodate and willing to be accommodated by the petitioner, and I think meets the needs of what the county is looking for.
I can appreciate this presentation here, because I was wondering, I mean, I'm looking at it, I can tell now that it is a highly amenitized water feature, upscale type development.
It will be.
That probably wouldn't lend itself to different access points for people to be able to take advantage of it, So I was struck by the fact that it's like 810 units, and before I saw all of this, now I can see why. I guess it wasn't any kind of attempt there to have at least 1 or 2 units to be something that somebody could, possibly afford. But I can see now that it's, right by the Catawba River, boat slips and things, and, I'm just glad that you were able to give me some conceptual renderings that I could appreciate.
Yes, sir.
Why it didn't have that, meet one of those goals and objectives. But this is what I was talking about earlier. When you look at all of the petitions that we've had hearings on tonight, I mean, this 810, but we have several others that have other residential components to them, and really, I hadn't come across one yet that fulfilled that access to, access for all feature on the on our 2040 plan goals. So that's what's kind of struck me when you look at this matrix in the back. What we're trying to do in terms of different things that I think that we need to probably talk about how what are our expectations on a go-forward basis when you have something like that. So thank you. That's all I had. Oh yeah, one thing. Our notes states that all these units, all 810 of these units, may be either rented or sold. So what, we're supposed to guess on that, or what? I mean, what we're talking about?
I know Dave has asked us to remove that note, and we will. I think we didn't want to create confusion. They will be offered for rent initially. So it's a rental community, but they're set up, especially the townhomes or potentially the cottages, that at some point in the future could be sold. But we will remove the note. No problem.
Ms. Watlington?
Yeah, I was just going to comment as a follow-up to what Councilmember Phipps said. I think that, to your point, even our rezonings come in and don't necessarily speak to the things that we want. And so when we talk about if we're going to approve rezonings, that I think is the time that we get these kinds of amenities. I think when it comes to expectations, I would expect that if you want a rezoning, that's outside the norm of what we've already said it should be. So it should probably be worth our while, right? Because we know from a market standpoint that if builders don't need a rezoning, there's no reason for them, unless they've got some mission-based component to meet some of these. And so I think Councilmember Newton was kind of speaking to that earlier, is that this is our opportunity to plan our city the way we want to. So I definitely think that we should leverage that rather than saying, well, then we'll have to just have a moratorium. Well, not a moratorium, because there's plenty of by right development that's happening already. But when we do have an opportunity to weigh in, how does we make it count? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Do you have a motion to close public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? I'm yes. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, item number 43 is petition 2021-216 by DHIC LLC. Approximately 41.26 acres located on the west side of Old Holland Road, east of Interstate 85, north of Moorhead Road, in the ETJ, Board of County Commissions seat, District 3, Mr. Dunlap's seat, and that's the nearest to City Council District 4, Ms. Johnson's district. It's currently zoned R3, single-family residential, and the proposed zoning is R8, multifamily, conditional. Staff does not recommend approval of this petition in its current form, and so the petitioner and friends will get 10 minutes. That's John Carmichael, Elam Hall, Thomas Hapupuro, and David Nykamp, speaking after Mr. Patton.
Thank you. 2021-216 is 41.26 acres off Old Holland Road, just east of I-85 and north of Moorhead. It's currently zoned R3, and the proposed zoning is for R8 MF conditional. Adopted future land use from the Northeast Area Plan recommends residential uses at no more than 4 DUA for the site. The proposal is for 198 multifamily units and 50 duplexes. Access would be from Old Holland Road and Lapis Lane. Provides public access easements over and across the 2 private streets within the site. Does provide a northbound left turn lane with 150 feet of storage on Old Holland. Commits to a 12-foot multi-use path along the site's frontage on Old Holland as well, and provides 8-foot planting strip and 8-foot sidewalk along private streets that have public access easements. Commits to a 0.15 acre public pocket park with a public access easement, and provides swimming pool and clubhouse. Limits maximum height for duplex units to 35 feet, and then maximum height to multifamily units to 50 feet. Commits to architectural details for the duplexes, and then also for the multifamily units. Those have to do with preferred building materials, building massing, et cetera. So as mentioned, staff does not recommend approval of this petition in its current form. It's mainly the multifamily component, not so much the density itself, but just the form and style of the buildings. We just don't have current policy that really would support multifamily in this area. We'd prefer to see maybe some smaller unit townhomes or a continuation of some of those duplex units that are proposed throughout the site versus a multifamily building type in this area. So staff does not recommend approval as mentioned in its current form. We'll continue to work with the petitioner throughout the process, but we'll be happy to take any questions you may have following their presentation. Thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Carmichael.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, excuse me. Members of council and the zoning committee, I'm John Carmichael, and I'm happy to be here on behalf of the petitioner. With me tonight are Elam Hall, the petitioner. Elam is in the audience. Thomas Hapupuro of Design Resource Group is online, and I believe David Nykamp is online as well, and they're happy to answer your questions. It's nice to be here in person, by the way. The site it was a little odd coming into the building, though, the first time in 2 years. So the site contains approximately 41 acres. Next slide, please. As Dave Patton mentioned, it's located on the west side of Old Holland Road, right at the Mecklenburg County, Cabarrus County line, and I-85 is to the west of the site, as you can see. Next slide, please. This is an aerial photograph of the site that also depicts adjacent and nearby uses. The site is outlined in yellow here and identified on the slide. And then you can see to the north, immediately to the north of the site in Concord is an existing multifamily development. And then a little further north into Concord are commercial uses such as Great Wolf Lodge, BJ's Wholesale Club, At Home Homes Goods Store, Harley Davidson, and then there are numerous restaurants and other commercials here along Bruton Smith Boulevard. Also, Concord Mills is located northwest of the site. And then to the west of the site across I-85 is the recently approved 2.75 million square foot warehouse, distribution, logistics, office, and manufacturing park. So there are employment, retail, and service uses in the vicinity of the site. Next slide. The site's currently zoned R3. Next slide. And the request is, as Dave said, is to rezone the site to R8 MFCD to accommodate up to 50 duplex-style dwelling units and up to 198 multifamily dwelling units for a total of 248 dwelling units, and the overall density would be 6 units per acre. Next slide. Next slide. This is a site plan that shows the portion of the site that would be developed. The portion that would be developed is about 20 acres, plus or minus. Once again, the city of Concord is located to the north of the site, and there's an existing multifamily development immediately to the north of the site, as you can see. There is a portion of this proposed residential community that would be located in the city of Concord. This portion here, it's about 2.5 acres, and that portion of the site would contain up to 18 duplex-style dwelling units. The city of Concord just annexed this portion of the site about 2 weeks ago. So what is proposed here, once again, on the Mecklenburg County portion of the site is up to 198 multifamily dwelling units and up to 50 duplex-style dwelling units. Access to the site would be from Old Holland Road. There'd be a left turn lane into the site from Old Holland Road. And then there'd be 2 connections through the city of Concord into the site. So there'd be good interconnectivity between the site and the city of Concord. The petitioner purposefully located the duplex-style dwelling units, cottage-style dwelling units along Old Holland Road. The multifamily portion, the multifamily buildings are located to the west of the site and along the northern boundary of the site, once again adjacent to the existing multifamily and the commercial uses that are located to the north of the site in the city of Concord. A 12-foot wide multi-use path will be installed along the site's frontage on Old Holland Road. Sidewalks will be located along 8-foot plain strip, 8-foot sidewalks along the private streets within the site. The private streets would have public access easements. There would be an amenity area within the site that would contain at a minimum, a clubhouse and a swimming pool. There would be a small pocket park at the intersection of the 2 private streets, which is about right here. Architectural standards are a part of the plan. The standards include a prohibition on the use of vinyl siding, and there would be a 50-foot Class C buffer along the perimeter of the site. Next slide. This site plan is also part of the petitioner's rezoning plan. It shows the entire 41 acres, as you can see. Once again, the developed portion of the site would be to the north, and then everything south of that portion of the site that would be developed would be located in open space and tree save. We understand that the planning staff is not recommending approval of this rezoning in its current form. As we understand it, the planning staff's recommendation is not based on the overall density, which is 6 units an acre, but rather the multifamily building component or the multifamily form of this proposal. We understand that there's not a policy in place to allow the planning staff to consider the uses located across the county line from the site in Concord when considering this rezoning proposal in the multifamily building form. The petitioner in designing the proposed community made sure not to exceed 6 units an acre. Once again, the multifamily buildings would be located along the northernmost portion of the site next to the city of Concord. The southern portion of the site furthest away from Concord and those commercial uses would be open space and tree save. We respectfully submit that the proposed multifamily building form is appropriate for the site in view of the density, the locations of the multifamily buildings, the adjacent and nearby uses, the open space provided on the land, and the buffers. And we're happy to answer your questions. Once again, Mr. Hall's here, and Mr. Hapapuro and Mr. Niekamp are online. And we appreciate your consideration as always, and we'll work with the planning staff on the outstanding issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carmichael. Mr. Winston, and then Ms. Johnson.
So I'm a little confused as to, one, why R8, right? That's what we're dealing with, R8 multifamily was chosen, is there not a different zoning district that would allow this? Because is that why staff is opposing this right now? That the type of multifamily that they want to put doesn't fit this particular zoning district?
No, it's not necessarily the zoning district, it's just the context of the multifamily buildings. We don't have a strong policy to support multifamily, that building type in this area. You know, we've had some on the other side of the interstate where we do have bus service and a little bit more infill and infrastructure that's more appropriate for, multifamily apartment style buildings. But in this case, we didn't have any land use policy that really pointed to something that would support apartments, but we could maybe consider, like I said, lower building types like duplexes or some lower 4-unit, 3-unit townhomes or quads or tris, but multifamily buildings were just things that didn't fit into the policy structure that we had for this area right now.
So maybe I have to get something offline because I'm still not totally understanding. What are we saying? That the types of buildings that they want to build don't fit into any of our zoning districts?
No, just into the general policy that's for, this area is for residential up to 4 DUA. They're proposing 6 DUA, which again, we don't see that as a huge increase, but we don't really have any strong stance to say that like apartment type buildings are appropriate in this area where there's really no other development type other than what's going on the Cabarrus County side. But outside of that, the area is almost completely undeveloped with lack of bus service and other things that we would be more supportive of for apartment style projects versus, something that was either duplexes or something similar to that.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I wanted to know how close is this? I'm trying to turn my camera on, I'm sorry. How close is this in proximity to the petition to item number 40? This question's for Dave.
Let's see, I'm not sure how far, well, let me see if I can measure. Just as the crow flies, it's about a mile. Context is a bit different with what we've got on that connection point back to US 29 and that, providing a little bit more appropriate infrastructure and infill along with some of that single family that's already there. I think that's what we looked at as a little bit of a difference between that petition and this petition, but they are within, about a mile of one another as the crow flies.
Okay, so this is just another example of what we're talking about tonight. So there's, I think it's 1,500, 15 trips for this development, which wouldn't trigger a traffic study. But then there are 1,645 trips for the other one. So if you added those two together, it's going to have quite an impact on the neighborhood, but yet neither of these developments trigger a traffic impact study. So this is what's happening to our residents, and we as the city, we have to take a look at our policies. I mean, we just can't keep justifying that it's not that big of an impact when we can see it. And we have two petitions tonight, a mile apart. Another thing is the schools. This says this has a net zero impact on the schools. When both of these have 33 and 38 students, a student increase, that's 2 classrooms. So I just want to continue to bring this to the attention of my colleagues. This is just not fair to the residents that we keep ignoring the impact because it's not meeting our policy benchmarks. So I just wanted to point that out. They're a mile apart. And I think we need to pay attention to that. Do you have any comment on that, Mr. Patton?
As far as the transportation item or the school item? I know the school item is...
Both, as far as the impact or the growth or the need to measure cumulative growth versus a siloed approach.
I mean, I think from a transportation standpoint, I'd defer to CDOT and how they evaluate some of those. A lot of this is also NCDOT areas, so I think there's probably a couple different agencies that would give you some better feedback on that. But certainly, you know, anytime you can look at things overall, that's going to give you the full bit of information. As far as the schools go, it looks like it could allow 63 students if developed by right, and then 33 under this project. So, you know, I see what you're saying on that front. It's even though there's less proposed under the, you know, zoning that's being proposed this evening, it's still 33 new students because there's nothing out there right now. So, you know, I think that's, you know, also just some communication that we can have with the school district and say, you know, we might need to think about how we communicate some of those differences, because if it had already had a single-family project on it, I could see where it would be a reduction, but vacant land is still going to generate some type of students that aren't out there currently. So really, it's still an increase of 33 students, as you mentioned. So I think that's maybe something we can work with our partners at CMS and see if we can maybe get that information clarified or conveyed in a little bit of a different manner.
That would be great. So I think that would apply to both of them, since, like you said, since it's empty land. And I know that, you know, from a policy perspective, you all are looking at that, but we as council members are here to represent the residents. And these are the impact on the residents. And this is what we keep hearing from our residents. And so I just think that these are great examples. These are illustrations today of what's going on and the changes that we can make to improve the infrastructure in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Any other comment? Oh, Mr. Driggs?
Thank you. So this is an interesting case because you have a total of 40 acres or whatever it is. All the development is occurring on less than half of the land area. And that's how you arrive at a DUA of 6. And I think what the staff's concern is that the actual buildings are more consistent with a 12 to 15 type of DUA. And my question is the remainder of the land developable in the future or not? Is this wetland or floodplain, or is there some reason why this will never be developed?
So, should I answer that question? Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Driggs. So under this rezoning, it would be limited that you could not develop it. You'd have to go through the rezoning process again. A portion of the site is undevelopable. I'm not sure what that portion is. Mr. Hapapuro is online, and maybe Thomas, you could answer that for Councilmember Driggs as well. But Councilmember Driggs, the rezoning, if approved, would relegate that remaining portion of the site to open space and tree save. But
no, I understand that. That would be the decision that we made this time.
Correct.
But the point is, there's nothing that says that in the future we couldn't have a petition to develop the other area. And if that's possible, we should probably look at this in the context of how it could be subdivided and then new petitions submitted later, unless it is floodplain or wetlands, and therefore there's no possibility that it gets developed in the future.
Thomas, could you elaborate some on that?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So there are certainly streams and wetlands in those areas that make that undevelopable. Also, it doesn't really have road access, so it's not really available for development. We were working on that early with the Parks Department to try to find them a place because they wanted some amount of park in here as well. So, you know, on the plus side, like even though that's undevelopable, you know, this helps to aid our tree canopy preservation goals as well. So this is land that you know can't be developed as part of this project is being tied to it and is a de facto preservation of tree canopy for the long term.
Okay, as long as I say it doesn't then come up in the future. I mean, we're looking at the River District, we're looking at some pretty tough topo, and because the actual, what you're planning to put on the area that you are actually building on is not a DUA 6 type of development. It's more dense, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, my other question was for the staff. You said we don't have policies that support this. Do we have policies that specifically oppose this? I mean, is there some reason, according to policy, you should not approve this, or is it just that it's not expressly contemplated?
I think it's more of the latter of your statement. It's just policy-wise, we didn't see any real strong pull from anything that we had that would support a multifamily project in this area, where, like I said, it's mainly undeveloped. Old Holland is not the type of road that, like I said, has that transportation or bus infrastructure like we see on the other side of Mallard Creek. So we felt it was a little bit more intense than what this area probably would be able to support. Certainly understand what's going on the other side of the county line with a project that is similar to this and will connect to this, and certainly, understand where that perspective comes from. But from our standpoint, it's more just a lack of policy.
Well, I think there's some big pros and cons here. I look forward to learning more about it. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Driggs. If no other questions, then I'll take Mr. Phipps.
I mean, given that this site, I mean, it's right there adjacent to a major regional activity center at that Concord Mills area. So you have all those amenities there, you got jobs there, you even got, apartment complexes there. So I really do think that it defies logic to me that that apartments right here would not be something that staff could support. And I think, to Mr. Driggs' point, the fact that we don't have a policy right now to address it is more a reflection on, I guess, our internal policies than what it would do for this particular site. So I would wonder, in view of what this shows us, do we have anything within our current 2040 plan UDO process that would address areas like this on a go-forward basis?
Yeah, so the 2040 plan, the draft map shows this area as a neighborhood 1, and that would also not accommodate this type of product type and project. We may consider some of those areas that are N1 to look at something that may be more indicative of an N2 type of project, which would be similar to the outcome that is proposed with this petition. But this area likely wouldn't meet some of those criteria, again, due to that lack of transportation infrastructure. And on our side, most of this area is still recommended for N1, aside from some existing manufacturing land use recommendations for some things that are existing, like I said, on Moorhead Road. So this area would probably still be, some of that lower density neighborhood 1 style development, which is not consistent with what the project is in front of us here. But if there were some different things like some bus service and some other areas of activity further down on Siloam Church that were on our side that we could consider as part of our land use process, then I think that may be a little bit of a different conversation. But right now, that's what we're looking at from a policy map also. And again, that's just a draft, hope to be adopted next week, but that's what it's looks like on there is all N1 in this area.
I know that Concord has a bus service that goes out to Concord Mills, and it also comes into the city at the J.W. Clay traffic station stop. So I wouldn't think it would be out of the scope of reason that bus service could be more or less constructed out there to accommodate this site. I mean, I have no doubt that probably could be something that would, in as much as Great Wolf Lodge is right over the road there. I mean, they go there, so I don't know. I'm not convinced.
Yeah, I think part of our general concern too is if that pattern continues and we see that on, continuation of multifamily development on Old Holland and that area, that we may not have the ability to accommodate some of that just from an infrastructure and transit standpoint. So I think that's part of where staff was looking at this one as well. So certainly, like I said, understand that it's kind of a mirror of what's going on next door, but we're also looking further down as this property goes south and down towards Siloam Church and all of that, just what kind of land use patterns we're going to set on that whole area. So I think that was something we looked at on a little bit more of a macro level also.
Thank you.
Can I have a motion to close?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Eggleston.
Yes.
Mr. Graham? Mr. Graham? Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? I'm yes. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston? Mr. Winston? Oh,
Yes.
and Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item number 44 has been deferred. So we're on to item 45. 2021-220 by Dependable Development. Approximately 18.72 acres located on the south side of Beagle Club Road, east of Riverside Drive, and west of Mount Holly Huntersville Road, Council District 2, Mr. Graham's district. Currently zoned R3 Single Family Residential. Proposed zoning is R8 Single Family Residential. Staff recommends approval of this petition. And we've got one speaker, Mr. Eddie Moore, who will speak after Mr. Pettin.
Thank you. 2021-220 is 18.72 acres down off Beagle Club Road. Also connects down to Aubreywood Drive and that subdivision just to the south. It's currently zoned R3. Proposed zoning is R8 conventional. The district plan from the Northwest District Plan recommends single family up to 4 DUA. We did speak with the petitioner and potential developer on this one just to get an idea. You know, they're asking for that R8. Obviously, the area plan does recommend 4. There are some significant site constraints that would limit a lot of the developable area on this. So we were comfortable with the R8 conventional. It is still a single-family district, so I think the only allotment may be for duplexes, which would also be consistent with future place-type mapping as well. So again, staff does recommend approval. It is conventional, so there are no outstanding issues or conditions to consider. It's consistent with the recommendation for single-family uses, inconsistent with the density recommendation. But again, staff was comfortable with the R8 conventional on this one, given some of the site constraints that need to be worked through. With that, we'll turn it over to the petitioner. Take any questions following their conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Moore?
Good evening, Mayor.
Welcome.
Mayor Pro Tem, council members. My name is Eddie Moore with McAdams on behalf of the petitioner. The hour is late. I do not have any slides, but I just have a little bit of additional info to provide you in addition to what Dave has offered. Based on the existing site encumbrances, and we do have some vehicular access challenges, approximately 7.7 of the 18.7 acres will be developed by the petitioner. These encumbrances includes a stream that splits the site. The stream runs east to west, and there are a total of 200 feet of stream buffers along this particular creek that runs into the Catawba River. And on the east and west sides of the site, there are Duke Energy right-of-ways. With that, approximately 58% of the site will remain as open space and tree-safe areas. The northern half of the site will be undeveloped due to the creek itself, and the client does not want to build a bridge over the creek to access the northern piece, but we are proposing 2 points of connectivity to the east and the west of the sites. So with that, the proposed layout yields 45 lots, and this comes out to a density of about 2.5 dwellings per acre. And the proposed lot sizes will be very similar to those contiguous in the Catawba Village plantation. We did hold a community meeting back in middle part of February, and one neighboring property owner attended the meeting. We had a great discussion, and they seemed in favor of the rezoning, and we'll be glad to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Any questions? Okay, can we move to close the public
Motion
hearing?
to close.
Second? I'll second. Thank you very much, Mr. Moore.
Thank you.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? I'm yes. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
And Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Great, thank you. With that, we're on to our last hearing for the evening. To which one? Aye. Okay. Item number 46 is 2021-227 by Graham Partners LLC, approximately 3 acres located on the west side of Old Providence Road, east of Providence Lane West and north of Ray Road, Council District 7, Mr. Driggs District. Currently zoned R3 Single Family Residential, and the proposed zoning is R4 Single Family Residential, and staff recommends approval of this petition. We have two individuals, is it Von Hansen and Charles Graham, who will be speaking in favor after Mr. Pettin.
Thank you. 2021-227 is 3 acres, just about on Old Providence Road. Currently zoned R3. Proposed zoning is R4 conventional. Adopted future land use from the Southwest District Plan recommends single-family residential up to 3 DUA for the site. So it's inconsistent, but that transition from R3 to R4 is pretty negligible. And staff didn't have any real concern with that going to a conventional district. It's about as straightforward of a rezoning as we see on these third Mondays of the month. So staff does recommend approval of this petition. No outstanding issues, no conditions to consider, and we'll be happy to take any questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have Von Hansen?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Eisel. My name is Vaughn Hansen with Benchmark. I'm assisting the petitioner with the rezoning. Mr. Charles Graham is online as well, representing Graham Partners. I think Mr. Pettin covered all the relevant facts of the petition, and we're happy to let his presentation stand without any additional presentation from us. And we will be happy to answer any questions that the council has about the petition now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from council?
Mayor Pro Tem, it's Ed.
Mr. Driggs, go ahead.
I just wanted to tell Vaughn and Mr. Graham, I'm sorry after you've been here all evening that we don't have more to discuss. But that's actually good news, so I'd like to move to close.
Can I have a second?
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you. All right, so to close the public hearing, Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? I'm yes. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hansen.
Thank you.
All right, then we go back to number 30, which I conveniently forgot about. Okay, hang on just a sec. Okay, petition number 30 is 2021-142 by PDC Land Acquisition LLC, approximately 36.23 acres located north of Old Moores Chapel Road, south of Mount Holly Road, and east of I-485 in the ETJ, which is County Commission District 2, Commissioner Leaks District. The closest city council district is Ms. Watlington's District 3. It's currently zoned mixed use, R4 single-family residential. The proposed zoning is R12 multifamily residential conditional neighborhood services. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation and site and building design. And we have Paul Pennell, who would like to speak in support after Mr. Pettin.
Thank you. 2021-142. It's 36.23 acres off Old Moores Chapel Road, just adjacent to I-485 interstate. It's currently zoned, as mentioned, MX2 and R4. The proposed zoning is to go to R12 MF, as well as a small area for neighborhood services, or NS. The adopted future land use in the Northwest District Plan does recommend multifamily up to 8 dwelling units per acre for a portion of the site, and then single family up to 4 units per acre for the remaining portion. That's the area in yellow as you get closer down to Old Moores Chapel Road. The proposal itself is for the possibility for up to 268 multifamily residential units and 136 single-family attached. That comes out to a density of 11.2 DUA. That'd be a maximum of 404 units total. Also proposes 2,750 square feet of commercial uses with up to 9,000 square feet of accessory outdoor dining. Prohibits things like automotive service stations, convenience stores, gasoline sales, car washes, automobile drive-through windows. Does propose transportation improvements, which would include the following: traffic signal installed at Morris Chapel Road and Kendall Drive, directional crossover at Morris Chapel Road and Old Morris Chapel Road, an 8-foot planting strip and 8-foot sidewalk along Public Road 1. And let's see, Old Morris Chapel Road, Rhine Station Road, and Rhine Station Extension. So all of those would get that 8-foot planting strip and 8-foot sidewalk treatment. Also street connections to the adjacent Creedmoor Hills and villages of Creedmoor neighborhoods, and also architectural standards, which would include a 48-foot height max, built environment enhancements along public streets to include things like porches and stoops, and 6-unit limitations on single-family attached buildings, and then commercial building facade enhancements for that area in the NS zoning district that's proposed. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. Have some outstanding issues related to transportation and site and building design to work through. It is consistent with the multifamily recommendation for the majority of the site. However, it does exceed that 8 DUA recommendation, and it comes in at just, like I said, about 11.2. However, staff does feel like it is an appropriate area. We do have some existing entitlements that I believe in this area were for single-family attached, as well as some similar densities for this. So we're really trading some building types in this area. Some of the townhomes moved north of this site, and so we're coming back with a proposal that we're seeing here for some apartments and townhomes on this portion of the site, along with those commercial uses. So, like I said, staff does recommend approval, and we'll be happy to take questions following Mr. Pennell's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Pennell?
Thank you, Dave, for that presentation, and also thank you for my earlier request for an accommodation for a little schedule wizardry there to push me to the end to accommodate the scheduling conflict earlier. I'm Paul Pennell with Urban Design Partners here representing PDC Land Acquisitions LLC. It's Prestwick Development out of Atlanta, Georgia, on this petition 2021-142. I will keep this relatively brief. Dave seemed to cover pretty much everything. If we could maybe jump to slide 3, just go to the next slide right there. Thank you very much. This is a portion of a site that was previously rezoned back in 2005. As David previously mentioned, this was rezoned MX for townhomes. The site to the north, 2019-045, we had rezoned for townhomes. We're basically flip-flopping uses for what was previously multifamily there for multifamily and townhomes for this particular location. Next slide, please. This is the townhome development that's currently almost approved just to the north of this site, just to provide some context of what's going in directly adjacent this petition. Next slide, please. This is the existing zoning petition, which we currently have in. Again, this is requesting a combination of R12, MF, and NS uses. I'll dig into those NS uses and what they are and how we're incorporating those here in just a bit. But again, it's 136 townhomes, 268 multifamily units, and then 2,750 square feet of NS uses. Next slide. With this rendering, I'd like to focus in a little bit on the NS uses, which are shown in the core of the site, directly adjacent the dead end, the existing dead end of Rhine Station Road. At that dead end, we're requesting a portion of the site to be zoned NS for a neighborhood dog bar. With all of the interesting, development that's going in on this side of town, we wanted to incorporate some type of neighborhood watering hole neighborhood use that everyone could use, not just these residents, these future residents. So we also are directly adjacent, a lot of open space as well. So we wanted to incorporate something where folks with, dogs could go grab a beer and then go on a hike. So we've incorporated hiking trails throughout the park or throughout the development. And also there is a historical railroad separating this petition to the townhomes plan east of here that I was just previously referencing. So there'd be an opportunity to take your dog on a walk, take a beer, if you so choose, do a lap, go back, get another beer, maybe do a slower lap after that. Next slide. We have been working with the Northwest Community Alliance on this petition as well as to what off-site road improvements could go in along Morris Chapel Road. We're happy to say along Kendall Drive, as David previously said, that we had coordinated a few options, and we finally arrived at one that would include a traffic signal at the intersection of Morris Chapel Road and Kendall Drive, as well as channelization of turn lanes at the intersection of Old Morris Chapel, and Walden Roads. We think this is going to greatly improve the traffic flow along Morris Chapel for the existing residents in this part of town. Next slide. Time's
That
up.
is your time. Thank you, Mr. Pinelli.
Thank you so much.
Does council have any questions for the petitioner? Okay. All right, Mr. Driggs, I'll second that. And we'll go with Mr. Eggleston,
Yes.
Mr. Graham,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Newton,
Yes.
Ms. Watlington. Yes. Yes, Mr. Phipps,
Yes.
Mr. Winston.
Yes.
And Mr. Driggs.
Yes.
Great, thank you. That, it completes our public hearings for tonight. I would also love
Motion to
it.
adjourn.
Second.
All right.
Aye.
Everybody who supports adjournment, turn off your cameras and get up and leave. Thank you.